Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Moonborne Gamer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not every man is created equal. I learned this cruel truth of the world at 4 years old. As I laid there beaten and singed as the sun set on my pitiful existence with the moon casting its mournful light upon my prone broken body. No hero, no person, nothing came to help myself and the child I was protecting. How twisted is this world that no one would come to help stop a fight between children, where they are beating one near to death. It was from that day on I learned how to patch up my injuries to hide the bruises and burns from my mother. Growing up I had to constantly endure this treatment, being beaten by fellow children and teenagers, the adults always pinning all the blame on me, my mother not supporting my dream, my friend the one I wanted to call brother in everything but blood becoming my biggest tormentor. Beaten down at every opportunity that everyone else around me could, I never gave up hope of one day becoming a hero. Even to this day as I make my way to school and catch a villain fight along the way. As I ran up to the crowd around the train station, all of them gawking up at the enlarged villain that is breaking random things to keep any away. All of a sudden the metal beams that keep the electrical cables are yanked off and thrown in the direction of the crowd. All of a sudden the pro-hero Death Arms breaks to the front of the crowd grabbing the falling metal debris, then the pro-hero Backdraft cordoned off the crowd to keep bystanders out of the way. I can hear the people talking amongst themselves and calling to their work or others to report the attack as well as their tardiness to make it back to their destinations. All of a sudden a shadow passes over and all the girls scream in excitement. The pro-hero Kamui Woods is on the scene now. Swinging around and dodging all the enlarged villains' attacks, Kamui recites all his crimes out loud before preparing his ultimate skill, calling it out. Only for a feminine voice to call out, "Canyon Cannon," and drop-kicking the villain. After landing and standing up to her very impressive height, her skin-tight hero outfit accentuating her feminine features, a slew of reporters and men wielding cameras appear chanting, money shot," as they take several pictures of her as she bends over. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. "Hi there everyone, I'm MT Lady, and you don't have to worry about this bum anymore," she says coyly while giving a suggestive wink, only to have even more people with cameras taking more pictures of her bent over frame crying out, "Money shot, money shot, money shot." I guess that is one way to debut as a hero, I think to myself, taking notes and doing a quick sketch of the new heroine. This is the world in which we live in, where the heroes that make it to the top will strive to do anything to curry favor and do big things for the public. As seen here where the pro-heroine MT Lady stole the capture credit from Kamui Woods as well as getting an interview right away. For the heroes that don't or aren't able to keep the spotlight, they tend to be left in obscurity, or are forgotten entirely. For those that are truly above and beyond in the service of the public, they are referred to as the top 10 heroes. These 10 heroes have strived and done amazing feats, however there has been one hero that has been the undisputed champion of heroes all over, All Might. All Might has been one of the best heroes around ever since his debut, which has also dropped the crime rate exponentially wherever he goes. Unfortunately it has the added effect of when he leaves an area the crime rate spikes and local heroes struggle to maintain the balance. I wonder why the government doesn't provide additional forces to help maintain the peace until the spike settles? Above my pay grade I guess. I think as I make my way to school scribbling down more info on the new heroine's info in my notebook. After making it to school and dealing with the usual harassment on my way to class from all students and a few teachers, I arrive at my homeroom desk. Our teacher went through his normal routine with the caveat that we need to fill out our forms for where we want to go after junior high, throwing the forms in the air while saying, "What's the point, you all are aiming for the hero course," and everyone erupts into cheering while showing off their quirks. After trying to settle the students down, and failing, Kachin decided to stake his own claim and superiority above everyone else in the class. Of course everyone took offense until he threatened them, and of course the teacher finds my form and calls out that I am wanting to attempt to go to UA High alongside Kachin. Everyone froze, then laughed and ridiculed me saying I had no chance with no quirk. I tried to defend my chance but Kachin blew me out of my seat. After classes that day he stole my notebook for heroes and burned it as well as throwing it out the window behind him. His passing remark to me after threatening me if I attempt the test, as well as burning my shoulder with his quirk, was to jump off the roof and pray for a quirk in my next life. I tried to talk back to him about that but I was just so scared when he used his quirk to make some pops in his hand. Looking back at my trembling form. After calming down and making my way out of school I found my notebook being nibbled on by the koi in the small pond out back. I retrieved it and meandered my way home, doing my best to not lose hope and doing my best to laugh like All Might. Only for the manhole I had just walked over to lift off up while something oozed out and I heard a voice that truly dripped with malice and ill intent. Wonderful, a medium-sized invisibility cloak. You're a hero in my book, kid, just relax and it'll be all over soon. I need to hide from him, I didn't know he was in the city. I tried to struggle but my hands passed through this villain's slimy body as he forced his foul body down my throat and up my nose. His words getting muddled and faded by each passing moment as everything started to go dark, then just as the darkness was going to engulf me I heard a loud bang from slightly above. The last thing I knew, I and the villain that was violating my throat was hit by a massive pressure wave and he was blown apart while I saw the huge shadow of the hero that had come to save me. After getting a breath or two and the shock and stress knocked me out, I am unsure for how long but next thing I became aware of was someone hitting my face repeatedly while calling out to me. When I opened my eyes, everything was blurry and the hero's words were slurred as I regained my bearings in the waking world. Only to be given a shock of my life, my hero, my idol, the pro-hero All Might had saved me from that awful villain. I stared in shock as he apologized about me getting caught up in his work, only to snap back into focus and look for a pen and something for him to sign in a panic. When I found my notebook and opened up to what I thought was a blank page I found he had already signed it. I expressed my gratitude over and over while he waved my gratitude off as all in a day's work. I wanted to ask him so many questions, I was so desperate for answers and validation for my hope, that I did probably one of the stupidest things of my life to date. I grabbed his leg right before he jumped away. After a struggle in the air and a rather rough landing for my frail self, All Might reprimanded me for being so careless. I knew that, but I was so desperate so I finally asked the one person I knew would help, who would believe. Only to be met with disappointment when All Might deflated and told his story of how he got hurt, as well as him shattering my hope of being a hero without a quirk. I was on that roof a while until I heard an explosion and got excited to go see what hero would show up, only to have All Might's words replay in my head. I aimlessly wandered after that the words of Kachin, the teachers, the students, my own mother's pity that I was born wrong, and finally All Might's words sending me into a dark spiral of hopelessness as a void grows bigger and bigger within my heart. I am broken out of my dark spiral by an explosion going off across the street. Had the heroes not stopped this? I made my way over to the crowd to see what was going on, only to recoil in horror seeing the slime villain from before. Why is he here? Didn't All Might capture him? Wait, no. When I grabbed his leg it must have made the bottle the villain was in fall along the flight. This is my fault. Again I had gone into another spiral of dark thoughts as I watched the heroes on the scene futilely try and stop the villain, rescue the civilians in the area, keep the bystanders away, put out the fires, as well as rescue the hostage the villain captured. I had thought they would prioritize the rescue of the hostage and those caught in the flames first as the hostage kept creating more fires, but they didn't seem to have much synergy amongst each other. Most likely trying to keep the spotlight on them primarily for later rankings. That is when I saw who the hostage was, and the desperation in Kachin's eyes as he was running out of air. The next thing I knew I broke past the blockade and was running as fast as I could to get to Kachin, all the while wondering what my body was doing. I didn't hear the heroes yelling at me or the villain getting annoyed that I was back, my mind focused on what to do. Page 25 Preemptive binding lacquered chain prison, quickly stretch out arms, vines, to make the opponent flinch back, and then use that opening to restrain them. I threw my bag and all the stuff within flew out and in a wide angle striking the villain in the eyes making him flinch back letting Kachin take a breath. When I got to him I plunged my hands into the sludge and grabbed Kachin getting him out slightly by pivoting my body with the momentum of my running. However I lacked the mass needed to get him out as well as the strength required to finish pulling him the rest of the way. Ignoring the cries of the heroes warning me to watch out from the villain's next attack I gave my all to yank Kachin out bodily, only for a large impact and dust cloud to force me to close my eyes. When I next opened them there was All Might. Wasn't he out of time though? He's coughing up blood. He is pushing past his limit for us. As All Might grabbed both me and Kachin, he delivered yet another punch that rent the villain apart as well as changing the weather and making it start to rain. As the crowd cheered for All Might as he posed heroically for the public and reporters. Afterward when the police showed up and properly took the villain into custody, I was reprimanded for interfering and that I only caused more issues. While Kachin was praised for how strong he was during the whole experience as well as being early scouted by some of the heroes due to his strong quirk. I was being humiliated in front of so many people and reporters as well. All Might did nothing to stop the heroes chewing me out and I couldn't take the laughter of the crowd, so I took my bag and ran. I ran and ran until my lungs burned worse than Kachin's explosions ever burned me, my legs aching as if they were used run through industrial grinders. I ran until I found myself in front of my school, the gate still left open. I made my way in and up the stairs with everyone's words running through my head, the heroes scolding, the crowd's laughter at me, All Might's declaration to dream realistic, my mother's pity of my diagnosis, all the children who beat me or pranked me, the teachers who pinned blame and trouble on me, finally Kachan's words after school to jump, I find myself alone on the roof with the sun setting. I take out my notebook and flip to the back because I can't look at anything in there without it hurting. I then write my final goodbye to everyone. I'm sorry Mom for being born this way and causing the rift between you and Hisashi. I'm sorry for wasting your time all night, don't blame yourself for this choice I have made. I hope you're right Kachan about getting a quirk in my next life. Goodbye to the students who used me as a punching bag or victim for your cruel jokes. To the teachers who always pinned the blame on me for anything that happened or marked down my tests, I hope you treat the other students fairly. Goodbye to this cruel world that has done nothing but beat me down for being born this way and trying to dream. I set my notebook under the flap of my backpack and remove my shoes as well as set them on the flap to keep the notebook safe. Why does everyone always remove their shoes for this as well? I think to myself as I make my way to the edge where the fence was damaged weeks ago by a misfired quirk, but still had yet to be repaired as the moon starts to rise in the sky, illuminating 8 crows sitting on a power line nearby, tears streaming down my face as I climb the damaged railing. Goodbye to everything that hates me in this world, please let the pain end. I say as I close my eyes and lean forward over the edge until I am in free fall, a slight smile on my face at the feeling of free falling. I feel the rush of the fall, but then it suddenly stops and I can feel something has caught me, something big by the single hand holding me easily. When I open my eyes and look who saved me, I can't comprehend what I am looking at. Some creature with tentacles coming out of a head that has no face but holes that seem to stare into my very soul. Its torso an elongated skeleton that is stripped of its flesh with even more tentacles coming out the back of it. I watch as it finishes its descent to the ground standing almost to the height of the school building in the light of a blood-red moon. I feel fear courses through every part of me as it brings another hand up to hold me, all the while I feel something drip from my eyes, nose, mouth, ears. I recognize the taste is blood, but I am still immobilized as I hear words unspoken yet shaking my very soul, unrecognizable as even words, just forces of nature as the thing brings me up near its head slowly. All of a sudden it JRKS me close and holds me as if it is giving me a hug against its neck face area. As darkness starts to encompass me, a sense of peace washes over me with the tentacles wrapping around my body. Oh, yes. Quirkless, heh. Well, you've come to the right place. I'm groggy and my eyes are swimming as I look to where the voice is coming from, seeing a man in a chair speaking to me. Yarnum is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. He begins to wheel his chair closer. I didn't notice it was a wheelchair before, but where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yarnum blood of your own. He wheels closer and then I see his ragged face, wild unkempt hair and beard, most worryingly his eyes covered in bandages. But first, you'll need a contract. He shuffles some papers until he seems to find what he is looking for. All I could make out is some strange rune on the back of the page with my name bleeding through at the bottom. Good. All signed and sealed. Now let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. I feel my head and body getting so heavy and drowsy. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream. I wince as I feel something pierce my arm and I start to feel nauseated. I hear the man start to laugh as I am dragged under into unconsciousness again. When I awoke in the waking world once more, I found myself looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling, an unfortunately more and more common occurrence it seems. The white ceiling and smell of disinfectant as well as the heavy cleaner clues me in. I am in a proper modern hospital now. Taking stock of all I can see and hear, I notice I am alone in the room as the morning's light seems to be streaming in through the window off to the side. Keeping calm to not set off the machine, keeping track of my heart, I sit up and prepare myself for whatever may come with whomever is coming to check on me first. Possibly a nurse, good chance they are accompanied by someone from the law force, as I am sure my body was found on the ground and my suicide note up on the roof. Turning to the door as I hear steps coming closer to the room I am in, I steady my breathing and preparing myself for the interaction to come. When the door started to open, I immediately took in the nurse's appearance, average height for women, pixie cut of brown hair, tan complexion, hazel eyes, neutral smelling perfume, but she seems to use a special cream on her skin often enough to stain herself with the smell of it. When her eyes fall on my awakened form, she jolts and put on a strained smile. Oh, good morning, Mr. Midoria. I hope you are doing all right and are ready for some questions, for you were found in a rather unfortunate situation. The nurse chirps as she goes about checking monitors and the fore bag, all the while keeping me in her sights, flinching if I so much as moved. I see. What happened? The last thing I remembered was jumping over the ledge. I said evenly without trying to scare the woman any further than I already seemed to. Examining her, she flinches again and looks at me in confusion. She looks to be wanting to say more but ultimately decides against it as she leaves, giving me a polite farewell. It seems something had happened after Flora had caught me. It must have been really bad if the nurse was that wary of me. I just hope Mother is doing alright, and that my note hadn't caused her too much distress or trouble for her. Hearing more heavy footsteps approaching as well as hushed voices between a couple men, I sit up straight and await their arrival. When the door opens again, I am put on alert as the detective that enters along with the doctor. The detective seems to be very focused as he locks eyes with me. What is his quirk? Immediately I am on high alert as I won't be able to deceive his quirk, lie detection. The doctor that seems to have been called after my awakening and the nurse had reported it to whomever is assigned as my doctor. Good morning, Mr. Midoria. My name is Naomasa Tsukachi. I am a detective with the local police force. I have been assigned to your case in regards to the situation in which you were found. The detective said as he took out a pad of paper and pulled up a chair. The doctor went through the motions of examining my heart, lungs, and eye response with a light which made me flinch back to the sudden brightness. Alright, Mr. Midoria, you seem to be in perfect health with a slight sensitivity to light, but that can be expected after you have been asleep for a straight day. We have alerted your mother and she should be along shortly. I'll leave you and the detective alone now. The doctor, having finished his examination, gets up and leaves me alone with the detective. After picking up his pen and readying his pad, the detective takes a breath to get ready to start his questions. Now, Mr. Midoria, can you explain what you were doing on your school roof 2 nights ago and why you were found the next morning in an excessive amount of blood? I went to the roof of my school building to jump off it. I left a note with my backpack that should have been enough for you to reason I had jumped off. However, I have no clue as to how I ended up back upon the roof after I had jumped. I explained, looking at him in confusion at the missing bag and where I was found. You were found yesterday morning on the roof of your school building with a pool of blood that matches yours that stained not only the entirety of the roof, but the walls of the building and the grounds. We were unsure as to what had occurred to you, but foul play was assumed from how much blood was at the scene. However, I nor any of the police that were called onto the school grounds was never made aware of any suicide note or your bag. The detective said sternly as his quirk pinged true, making notes, looking at his notepad with a scowl. I guess I'm not surprised at the missing note and bag. The teachers as well as the administrators at the school are probably protecting the various students or teachers that either bullied me, covered me in bruises, or put the blame on me for any incident that had occurred. As well as most of my test or homework scores being intentionally marked down, as well as putting marks in my personal record against my character, so the other quirk students wouldn't be outperformed by a quirkless. They probably want to protect their star student, Katsuki Bakugo, my main tormentor for the past 10 years of my life, so that they can ride the no doubt fame he will earn as a hero. After his quirk came in and mine didn't, he got more and more violent, until eventually he started using his quirk on me, my things, my uniforms. I say, voice full of sorrow at the loss of my friend from so long ago, as well as angry at myself for hoping he would change for the better. The detective, looking perturbed then angry as his quirk still hadn't pinged any lies from my statements. It seems he angrily wrote in his notebook for a while after I had finished making an assumption on what had happened to my suicide note and backpack. I see, I'll be sure to look into this. Why did you choose to jump off your school roof specifically? Well, that day my old friend Bakugo had told me to jump off the roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. After being almost killed by a villain on my way from another abusive day at school, my idol breaking my dream of being a hero easier than an already broken window, as well as after helping said friend when he was captured by the same villain that had almost got me, to then being humiliated in front of people and cameras, it was all too much. So I ran until I found myself in front of my school. I got in easily, then made my way up onto the roof, wrote my note to my mother as well as those important to me, put the note in my bag under the flap with my shoes holding the flap down so it wouldn't fly away, climbed the broken railing and just fell off the building. It is almost sad how freeing it felt to just fall and let everything go, knowing all the torment from the past decade will finally be over. I said solemnly, staring out the window as I recounted my worst day to the detective. Oh, and who is your idol? The detective grasped at the only non-terrible thing about the boy's truly sorrowful story. All Might, but I understand that he was just trying to look out for me, as there are some villains that you definitely need power to take on. I look to the detective sadly, to which it turns to confusion as I see the detective flinch. Maybe he knows All Might? My eyes widen slightly at the whispers that echo in my head. I see. I'll be sure to look into the things you have brought to my attention. Oh, and I am sure you'll be happy to know that you are no longer quirkless. When you were first brought into the hospital, they ran tests on you and your blood, as well as the blood found in the area alongside yours, finding it was a match, with a quirk factor. Said the detective, hoping to give even the slightest bit of light to this poor child's darkened life. Only to look on in confusion when the young man in front of him starts to laugh darkly. It seems Bakugo was right, had to die to get a quirk. Hopefully things will turn out for the better from now on. Guess I will have to figure this all out and reassess my life goals. Thank you for your time, detective. Hopefully the next time we see each other it will be under better circumstances. I say with a sad but hopeful smile. I see the detective give me a strained smile, pack up his things, and give me a wave as he heads out the door. As I am sitting there contemplating what I should do moving forward, mist sprouts around me and pale small hands reach though, followed by the rest of the diminutive helpers of the hunters. I see a few of them crawl around the bed and mess with random things close to the bed. I give a smile and some head pats of the ones that get close, earning them cheering in their macabre cute ways. I find it interesting to watch them for a time as the nurses and doctors seem to still think I am a danger or that they are just wary of being in the room of someone who was involved in a rather brutal-looking crime. Eventually I hear a familiar scream of my name as well as hearing crying from down the hall, so I wave to the messengers to go away for a while, as the frantic sobbing and scrambling footsteps get closer. The door promptly bursts open and a veritable flood of noise and tears pervades the room as my mother scrambles up, and then falls upon me immediately, soaking my hospital bed in her tears. I wrap my arms around her and try to calm her down so that I can better understand her wailing words. It's all right, mother, I am sorry for worrying you, I say as I rub her back soothingly, as she slowly calms down again. Why, Izuku? What happened? Mother blubberingly asks, tears streaming down her face. Well, I am sorry I jumped off the roof, she gasps and goes into another crying fit, and I am forced to comfort her again for a half hour. Which, if I am being honest, is impressive how many tears she can shed. I give her the pitcher of water that is on my bedside table, because she definitely needs it more than I do. After she starts drinking water she calms down enough for me to continue. As to what happened after that, I am unsure. However, the detective that was here earlier said I was found on the roof of the school in the equivalent of a lake of my own blood that had pooled out and covered the entirety of the school as well as the grounds surrounding it. I finish giving mother a slightly strained smile and my mother freezes, then promptly faints. I sigh and catch her as well as page a nurse or someone with the call button, which is followed by the same nurse walking in from earlier with a puzzled expression to the floor as she steps through the puddles of tears. When she spots my passed-out mother, she gives an exasperated sigh and hefts my mother into a chair as well as advising me to tell her to stay in the chair if she is prone to fainting spells. I give a strained smile to the nurse as she leaves after replacing the pitcher of water with another tired sigh as she looks at the pool of water that was shed from my mother's eyes leading from out in the hallway. When the door closes, a few messengers pop up from my bed and wave their fist angrily at the door, causing me to chuckle slightly. Which earns me more cheering and celebrating from the messengers. I play with them for a few minutes as I await my mother to recover. When she starts to stir I wave the little ones away and await my mother to gain her bearings again as she groggily asks, "How did I get into this chair, Izuku? You fainted after I had answered your earlier question, so it would probably be a good idea you stay in the chair until we get through all of this." I say with a sad smile. Now onto the why I jumped off the roof. She chokes back a violent sob as she tries her best to squeeze the armrests with her hands. It was a culmination of the past 10 years of my life, I guess, with the absolute worst day that sent even my hopeful spirit over the edge. Literally in this case, I think in dark amusement to myself and continue on. I have kept so much from you, my classmates beating me as well as using me as a test dummy for their quirks, teachers lying about me starting things at school as well as marking my grades or performance down in favor of other quirked students, and my biggest tormentor of them all, Katsuki Bakugo, who every day called me Deku since we were 4. This got mother to start sobbing again. I think she was trying to figure out why or when it started, as well as how close we were as children. Finally she seemed to have gathered herself after only 15 minutes of crying, sobbing, and going through a cycle of self-blaming which I headed off every time she started doing any of, as the fault lies at the feet of the people who decided to hurt me instead of help me. When she had gathered herself fully she gave an abrupt look at me and then stood up, storming out of the room I am in with reassurance she will be back shortly. Well, that went well, I think. After a while in which I could feel the now familiar pull back to the dream, I resisted the urge to go back as I waited on whatever mother was up to. After about 45 minutes she returned with a saddened but serious look, holding her phone in one hand and tissues in the other. I just got off the phone with the detective to get me as much of the info on all the things he finds from the school and all those that hurt you so I can take legal action against them, she said firmly, and when I went to object and reflexively dissuade her she violently interrupts me. No, Izuku. It's time I stepped forward and put a stop to what I had been suspecting for years but kept quiet about for silly and selfish reasons. It ends today. She finishes by stomping her foot, and I am surprised as well as touched but still worried for my mother. I still give her a smile. Thank you, Mom. There does seem to be good news with all this tragedy. It seems I have gained a quirk. I give her a shaky, worried smile. Gasping, she excitedly starts to babble all sorts of questions to me, and I hear the echoes of inside answer in my head. I don't know all the details. The doctors and police wanted to interview me first with the way I was found. She quiets down and shuffles over to her seat waiting for the doctor to come back to see if I can be discharged or not. Shortly after she settles in and fiddles with her phone, texting someone I hear footsteps coming from down the hall towards my room. In walks the doctor from earlier that had examined me, with a clipboard heavy with paperwork and a pen this time. Alright Mr. and Mrs. Midoria, I have Izuku's release forms here as well as a Quirk registry form. Seeing as these circumstances are rather unique, the cost for this has been covered. It seems you have a rather strong regeneration quirk that requires the injection or ingestion of blood from an outside source. Additionally, it seems all known viruses, diseases, and infections that can be passed by blood or not, are inert for you, as well as your blood changing from O to AB. We think this is so you can consume any type of blood. However, we have had a difficult time truly studying your blood as it seems to evaporate quickly after being drawn. Even in perfect lab conditions, all we could do was find out your new blood type. So we have here some forms for if or when you discover new aspects of your quirk, as well as giving you the ability to name your quirk at your leisure within a time frame of a month. Other than that, you are free to go, but come back for a checkup in a week so we can make doubly sure nothing is amiss, also to help the detective from earlier coming around as needed for further questioning as the investigation gets underway. Due to your quirk's dependence on blood, you'll be issued 2 blood bags a month to help supply fuel for your quirk as well as cover any dietary needs that may have arisen with its sudden onset. The doctor says as he hands Mother the clipboard to sign the release forms as well a receipt for the 2 blood bags that can be picked up at the receptionist's desk. After his long-winded explanation, he sticks around long enough for any questions from Mother, to which she had none, so he left as she concentrated on signing and reading over all the forms. As she was doing that, I looked out the window to the setting sun, seeing in the distance an ocean with mounds of garbage. Maybe cleaning that beach will help me retrain my abilities after all that had happened in the dream. I reminisce as I watch 2 normal crows fly off into the sunset. I give a hopeful smile for the future. So much has happened since the hospital. Mother went after the schools, took me out of them, put me in homeschooling. Apparently Bakugo was punished by having to take mandatory anger management courses as well as community service that is watched by heroes. Mother told me Aunt Mitsuki has him under strict house arrest as well. I found myself reminiscing while I haul more of the trash at Toga beach. Due to the current washing trash in from the sea as well as people just giving up the upkeep, it became a dumping ground that the government and heroes turn a blind eye to. Thankfully, moving all this trash and various metallic junk is helping work all sorts of muscles groups, as well as pushing this form's body to build it up faster. However, as I work, I can't help but smile as I feel him watching me again. As I turn to put more garbage in the nearby dumpster, I catch a glimpse of the blonde-haired skeleton. That is so obvious in his hiding. I shake my head, and after depositing the refuse I pass by some trash that will give me cover from his sight, and open a gate in front of me and put the exit behind him. As I step through silently, I see him looking around in confusion frantically, so I step behind him leaning around his shoulder and say, "What shall looking for All Might?" The amount of height he achieved in his skeleton form as well as the shriek of utter terror that would put most female actresses in horror films to shame, is something I think I will treasure for quite some time as I watch him land and fall on his butt. Wha? How? When? I see him sputter and scramble backwards on the sand, with an amused smile on my face. When he finally does recover enough to get his breathing under control, trying to discreetly cough into a bloodied handkerchief, he straightens and looks at me sadly. "Young man, while that was not a nice thing to do, I am here to apologize for the way I left you after dealing with the Sludge villain the second time," he said as he got down on his hands and knees, pressing his head into the ground. "All Might, while what you said was hurtful, you couldn't know all that had been happening to me or what all I've been through. Even if you used to be quirkless yourself, which I am going to admit makes you a bit of a hypocrite from what you told me on the roof." I see him flinch and look at me in a panic. "Yes, I know about that as well as the truth behind your quirk. I suppose it's only fair to give you a glimpse of truth when I know your secrets," I say as I look to the ocean. "When I jumped off that roof, something was there that caught me. I can't explain in words what it was, only that it was an otherworldly being. It took me to another world entirely, yet not, almost like a bad dream," I say with a morbid chuckle. "During that time I gained this power and the ability to be given the insight into things I look into. Any question I want the answer to I get, but it seems the questions asked around me I get the answer to as well. Bit of a drawback getting flooded with info I don't want, so I will need to work on that. Time there also moves at a different rate than it does here. That first night after I had jumped was years for me. As for how I got behind you, I have access to that world still and can walk through it to cut through space in real time. Took me a while to figure out the distance conversion between the spaces for fast or sneaky travel. I inform All Might as I pace to the water's edge. I don't hate you, All Might. I understand where you were coming from. You were giving me a believable dream to pursue instead of the death sentence that I was running to. From here on out I am still going to go to my old dream of being a hero, and to start I thought I would train up my body as well as do some community service. I understand you thought me worthy to inherit your quirk, but things have changed and my view of the world has as well. What do you mean, young Midoria? All Might asks me as he walks beside me to the water's edge. This world that you have built is balanced precariously on your shoulders, while yes you've ushered in peace, you have also allowed society to fester and rot from within. If and when you fall or retire, chaos, anarchy, unrest will pervade everything if no other has taken up your mantle beforehand. Even with another it will still be an unprecedented spike unlike any other that happens when you move from one area to another. I am not belittling your efforts, but you had tunnel vision in the peace that you had built and strived for. If you choose me as your successor, I do warn you that I will be bringing in an era of hope, so that no matter what, no citizen will have to fear, for myself and my fellow heroes will bring hope no matter the odds. I fully intend to build not a pillar but a foundation that will not allow society to fall when the only pillar keeping the peace ultimately succumbs to time. You are only human after all, I say as I reach out to the horizon and the setting sun. I see All Might looking down pensively with his fists clenching and unclenching as he seems to be in deep thought about something. I leave him to it as I pick up a stone and skip it across the ocean waves pinging off the nearby buoy. After a while he seems to have gathered his thoughts as he picks up a stone and attempts to skip it as well, only for it to plop into the sea with him deflating further in disappointment. You aren't exactly right or wrong, young man, but I see the point you are trying to make. I will have to think on it, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and secret with me. I guess you figured out Tsukachi when you awoke and sent him away to chase after those that had hurt you so he wouldn't ask the right questions. All Might inquires after scowling at the rings from his rock not skipping. Yes, and I hope if you don't choose me, you find a proper and worthy person to take up your mantle. However, I now have an achievable goal that I am passionate and dedicated in achieving. I look up at the sky as the stars start to come out, some distant whispering echoing within my mind, "Get home safe, Toshi." I laugh as he flinches again and gives me a spooked look. Some months pass and I've gone to therapy for my trauma of past abuse and suicide, as well as acing my online courses, catching up on what was held back from my other schools. I've also made great progress on the beach as well as developing my current body and reflexes. However, on this night as I am about to go to sleep I could feel a familiar aura of hunger nearby I haven't felt since Yarnum, so I send some messengers to scout it out as I put on my hunter gear and equip my threaded cane and hunter pistol. Stepping through the fog I am above whomever has the same hunger from my time in Yarnum, from those who lost themselves to the cursed blood. Looking down I see someone in a cardigan sweater hunched over and ravenously skiing on something in their hands, to which I can even hear from the roof. Stepping over the edge I fall through fog again and step out behind her without a sound. "Hey there," I try to say gently, only to have to dodge a hastily thrown knife from the girl as she tries to escape down the dead end. Taking a calming breath to cool my rushing blood, as well as reminding myself I am not in a hunt, I pick up her knife and putting it in a pocket as I walk after her. Reaching the end I see her pressing her back against the wall of the dead end with panic in her eyes and a tremble through her body. She seems to be my age, in a schoolgirl outfit with an oversized cardigan sweater, messy blonde hair in messy buns on her head, along with a pale face, but with an apparent blush that doesn't seem like makeup. "I'm sorry, please, I won't do it again. I'm sorry." She keeps repeating this over and over as she frantically looks around for an escape. I calmly walk to her as non-aggressively as I possibly can with my hands held at my sides after putting my gun away. "It's all right, are you okay? I did not mean to scare you. Do you need something?" I probe, getting answers to my questions after answering them. "You were feeding on the rats to get their blood?" I prose in a questioning manner as I look at a nearby dead rat. Seeing her flinch and hide her hands behind her back as tears stream from her cat-like eyes with their pupils blown wide. "I'm sorry, I'm a monster," she wails as she collapses to the ground, covering her face as she cries out into the night. Her sobs echoing off the walls of the alley as I get closer to her with a scowl. I sense no other afflictions other than the hunger that seems to be coming from her quirk. "Who told you that you are a monster? What about you is monstrous in nature?" I press as the answers filter in my head and I have a snarl on my hidden face at the length her family and peers went to force her into this dire situation. I use blood to turn into people and it makes me crave blood. My parents call me a monster and none of my friends understand or want anything to do with the real me. No matter how many times I try to resist the need for blood, but the cravings just become too much and not consuming blood makes my head go fuzzy. She tells me as she hiccups and sheds more tears with her explanation. After closing the distance and standing before her I think on what all to do, what all I can do, as I set my hand gently on her head. I give my best caring smile as I pull down my face cover and rub her head gently. "You are not a monster. I say firmly, and some messengers bring me a blood bag I requested through the dream. Here, drink up, my quirk needs blood for regeneration. I can spare one of the blood bags I get a month for it. You should have been given the same treatment, but it seems your parents are truly sick individuals. I am sorry you've had to suffer alone for so long. Have no fear though, hope is here and I will never call you a monster or begrudge your quirk's cravings. I keep trying to soothe her the best way I can if this is the only time I meet her. She looks into my eyes as if searching if I am telling the truth or not, only to decide to trust me as she cries out again and throws her arms around my waist, holding on to me desperately. I keep soothing her by giving an awkward hug, hunching over as well as patting her head, reassuring her over and over while she lets out all the years of pent-up frustration. I'm thankful for all the teasing and training Ariana had done to me so I wouldn't be a mess when dealing with women like I was before. I do wonder if all the things she had done to me were really necessary though? After a while she calms down and lets me go, still shaking as she sits with her legs sprawled under her, giving me a wobbly smile. I hand her the blood bag even though she still seems unsure about it, glancing at me every so often and pausing repeatedly as she brings the straw in the bag up to her lips. When it does reach her lips she doesn't break eye contact as she slowly takes a drink, and I give her an encouraging nod as well as an easy smile. Watching as she breaks down again, crying silently as she drinks down the whole bag, I reach out and softly rub her head again. After an initial flinch she settles down in getting everything she can out of the bag and then cleaning her face of tears, to which I offer her a handkerchief which she takes gratefully. Thank you so much. What is your name? She asks as she finishes cleaning herself up. I don't know, maybe I won't tell you, I say as I stick my tongue out at her and dance away from her playful slap while laughing. I keep it up as she chases after me a bit, laughing alongside me until she has to stop and bends over, holding her knees to catch her breath. I give another easy smile and say, I'm Izuku Midoria, pleasure to meet you, as I hold out my hand for her to shake. Still catching her breath she stands up and takes my hand with a big smile. I'm Himiko Toga. She chirps with a wide smile but then cringes and covers her mouth with her hands. I roll my eyes and pull her hands away, giving her a kind smile as she gives a shy and wobbly smile back. If you want, you can find me at Toga Beach cleaning it up and training my body, so I will hopefully be ready to take the hero course exam this year. This way it should give you an excuse to get away from all those toxic people from time to time, as well as allowing me to share the blood bags I get every month. I see her opening her mouth to object, but I hold up my hand to cut her off. While my quirk does need blood for the regeneration faction, I was actually going to submit that I only need one a month due to my training honing me ability to heal greater wounds with smaller amounts. However, I don't mind giving you the extra bag instead, as I doubt your family will do what is right and get you the proper help you need. If you want, I can see about asking a detective I know that is working a case against the schools and people who abused or mistreated me over the past 10 years. I ask gently, but she still flinches away with fear in her eyes. He has a lie detection quirk, so he will uncover the truth of the matter. I understand if you need time to think on it. This is big, but know that I will always be on your side. You are not a monster, you're far too cute, I say with a smile as I boop her nose with my finger, making her already blushing cheeks darken. I'll think about it, thank you. I might swing by the beach every so often. She says, looking down and away. Thank you again, you saved me. As her blush deepens she lunges forward, giving me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, then bolting away down the alley and onto the street. I give a smile and chuckle as I collect the forgotten empty blood bag and throw it in a nearby dumpster. I call forth the little ones that had brought me the blood bag. I give some head pats and tap other small fists with my own, gently gaining cheers and celebration from them as I thank them for their work. As I am making my way back home I gaze fondly up at the waxing moon that illuminates the night sky. I step through more fog to reach the roofs to better view the sky in its splendor. Taking a deep breath and feeling satisfied that I have made a great start of being a hero by saving Toga earlier, I am excited for the coming months to pass and I start the actual path of becoming a hero. As I turn to my apartment building I scare 12 crows that were all picking at some rooftop garden. I take a step back readying myself and my cane, but they all fly off and perch higher up waiting for me to leave. I do so after getting my breathing back and reminding myself that these crows aren't a threat. Walking through the fog a final time and letting my hunter gear fall into the pool of fog at my feet, I get into bed and fall asleep with a smile on my face. Chapter text. As the weeks go by after helping Toga, she keeps dropping by the beach to flop on something and whine about all the stuff she had to deal with that day. Wishing she could stab them with the knife I returned to her the first time she showed up. I reminded her that would end badly no matter how cute it would make her annoyances. I kept a good pace at cleaning up the beach these last 6 months. I have noticed something around every full moon though. It seems with my rebirth I get a deep, almost obsessional desire to go out and find children for myself. The great ones before craved children of their own, but had trouble conceiving their own, so they went and found lost souls to take as their own. I keep fighting it off every full moon, but it just gets worse and worse, to the point I am not sure I can remain in control. Until one night when the moon was full and high in the sky, as I was hiding in the dream to keep myself preoccupied with finding more resources, I heard a prayer to the moon. It was some poor child not even 5 years old yet, crying and desperately wishing for a quirk so the other children wouldn't be mean to her. I tried to ignore it, I tried to think of some other way to help, but it was all for naught as I was pulled through the fog. I found myself floating before the little girl with black hair that looks like it was put through a wood chipper to cut it, her clothes torn all over, bruises covering her arms and face. I felt rage and a deep-seated protectiveness deep within myself at her pitiful state, so I spoke to her with the moon hiding my features from her. You desire power, but to what end would you use it for? I questioned the young girl who shrieks and backpedals to the wall of the school she was left behind. Wha? She stutters and sobs as she is truly terrified of being alone with something floating before her. I have the answers flow through my mind, how she would use my gifted power to help those around her, how she would protect any who would be treated wrong, how she would spread word to others like her to offer prayers to the moon for help. As I bring forward an arm, she gives another little shriek and starts to cry, asking to be spared as she sinks to the ground. You have nothing to fear, young one, I heard your prayer to the moon, and have arrived to offer you that which you desire. I can feel the words I speak, but it's like someone else is truly in control. The little girl looks to me scared and crying, but with hope in her eyes. Such earnest and desperate hope it makes my heart break as I get closer to her and kneel in front of her prone form. I will give you some of my blood which will carry my blessing upon you. I am uncertain to what aspect you will take on, but have no fear, child. You are no longer alone in this cruel world, however I will need you to swear some things to me before I bless you. You must not turn cruel like those with power do these days, you must protect those that need it to the best of your ability, and finally give up prayers to the moon. I say through heavily muddled mind, my words feeling slurred but are crisp as ice as I stare into the girl's very soul. I promise, I'll do it all. She readily agrees but is still paralyzed to the ground in fear at the presence I give off. I draw a hand up and slice myself with an elongated nail along my palm to allow dark almost black blood to drip from my hand as I offer it to the child. Drink deep and may your dreams be given life anew, child of the moon. She hesitantly gets up and crinkles her nose when my bloody hand gets close, but she does open her mouth and lets the blood fall into her mouth. She licks up to the cut and starts to drink more and more as the blood starts to take over her body, making some feathers start to poke out of her hair. Eventually she stops and gasps for breath and looks to me with wide eyes as she and the blood merge fully. As the toll of her body literally being changed catches up to her, she tries to speak, but ultimately falls asleep from the strain on her body. I check her for blood sickness but it seems she won't go mad unlike the Yarnamites. I pet her feathered hair and give a wan smile. Congratulations, Eileen, it looks like you have a new pupil to take under your wing. I say as I feel her amusement and astonishment at what I have done echo through the dream to me. I put the girl in the recovery position, on her side, hand supporting her head so she won't drown if she pukes, and I lay a blanket with the moon upon it over her. I feel my heart lighter than it has been these past moons, fulfilling the desire of the great one I have become. On the news the next day, a young girl who was told she would be quirkless by doctors the day before, had suddenly developed a quirk. When asked about how this all came to be, the young girl gave her thanks to the moon for hearing her prayers for help. I sigh as this is probably going to backfire a bit as there are those who would use my gift for bad ends, so I will need to keep a better hold on this new drawback that I seem to have found. 2 more months pass and the beach is fully cleared, with mixed stories from young children to teenagers all appearing in the news with stories of how the moon blessed them, or did not heed their pleas. I shake my head at the latter's complaints on the news as I had the insight that they would abuse the gift if I had given it to them, but the denizens of the dream are happy to have students to teach once more. It seems those under the tutelage of Eileen are given speed or evasion quirks that have crow or raven aspects attached to them. Those with Jura as their teacher seem to have a penchant for gun-slinging or crafting things that go boom with ease. The rare few that had either the church dweller or Sister Adela seem to specialize in healing with scented things they make to burn, be it candles or incense. Finally, the only one I had that fell under Ariana seemed to be an empath of some sort, but I haven't heard much of anything from that. The prayers of those I bless as well as the echoing gratitude from the dream does satisfy a desire I did not know I possessed at the time, but I seem to still crave and hunger for something else. It's gotten to the point where I have to lock myself away for the 3 nights that have a full moon, for fear that other part of me does something I will regret. I have heard the prayers of those with weak quirks or those that want a different one, but whenever I ask what would that achieve, it only leads to death and destruction. I think it is a built-in limit to those that are born with quirks, that if more outside power is put in, the more likely the person dies, with all that is left is a husk driven by base instinct and desires. So only the quirkless receive my blessing and only those who would use it for the betterment of those around them, instead of by selfish desires. As I wrap up my reminiscing watching the sun set, I can smell the familiar scent of rot and sickness I've encountered only twice before. Been a long time, Toshi, how have things been with you? I call over my shoulder and hear a stuttering step from All Might. My boy, how did you know I was here, let alone that nickname? I would prefer you not to use it carelessly. I can hear slight frustration in his voice, so I take a breath and try for a calm approach. Apologies, All Might, I say, turning to him. I figured you wouldn't want me blowing your other form's cover, so I used another name you would prefer. When I asked about it in my head, I was given Toshi as a name you would like to be called. I guess it brings back some sad memories about your predecessor, right? Also, you or others might not notice, but you have a distinct smell of rot and sickness that follows you, hence why I knew you were near. I say with a sad smile. Giving a frustrated sigh, All Might comes and stands beside me looking into the horizon. Yes, those are some very sensitive memories that I don't like being brought up so abruptly, and on that note I would prefer you call me Yagi from now on. All Might requests as he takes in a breath and looks around at the beach. You certainly got this all cleaned up far faster than I would have anticipated. Thank you, Yagi. I think I have a solid grasp on the gift that has been bestowed upon me. There are a few hiccups here and there I need to iron out, but that is to be expected with any power or quirk, I think. How goes the hunt for your successor? I ask gently as the answer trickles into my head and I have to do my best not to snort. Apparently I need to work on keeping my face more passive as Yagi gives me a deadpan look. Not so well, it would seem. I even went to my old sidekick to see the candidate he had been grooming to take my place. But it just feels like holding the status quo if I were to choose him. I remembered your words about society being built on a pillar, and if I chose him, it would keep things the same. I think you have a good point on how and where society needs to go moving forward. All Might says gravely with utmost seriousness. I've gone around and around trying to talk to Mirai about this as well as the flaw you brought up, but he seems blinded that what I had done works fine, so it should be continued. Giving a sigh of frustration and exhaustion of how long he has probably been in those talks with him the past 8 months. I came to the conclusion you are onto something, so I went to my old principal to seek guidance on this, and he seems to agree with the decision I have made. Seeming to hype himself up, I decide to have a little fun to bring some levity back to this grim topic. You finally decided to change your hero outfit to be mostly pink and become the magical girl of muscles. I say, nodding my head like an old wise man, which immediately got Yagi to spew blood and fall to the ground laughing as best he could. I give an easy smile as I wait as All Might laughs and pounds the sand with his fist as he periodically hacks up blood. After about 5 minutes he calms down enough, but is still giggling here and there. Young man, you are going to be the death of me one of these days with how abruptly you seem to catch me off guard. I'm too old for that. Yagi says in amusement, regathering himself with a far more valid smile on his face as he sets a hand on my shoulder. I made my decision and your little joke definitely helped. I want you to inherit my power one for all and usher in the new generation that you believe society needs. Toshi says resolutely. Magical girls and all? I say coyly to him with a big smile on my face as he barks out another laugh. Yes, magical girls and all, he says, shaking his head in amusement as he buffs up and plucks a strand of hair from his head. Don't tell me he wants me to. Now eat this. He says, giving me an confident smile that starts to crack and fall when I just stare at him unblinking. To inherit the power of one for all you have to ingest a portion of my DNA, says All Might as sweat pours down his face and head. I give a sigh and bring out my water bottle and a small throwing knife the messengers were holding for me. I am not going to eat your hair, so instead we are going to cut the back of your arm to put your blood in my water instead. I literally drink blood for my quirk, so this is the easiest way for me now. I say as I walk around to the side of All Might and open the top of the water bottle. Having him hold his fist up to his shoulder, I cut along the back of his arm enough to get the blood to flow down to his elbow and drip into the bottle. After getting enough to turn it to a light red but darker than pink, I have All Might hold his handkerchief to the slight wound until it heals, or he can get it patched later. However, in his buff form he couldn't reach and I almost dropped the bottle trying not to laugh, only to crack and burst out laughing seeing the mighty man of muscles pouting. After he debuffed and tied the cloth around the wound, he looked back to me about to drink and got green in the face. Deciding to show mercy to the poor guy, I downed it as fast as I could, then smacked my lips after finishing the bottle. It tastes like protein powder. Really? Yagi asks in shock, only to deadpan at my snickering and crosses his arms petulantly. I am starting to regret this decision now. I laugh and throw an arm over his emaciated shoulder. Ah, don't be like that, I'm only having a little fun with you. Anyway, we should let this seep through me for the night, so tomorrow we can see how much it affects me. Thank you again for believing as well as trusting in me, All Might. I promise to only let you down by dressing in drag and doing the hula. which gets a smile and a snort out of the man as he covers his face and turns around. I see him off as I make my way home, feeling the power start to surge within me a bit more quickly than I had anticipated, but I still make it home safely, to which I see 4 crows on a power line across the street. I tell my mother that the beach is cleaned finally, as well as my excitement for the UA High's exams next month over Katsudon. In celebration of finishing the beach she made my favorite. When I drift off to sleep, I am abruptly pulled into a dream space I am unfamiliar with. I right myself and look at the 7 other spirits as well as one partial spirit before me. I see their mouths moving, but their words are all muddled and mashed together. As I try to reach out to them, a noise like nails on a chalkboard shrieks out as I see some pain of something straining under the force of my hand, until the sound of shattering glass resounds all around. That was much faster than we anticipated. A tall and well-muscled woman in a dark skin-tight outfit, and a white cape across her back, with a hairstyle like my mother says. Indeed, this is most curious. We can't get access to his quirk at all. A bald muscled man, with an open jacket showing a bandolier around his chest and goggles on his head pipes in with. Well, that is simply because the only quirk I actually have is this one. I am guessing you must be the previous holders. I say as answers filter through my head and echo around us, causing the others to look around in fear. Don't worry, you get used to it after the 5th time you ask someone what is wrong, only to get the answers of MNSTRL crams or random abrupt info that nearby perverts ask that I hear. I say unconcerned to their fear as I look off into the darkness with an empty look at all the unintentional info I learned about women. Shaking my head, I appraise them all as I walk around them, but they seem stuck in place for now. I am not sure how much of this is going to apply to all of you or not, but I have been blessing the quirkless that are worthy of it for the past few months. The reason I say it might not apply to you is that those within the dream become their teachers or guides of sorts. I doubt I will accidentally pass on this quirk, but just a forewarning. They look amongst each other and deliberate between them until finally a thin and sickly man seems to take charge. Unless you will it, this power won't leave you. So you should be able to keep on doing as you have. I am curious, what are you if you don't have a quirk but still can do all that you said? The man says with the others nodding along. Oh? Well, I guess I can show off a bit to you guys, seeing as you are constructs, though I am not sure about this one, I say as I step in front of a partial spirit that seems empty and flickering in and out. I turn in a flourish and drop the illusion of my human form, standing far above the rest of them as they cry out in shock and fear. All their eyes blown wide in terror as they are all gifted insight upon gazing at my true form, even as I try to talk and it rumbles the area around in noise that they can't fathom the true meaning of. My new form that is so similar to Flora's, yet still having my own influence by making the tips of the tentacles on my body be tinted emerald, but also being more masculine and bulky with muscles instead of the streamlined form she had. After a few moments I return to my human form with a flourish and a skip, doing as cute of a tada as I could, earning some uneasy laughter after my display. I was once a quirkless child in this world, beaten down at every opportunity others could take, until the day I jumped off the roof of my school at night. I see some look saddened, especially the lady, but I press on. Before I hit the ground I was saved by a great one of old. She took me to the dream and I was blessed with power to help me through that night. After quite a few misadventures I finally reached the end of the dream and I had to take up arms to free the one who saved me, from the endless cycle that she had trapped herself in. In the end I was reborn as a new great one, and I have been doing my best to uphold not only my ideals of being a hero but also to avoid the horrors that had happened at Yarnum. I tell them, forlornly skipping over a large deal of details, but they don't need to know everything. I am the last great one that is living here. I brought back some kin and lesser great ones to maintain Yarnum and the dream, but they won't interfere with this world. I finish and turn to them. While I would love to play 20 questions with everyone, I do have a life I need to tend to in 2 separate realms, so we will have to keep this short and sweet. I approach them as they all seem to gather themselves and stand tall. Let's do introductions with the ones capable of doing so, as Yagi can't seem to make it to these little get-together just yet. I point at the young woman who strikes a pose with her fists on her hips which causes her bountiful chest to bounce. I am Nana Shimura. I am the 7th holder of One for All, and my quirk was Float, which let me levitate, but with the boost from One for All I could fly. Nana says proudly with her cape billowing behind her even though there is no wind here. Next is a young man with dark hair and his face hidden by a long coat collar. My name is N, just N. I was the 6th holder of One for All and my quirk is Smokescreen, which makes a cloud of smoke to appear. I also had a strong enough will to resist One for All being stolen twice. N says evenly. The man with goggles on his head crosses his arms and gives a sneer of a smile. My name is Diagoro Banjo. I was the 5th holder and my top tier quirk is called Black Whip. I also was headstrong enough to resist One for All being stolen twice as well. He boasts proudly. I am starting to get concerned about the apparent attempts of theft of this quirk. A man with a large scar across his face gives a courteous bow and starts, I am Hikage Shinomori, and I was the fourth holder of one for all and my quirk was danger sense, which also made my reflexes better. This seemed to make Banjo scowl and mutter about cheating at spars. Also it should be said that I died at the age of 40, it seems that having more than one quirk in a body causes accelerated aging, so most of the users would have had a short life even after achieving the end goal. Hikage said, looking down in melancholy. When I turned to the next one, he crossed his arms and turned away, same with the one next to him. The final man, who was sickly and thin with messy white hair, sighed while looking at me with a strained smile. Please forgive them, they aren't the most social of people. They come from a time of great war and strife. I am the first Yoichi Shigaraki. It is from me and my rather dark brother that this quirk came to be. My original and unknown quirk lets us transfer the quirk onto other people, I just didn't know what all that would cost someone. Yoichi says, looking down sadly at how much life has been lost over the years of the quirk being in existence. I turn to the other two and say, so you are going to be petulant children when we all have a common goal to do better for the world? Fine then, what are your quirks? I let the question ring out and have the answers call back after my question's echo fades. Transmission allows you to change the speed of an object that is touched. The one next to Yoichi looks at me in surprise, then fury. The other one you called FA Gene, which allows the buildup of kinetic energy before releasing it in a burst to give a boost to speed and power. The other one looks at me in fury as well and trembles in place, no doubt wanting to lash out at me. I try to be civil here as we are all trying to aim for the same goals here, but if all you both want to be are these stuck-up pricks, then I am just going to have to lock you out of being possible teachers and having those I bless not ever dealing with you both. I say as I wave a hand in their direction and chains sprout from the ground, locking them in place as well as having clamps seal around their mouths. All the others look at them in surprise and then to me to see my equally surprised expression. Not gonna lie, I had no clue that would happen, but I think they may need to cool off for a bit and re-evaluate their priorities going forward. It was a pleasure meeting most of you. I give a glance at the two thrashing around in their bindings. I bid you all a fond farewell and I will see you when I see you once again, I say as I turn and walk off into the dark abyss. Until I see familiar fog and fall back into familiar flowers that glow in pale moonlight. The final month before the exam was interesting to say the least. First day trying to use that quirk, my entire body shattered as I tried to use quickening alongside it. Good news is when I use it, red and green lightning pours off me. Was definitely funny seeing All Might go white as a sheet as I told him to bring the red bottle filled with blood over for me to drink and heal up. Trying again without the quickening was better, but it seems I still need more muscle fibers to handle what all the quirk wants to give me at full throttle. I kept dialing it back and breaking myself over and over until I reached the 80% mark, where it was only a heavy strain on my body and bones. So I've just kept it running at all times that I possibly can, so my healing factor, aided by some blood gems as well, can make this a usable thing by the exam day without a serious drawback. Like complete pulverization of bones in less than a nanosecond. I think if I focus I can channel the energy into some of my hunter abilities or weapons, but I figured that can wait till after the exam. So I spent most the other time I had just trying to learn everything I could for the test, as well as going through Yarnum a couple of times to top up on supplies to be ready for anything they may throw at us during the practical portion. As I am walking up to the gates of UA High, I'm happy and excited to begin the actual steps to be a real hero, instead of the moral gray area of vigilantism that I have been doing. As I am about to cross the threshold, I hear a voice I haven't heard for almost a year now. Get the hell out of my way, you FING narc Deku. I hear Bakugo growl out as he tries to shoulder check me, only to bounce off me and has to stumble to catch himself from falling. Unfortunately he saves himself from the fall, a pity. I would hope the bad luck myth could be tested with him as the test subject. After he rights himself, he opens his mouth about to yell at me again, pulling his arm into position to attack me. Only to stop, close his eyes, take a deep breath that he lets out his nose, and then storms off to the building. What do you know, miracles can happen. I think as I look around the sky to see if any pigs were flying by, only to trip and curse Karma and her sick sense of humor. As the fog bursts from the sidewalk to catch and redirect me, I suddenly feel all my weight and momentum to the ground disappear. Whoops, I'm sorry, I didn't think you were going to catch yourself on time, so I used my quirk on you without permission, so sorry again. I hear a light and bubbly voice say from behind me as the hand she had used to stop my fall puts me in a bit of a spin forward when she jolts back from the mist on the ground. As I look up, or is it down now? To try and see the origin of this voice, I get a glance of a pair of brown shoes, a hand in a brown sleeve, and I start to see legs covered in a gray nylon. To which I promptly close my eyes lest I see any further up the kind girl's skirt by accident. It's fine, can you write me? Also I am sorry, in my attempt to look at you I caught a bit of a glimpse up your skirt. I say softly to not draw attention to us and try to show my remorse to the accidental peek. Oh! I hear her squeak as she shuffles her feet, then I feel her grab me, spinning me a bit harder than I think is needed. She sets me on my feet with a thump. After she whispers, "Release," do I open my eyes and get a good look at the girl. I stand taller than her, but with my rebirth I had a bit of a growth spurt that puts me closer to 6 feet tall now. She has brown hair in a bob cut style, hazel eyes that are looking down, and I think permanent blush marks on her face, but I am uncertain due to her whole face being flushed. I bow to her, apologizing again for the accident as well as wishing her luck in the exams, to which she makes a prompt and hasty retreat into the building. I take a slow and even breath and then make my way into the building shortly after. After finding my way to the cubicle for my testing, and finishing it in half an hour, with another half-hour recheck because that can't be all the questions. I flag a proctor down asking them if there is any more to the test, to which they just chuckle and shake their head, taking my packet from me, then sending me to the auditorium for the practical review. After reading through the packet and understanding the premise of the destruction of robots for points, to which I cheered at not having to hold back on, I decided to take a nap. Arriving back to the familiar site of the lumen flowers and graves for the chalice dungeons, I walk up the steps to the rebuilt shop, as the original had burned much too far to salvage. I spot the doll, tending to some sewing and making things for the messengers to wear to better distinguish them from each other. "Hey doll, I'm back for a bit. I finished the written part of the exam early, so I thought I would wait here with you and tell you what all has happened today so far." I see the doll give a reserved smile as she keeps to her sewing but turns slightly to show she is listening. I took up this sort of ritual or habit after freeing the dream and nightmares, telling the doll about my days in the waking world, or I would smuggle books or things to help her pass the time when she had little to do. After I finished my retelling of all that had happened so far today, I just sat and watched her work. It's always amazing all the things she can do and make with how little materials are at her disposal to use. Even with my constant runs through Yarnum, I can only bring back so little for her. As I am about to ask her about some of the books I brought for her, and if she liked them, I am abruptly pulled back from the dream by one of the messengers I left behind to keep watch for important things. Only to hear someone yelling in my direction, "And you with the unkempt hair. If you can't take this seriously and pay attention when the proctor is speaking, you should leave." I look and see a young man with blue hair, sharp glasses, and pointing his whole arm my way with a scowl on his face. I hear other students sniggering around me, and before the proctor can settle things down, holy crap, it's Present Mike. I look the hero in the eyes and ask, "On the pamphlet it states that attacking fellow test takers is against the rules. I would like a clarification of that if I may? If I were to use my quirk to redirect another examinee away from the robots, would that disqualify me?" I have the answer flow through me and I have to hold back a smirk, but all the others need to hear this as well. Excellent questions, young listeners. Present Mike bombastically cheers to the auditorium, in regards to the redirection away from robots, so long as it doesn't directly harm other examinees it is allowed. To which Blue Hair looks at him in shock. "As to your question, examinee number 7111, the fourth robot is worth 0 points. It's more of an obstacle that should be avoided. It is not that it can't be taken down, there is just no point. I recommend you focus on the ones topping the charts." Present Mike finishes as the boy bows to the man and sits back down. I can hear the others talking about it as a trap to be avoided and other such things as I look around. I glance beside me to see Bakugo is there and that our battle centers are different, to which he growls at me and hides his card. When we are all dismissed and sent off to our battle centers, I am stretching in a normal workout uniform, as well as centering myself so I don't lose myself like I had in previous hunts. I glance around and look at my possible classmates, some having their equipment on already, others talking in groups to keep their nerves down. All of a sudden I feel a hand clamp down on my shoulder, to which I slap off me and round on the guy from before. "What is your intentions with that question you had asked in the auditorium? Are you going to ruin and sabotage other students' chances of taking this already stressful test? You truly are a delinquent to do such things at this prestigious academy," he proclaims, raising his voice and chopping his arm at me, as other students point while whispering about us. "You should really learn to curb that superiority complex of yours. It'll only make you enemies of anyone who has to work with you. I think a lesson in humility will best serve you." I say, scowling at the boy as I leap onto the bus and raise my voice so all hear me. "Citizens of Battle Center B. It has come to my attention that you are afraid. This boy," I point at Blue, "has voiced his and your concerns to me. I shall personally ensure not a single one of you comes to harm. I will also ensure not a single enemy or villain from this foe city will come anywhere near any of you. You have my word as the last knight of Canehurst. You have nothing to fear from this hunt." I announce and launch myself over the crowd as the gates open up. "Right, let's start." Present Mike proclaims to all battle centers from the roof of the main hub. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real life. As the rest of the group turns to charge in, they see me standing within the city beyond the gate. I clap my hands together and move them to the sides as fog takes over the entirety of the entrance and then covers the whole training ground perimeter in a dome of mist, locking the battle center within a temporary dream. I can hear their confused shouts as they try to charge through, only to come right out the way they came, and trying to get in constantly. I turn and ignore their cries of anger and set my hand upon the ground. Little ones, please scout and be my eyes for this hunt. I request of the messengers as they burst forth through the battle center, letting me know through the dream where all the robots are, as well as their path of observed movement. 101 1-pointers, 52 pointers, and 33 3-pointers. Looks like I am getting my steps in today. I think to myself as I push 80% of 1 for all through my body and tear through the city. I switch between my ranged and melee weapons, picking off all the robots in my path, as well as ensuring I keep the collateral damage to a minimum. Some of the robots, I think, were redirected to go around me and try to get to the students, but soon as they went into or near the fog I merely move one of my weapons through the fog that spawned near me, ending their mechanical lives. By the time I pierce the last 3-pointer's head, it seems I am halfway through the time limit. Breathing a bit heavy, I make my way back to the entrance and get the right distance away from 2 skyscrapers. Summoning a small table and chair, I set out a small tea set with steaming tea in one of the cups. I look to one of the cameras, giving it a smile as I bring a chessboard to be before me on the table, as well as setting the holy moonlight sword across my lap. Deciding to take the first move, I move my white pawn to e4, then taking a sip of tea. I look around until I see one of the big screens light up, showing e5 in simple black characters on a white screen, to which I smile and move the piece. This goes on for a time: knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop to c4, bishop to c5, pawn to b4, bishop takes pawn b4, pawn to c3, bishop backs off to a5, pawn to d4, pawn takes pawn d4, I castle my king and rook, pawn to d3, queen to b3, queen to f6, pawn to e5, queen retreats to g6, rook to e1, knight to e7, bishop to a3, pawn to b5, queen takes pawn b5, rook to b8, queen retreats to a4, bishop retreats to b6, knight to d2, bishop to b7, knight to e4, queen to f5, bishop takes pawn d3, queen retreats to h5, knight to f6. Check, I say aloud only for the city to start to rumble as I see a robot tower over some buildings from a large cloud of dust and debris in the distance. Now that's an amygdala-sized threat, I say with some amusement as I turn back to the game, as it seems the thing is slow in its approach. Pawn takes knight f6, pawn takes pawn f6, rook to g8, rook to d1, queen takes knight f3, rook takes knight e7, check again. I say and look at the camera in slight amusement. I then look and the robot is getting close to the 2 skyscrapers I had lined up on the street I set up my table on. So I stood, walked away slightly, and held the sword aloft as I decided to test out my charge-up ability with the quirk with the Moonlight's Wave attack. As I am focusing with the electrical energy crackling from my hands, pulling into the sword as its pale glow grows brighter and brighter, I count down in my head as the giant robot gets into position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. I bring the sword down with a yell of victory as a pale green arc of light slices through the mechanical beast top to bottom, traveling through it entirely, then back into the awaiting fog. Only to be redirected to above the robot through the fog and be sliced through a second time, bursting when it reaches the center of the behemoth's torso, making it split clean in half, making the 2 halves fall to the sides and rest against the nearby skyscrapers, causing minimal damage to the surrounding buildings and streets. I smile, making my way back to my table and game, letting the little ones carry off the sword, then pulling a large box of sweet crackers from the inside of my jacket. As I call for all the little ones that had helped me, thanking them and giving them a cracker, as well as giving head pats and fist bumps, I finish up my game against whom I am sure is Nezu. Knight takes rook e7, queen takes pawn d7, king takes queen d7, bishop to f5, check again. Nezu, what are you doing, I wonder? I say coyly as I go to move his next piece. King retreats to e8, bishop to d7, check again, king retreats to f8, bishop captures knight e7. Checkmate. I say aloud as the buzzer for the end of the exam sounds off shortly after. This was fun, we should do this again if I get in, sir. I say as I wave my hand with the table and other things I summoned disappeared into the fog, as well as the dome of fog around the entire test site dissipating. I turn and see a little chibi stoat on the same screen as before, laughing while clapping with the words, "Bravo, well done," alternating above it. As I walk back to the bus I see all the other examinees panting and out of breath just outside the gate. When they saw me they glared at me with utter disdain and fury, to which I responded by giving them all a smile and announcing loudly, Fear not, citizens of Test Site B, all the mechanical beasts have been slain and you may return to your peaceful lives. Remember to give your thanks to the one with blue hair and mufflers coming out of his calves for coming to me and worry for all of your safety. I finish as I point my arm directly at the pompous boy's shocked face, as his glasses slip from his face and shatter upon the ground. When we arrive back to the main campus, we are greeted by a lot of heroes and the live version of the stoat that was on the screen. He steps forward and says loud enough for the others to hear, "Due to the majority of you from Test Site B who were unable to take the test, we the staff decided to give you a second chance tomorrow. I ask you all to keep your cards and return the same time tomorrow, so we can reset a different battle center for you." At this announcement I hear the students give relieved sighs as well as some cheering from behind me. However, we the staff will be able to focus on you more thoroughly, so you will be graded more harshly than you normally would. Best of luck, hero hopefuls. Nezu cheers and then makes a beeline straight to me, to which he is stopped as a gray something wraps around him, dragging him back to a very tired man. I hear the students cringe about the more harsh grading, but they are still grateful for the second chance. I must say that game was truly a work of art. Nezu cheers from the shoulder of the man. I thought you would have castled a few times there, but you never took it, sir. I respond as I walk up to the pair, while the other teachers look at me wary that I beat their eldritch demon god of a boss. I was tempted to a few times, but you really surprised me by using your queen as bait to trap me. He bounces on the man's shoulder in giddy excitement. Well, thank you, sir. If I make it in, I will have to be sure to find time to play another match with you again. I say, bowing to him, intending to make my way to the lockers to change and head home, only to be stopped when I hear him scoff. Oh, like you don't already know you are getting in from getting the absolute best score possible with this test. Nezu announces to the group of shocked students as they look to me in awe and fear, to which sets off his maniacal laughter, scaring 5 crows nearby to take flight. Well then, see you when I next see you, sir. I bow to him once more and then turn to the examinees. Also, I hope to see some of you first day of class. I give an easy smile as I make my way to the lockers, changing back into normal clothes, then home to give the doll and mother the good news. Waiting to get the official letter was easy enough. I made sure to tell the doll about the rest of the day. She didn't approve of me doing that to the other testers, but she understood that some people need hard lessons taught to them, or else they make terrible mistakes later in life. Toga was excited for me and wanted me to show off the stuff I used in the test at the beach, staring in awe at the holy moonlight sword. She also told me she got in touch with the detective as well as starting counseling for her past abuses. I congratulated her and wished her the best with the detective, for I know from personal experience that he is thorough and relentless in getting the truth. When I told mother about passing, she was confused until I told her in detail all that I had done in the time limit. Safe to say, she fainted. Luckily, I expected this and used the fog to make her fall back into her bed, instead of the hardwood floor. When I got the misshapen letter from UA, I opened it in my room to not overwhelm my mother again, for she seems to be having difficulty sleeping in recent nights. I hope it's nothing serious, seems to only be nightmares, but I don't want to ask after a mishap of asking if she was alright before, and getting in detail answers as well as feeling the sensations of MNSTRL cramps along with sore BRSTS. As I sit down, carefully opening the letter to preserve the wax seal best I can, so I can add it to my library's collection in the dream, I feel a level of satisfaction and shaking in barely restrained excitement. After it is open, I take out the small metal disc that has a "this side down" on one side and a strange light bulb on the other. Setting it down properly makes the bulb come to life, showing a holographic screen with Nezu on it giving a happy smile. Congratulations, young Izuku Midoria, you aced my school's hero exam so much you now hold the undisputed title Grand Hero Hopeful of the Century. Nezu chimes, excitedly laughing. Great ones of the past, please let that be a joke, I whine as I bury my face in my hands. Only to look up when I hear his laughter get louder and watch as Nezu dodges a few things thrown his way. I only joke about the title, Mr. Midoriya. You did ace the written exam as well as achieve all possible combat points possible. However, there is another aspect to the testing we left out of the pamphlets to see people's worth without prompting them. We have rescue points to measure the potential of examinees, to see if they would stop to save those in need of it, or to assist those in situations where they are able to help. While I won't bore you with how lengthy and heated the debate got in reference to your points, you achieved full marks of rescue points as well. Nezu announces while doing a little cheer, bringing your total points of the written and practical test up to 500, maxing out your score. I truly can't wait to see you in the coming weeks, young man, but I have a little surprise for you as well. Normally this would be classified information, but I figured it can be a reward for being one of the few people to best me at chess. Nezu says as he presses a button on a remote, as another screen pops up next to the stoat in the screen. It's the security footage from the judging room. he exclaims and laughs maniacally. Pressing another button making himself mute and the other screen take over and start playing. Quite the selection of hero candidates this year. A woman's voice purrs, I can't wait to see how they rise to the challenge before them. I see a shadow, in front of several screens in a dark room, moving side to side as she seems to be hugging herself in excitement. On the screens I see the battle center's entrances before they start. It's only logical to wait till the end before casting any judgment on them, not before and especially not on how they look. So focus Midnight. A rough voice growls from near the floor. Oh, don't be such a sourpuss, Eraser. Midnight I believe pouts down at the man. I see my battle center and that blue hair just confronted me, so it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out from their view. Oh. Looks like we have a PP fight starting at the entrance of Battle Center B, Midnight excitedly comments on bouncing in glee. I see the judge's head swivel to the screen showing me chewing him out, followed by a click as the speakers start to play as I jump on the bus. I can hear my little speech to the examinees and cringe slightly at how pretentious I sounded as well as how Gehrman would break my knees for showboating. A bold claim, I wonder how he plans on achieving those promises. A blocky person commentates in a deep voice, looking to his fellow judges. We will have to wait and see, let's start the exercise before they get any more restless. I hear Nezu chime as another button beep sounds out in the room, and the gate starts to open on screen. I see a few of them flinch as I launch over the testers and land in front of the gate, tensed and ready. After present mic's start signal that is echoed in the speakers do they see me rush forward in a burst of mist, turning back to the hero hopefuls. When they see me clap and the fog overtake the entrance, and then the whole battle arena in a dome do they start their deliberation. Watching the other students try and charge through, only to come right back where they started from in confusion. Some argue that it shouldn't be allowed, others voicing their approval, only to all be silenced by Eraser pointing out that I am on a rapid pace through the battle center. They rewound the footage to see what I had done after covering the mock city and seeing me deploy the messengers, but only able to see fog rush through the battle center and have small pools stay near bots after they are found by the helpful little ones. Seems he is able to scout the area and keep track of targets with that fog of his, it also apparently is able to keep others from entering dangerous areas. One with a modulated voice and a bald-looking head observes. Can't say I dislike his approach, I hear Midnight lick her lips, looks like I have a fan? Maybe she is like Ariana. I think as they see me pull my threaded cane from the mist after the messengers set up observing the targets, and then watch as I transform it into a whip grabbing a one-pointer with it and then flinging the metallic puppet into another that was coming around the corner. Oh my. Looks like I have competition with the whip, looks like I am gonna have someone to teach this year. I can hear the palpable hunger in her voice that gives me a terrible shiver, as the memories of what Ariana had put me through in her boredom after I saved her wash over me for a moment. Behave yourself, Midnight. I hear Eraser hiss and toss something at her, to which she dodges with a giggle and a toss of her hair. Are you seeing this, kid? I hear a male voice that seems to have some sort of clunky head shape, say as he is pointing to the screens I am dashing through and decimating robots, turning my cane between forms to save on speed as well as shooting others in alleys I pass with only a glance to aim. He's a darn good shot. I hear another drawl in a heavy American accent, I wonder what his quirk is that lets him be so fast and accurate, not to mention letting him draw those weapons from. It says here that Izuku Midoria has a quirk called the Hunter's Dream. A dimension locked in fog that allows him to traverse distance as well as store things. It seems that not a lot is known about it as he only got the quirk a year ago. Nezu says as they all gasp in surprise, to which he supplied with, after he jumped off his school building's roof in suicide from being abused and mistreated for being quirkless for his entire life. To which gets mixed reactions of shock, surprise, anguish, and anger. Have no fear, it seems all those involved in said abusive behavior has been brought to justice and punished accordingly. Nezu chimes in, scowling at his screen that is illuminating him in the dark room. As they see me clean up the rest of the robots in record time, them praising me at my skill and talent of doing so in a timely manner with how short I've had my quirk for. Only to then be confused when they see me set up my table and set a massive sword across my lap. When they all saw me wave my hand with a chessboard appearing on the table, with me giving a smile at the camera, I then move a piece and look around at the screens nearby. Which gets dark giggling from Nezu, and I see all the other teachers shift away a little from his seat in the middle. As he and I go back and forth with our exchange of pieces, until they hear from the speakers I say, check, which garners gasps from the whole group. Someone finally pipes up and says that they should release the area traps. After a large button is pushed do I see across other test sites the same mechs rise up over the buildings, yet the one in mine is still unseen from outside the fog. They hear my next line in confusion and are curious why I haven't gone after the large monstrosity of metal. They watch as I keep playing against their boss, all the while still calm and collected as the mechanical titan lumbers nearer and nearer. It's when I say, check again, that I then get up, which causes them to flinch and some to even move away when Nezu starts to cackle while sipping his own tea. When they look back to the screen, they stare in odd curiosity as the sword starts to glow and crackle with energy. Only to flinch back at my yell, as the arc of energy going though the building sized bot once, and then again when it came back down from above, finally bursting when it reaches halfway through the Colossus. When they see it start to fall and then be stopped by the two buildings, they erupt into chaos as they try to figure out if I had planned that all along. When they look back to the screen, they see me with a big box of crackers, giving the little ones single crackers and petting the mist over and over, as well as keeping up with the chess game. The teachers watch as the chess game gets increasingly more intense, to which they get up and slowly back away from their boss, who by this point is going through teapots in his excitement. Until they hear through the speakers something no one thought possible, especially from a student out of middle school no less. Checkmate rings through the room, followed by a shattering of a tea set. The silence that followed is only broken by present Mike announcing the end of the test to the battle centers. The silence after that is only broken when one man speaks up, teaching that one is going to be difficult. A tired voice from the floor says as a lump on the floor seems to be rolling over. Well, it is a good thing you just volunteered to be his teacher then, Eraserhead. Nezu chimes while laughing maniacally, shattered tea set around him all but forgotten. As they debate, they watch me dispel the fog along with addressing the examinees again, and place the blame of their misfortune on blue hair once more. When we get on the bus, Nezu makes a break for the exit, followed belatedly by the teachers, all with faces set in shock as they pass the camera on their way to wait for our bus. To which this ends the recording and Nezu pipes up with, once again, congratulations young man. I can't wait for you to start your first year here as well as our next game. To which the video closes and I feel deeply honored and happy that I am being recognized for my skill and abilities. I am a little unhappy about my suicide being public knowledge to them without my permission beforehand, but I guess that is acceptable with their background checks. After telling my mother, I then take the disc to the dream to show the doll. After explaining how the disc works, as well as what and who people are. She is excited as she watches how everything transpires, but scolds me again for what I did at the start, and then smacking me for when I place the blame upon blue hair. She does give her congratulations and then pecks my cheek, which then turns me into a stuttering, blushing mess. When I recover, I feel bad because she is trapped here and the only ones she has left are myself and the little ones. She sees my mood sour, so she takes me in her arms, giving me comfort and shows appreciation for my concern for her. After the few weeks that pass and school starts up, I head in early and get to class before anyone else, so I decide to rest at my desk lightly dozing. Doing a quick run through Yarnum, visiting graves of those I lost as well as those I saved. I get well-wishers from the majority of the survivors and a teasing kiss from Ariana and Adela on my way back as the messenger I left to watch is calling me back. Ariana is a terrible influence on her wife, I think, with amusement and slight embarrassment as I come back to focus seeing blue hair once more. I give a long sigh and ask, can I help you with something? You are the one who made myself and 3 others here almost fail to get into this school. He exclaims while chopping his arm at me with 3 others glaring at me. You still have yet to learn the lesson I gave you at that exam, it seems. I suggest you back off before you make an enemy of the last hunter of the moon. I glare as I get up and into his face, making him take a few steps back in fear. I hear a familiar growl from beside me and I level a glare at my old tormentor. And you, I suggest you hold tight to those sessions of yours. Because the teachers know your misdeeds as well as my background, so it's best you behave. That gets a glare from him, as well as him clenching his fists so tight I hear the knuckles straining with the pressure. Looking around, it seems I have garnered some attention in the class, so it's best to get this out of the way now. Striding to the front of the class, I announce, what blue hair says is true. Which gets an indignant hey from him, to which I answer with an eraser to his forehead, which sends him stumbling backwards. I did that to teach the self-important prick a lesson in humility, but it seems he is very dense. I say this to you all now, I will not tolerate self-important morons. I have seen what power has done to our society, how it has corrupted people to turn against those who are without power, or power that is viewed as evil. There is no such thing as evil power, only evil intent. I want us all to show not only the public, but to the villains, we are coming, and we are bringing hope for a brighter future with our coming dawn as heroes. I see my little speech give some inspiration, others fear, and quite a few anger and hatred. Know this, I will do everything I can to ensure your fullest potential is achieved, and that those of you who have slipped through the cracks, I will weed you out and replace you with one who is deserving. If you do something against a fellow student, I look pointedly at Bakugo with a glare. I will not hesitate to put you in your place and ensure the school dishes out an appropriate punishment to suit your crime. I end my little speech and go back to my seat, as a messenger I left in the hall warns of a coming caterpillar. The class, understandably, erupts into chaos, yelling at my declaration and threats. Until the door is slammed open by a tired-looking man in a yellow sleeping bag as he levels a glare at everyone who is causing a ruckus. If you are here to be nothing but a disturbance and not take this seriously, you can pack your bags, he says in a dead and even tone, waiting for everyone to settle down. To which, when silence is back, a click is heard and he pulls out a stopwatch. It took all of you 37 seconds to quiet down. People would be dead with that amount of time wasted. Time is precious, rational students would understand that, he growls out, getting the majority of the class to gulp as he makes his way to the front of the room. Hello, I am Shota Aizawa, your teacher. He then takes out gym uniforms I've seen other students wear in previous sports festivals. Put these on and head outside, he drones as he tosses a bunch of uniforms on the front desk, wandering off with his sleeping bag under an arm. I grab one and quickly make my way to the changing room, only hearing students to start moving once I round a corner. Dropping the uniform into the fog and then walking through a door of fog I summoned, coming out the other side wearing the uniform already. When I make it to the field to a slightly surprised Aizawa, we then wait for the others to arrive in silence. Until he breaks it by saying, "It's barely the first day and you are already being a problem child." They need the truth, and I only use dishonesty against those who deserve it. I look around and see the testing field. Sir, if you are going to be testing us on our capabilities using our powers, you should make me go last so they aren't devastated by the impossible goal I will set. I suggest calmly. Are you telling me how to run my class, problem child? Also, it's Sensei or Mr. Aizawa, got it. He tells me with a glare, to which I match with my own. I believe a logical person would see the wisdom of a suggestion from the person who beat your boss, one of the smartest people around, in a chess match, sir. I will address you as you like when you earn my respect. It's a two-way street and you are already on the back step with your superiority and attitude, much like my previous teachers. I say pointedly to him, which gets a flinch from him. From then on we wait for the students to arrive over the course of the next few minutes. When they all arrive, Aizawa sighs and announces to everyone that we will be doing a quirk assessment test. This earns him some confused bewilderment. The girl from the entrance that saved me voices her concern about missing orientation as I look off to the side, and see some blonde hair hastily hide around a corner. Keeping my amusement to myself, I tune back into what the teacher is saying when he threatens to expel whoever doesn't show potential. He pulls out a ball, then glares at me for a few moments, but ultimately goes with my advice and has Bakugo throw the ball with his quirk. As he is walking up to the circle with the ball in hand, I walk around the crowd and stand beside a girl with purple hair. After taping her shoulder, I say, "Excuse me, but if those ear jacks give you enhanced hearing, I suggest you protect your ears for his throw." I then turn to a guy with gray hair and a face mask, "As well as you, sir, with your extra ears." They look at me confused but do as I say, the girl taking out special ear muffs and the guy turning his ears to hands, eyes, or mouths. When Bakugo launches the ball away with a mighty explosion that rocks most to take a step back. However, one doesn't seem able to brace herself quick enough, so I have to catch a girl with short, wavy chartreuse hair from falling over. She stutters out a thanks and I return her gratitude with a smile, as we make our way through the test, starting with the 50-meter dash. I ask for my journal from the little ones, marking down my observations in there about my fellow students' quirks and how creatively they use them, or suggestions to better their quirks or gear to amplify their abilities. After everyone else went in the run, I and Bakugo lined up to run, him growling nonsense about beating me. When the gun goes off, I use the 83% of one for all I can, with quickening to get to the end in an instant. The little robot cheerily sounding out, 0.01 seconds. To which garners utter bafflement from nearly everyone, save a few who are either an angry Pomeranian or studying me like Aizawa. Most of the other tests go much the same, me watching everyone go first with me being last to test. I broke the grip. Strength measurement tool without needing the boost from One for All, I launched 50 meters farther than the frog girl in the long jump, who seems to be avoiding me. Maybe her prey instincts are causing her to fear the predator aspect of my gift. I dance between the lines, outpacing the small boy with purple ball for hair with a creative mix of quickening and One for All. When we get to the ball throw, the girl from the entrance who helped me is up, and when she throws the ball she gets a score of infinity. To which I take as a challenge, as well as an opportunity to try something I have always wanted to, but didn't really have a valid enough reason to try. I hear them whisper behind me, saying how impossible it would be to beat infinity. As I wind up my throw and just at the apex of my arm being high, I feel One for All cut off. So I keep the ball in hand and turn to the teacher. "You're holding back," he accuses me as the students whisper amongst themselves, stunned. There are aspects of my quirk that aren't suited for things. I broke your measure device of the grip strength without having to channel actual energy into it, remember? I shoot back, however if you want me to go all out, I am sorry to say but Nezu will have to approve that. As me not holding back comes at a terrible price to those who see it. Don't worry sir, I punctuate as I hold up a hand when he goes to make what is no doubt a threat to me. I will go to just before that, but until I talk with your boss about this. I must hold back to just before it. Now if you would be so kind erase your hero, erase your head, return my quirk before I replace one of your eyes with this ball. I level my threat while tossing the ball up and down in my hand. When he looks about to yell at me, his phone buzzes and he looks at it with a deep scowl. TCH fine, but the principal wants to have a talk with you at the end of the day, problem child. Aizawa growls out and I feel one for all flow back through me as well as the worried voices of the past vestiges. I ready myself again, but then remember to check that those with sensitive hearing will be protected. Winding up the throw I focus as much of one for all my body can handle as well as where I want the gate to open up to, and throw with all my might, shredding my sleeve up to my shoulder, as several shockwaves knock everyone over then back as the ball disappears in a window of fog. I look to Mr. Aizawa as he looks to see where the ball is, only to get a beep from his phone to which he shows the rest of us. Which has everyone exclaiming in shock, infinity plus. After 10 minutes of them yelling questions, to being yelled at, do they finally calm down, and then the teacher says, can you explain to us what you did Midoria? Certainly, so the fog you all see leads to the dream for me, it can reduce distance to help me move great distance. I use that along with focusing the energy within me to launch the ball hard enough to clear our atmosphere. Used alongside my gate to open a window to the surface of the moon away from Earth, I sent the ball traveling far faster than the girl who takes gravity from an object. I calmly and evenly explain, earning me looks of astonishment and awe. All except from Bakugo who charges me, foreseeing this outcome, but much later than expected I shine the sun's light off a coin I pulled from the mist quickly into Mr. Aizawa's eyes. This causing him to blink and miss his throw with his scarf as some of the messengers pop up and hold his feet to the ground as well as his arms locked into his scarf at my behest. DMNUFING Deku? You'll tell me how you did that right now or you are dead. Bakugo roars as I rush into him picking him up with one hand and lifting him easily. As he struggles I level him with a glare and let my bloodlust out a little. Do you not remember what I said this morning? I question as I tighten my grip, my voice getting deeper gaining a reverb to it as well. If you don't behave everyone will be made aware of your past sins against me. I say to his widening eyes, the fear pouring off him like a delicious wine. Why are you so mad? You are the one who told me to jump off that roof, remember? This getting a gasp from the crowd, ever since we were small, for 10 years you beat me, and burned me with your quirk. I yell into his fear-stricken features, I will not be a punching bag anymore, and I sure as F, don't owe you any answers. I say throwing him back and away, the next time you decide to be a beast, I will show you what us hunters do to beasts. I level my threat then stalk away from the others to cool my heated blood, lest I snap and take his head without proper cause. Threatening students as well as attacking them is not allowed here at UA, don't do that again, either of you or you are expelled. Aizawa says after getting over his own shock as well as being released by the little ones. I wave back and Bakugo grunts and goes off to pout as well as lick his wounded pride. When we had to do sit-ups I had to lock my legs into something special to hold the force I was using getting 500 out before the time was up. For the seated toe touch I practically folded myself in half beating out the excitable pink girl and the one I saved from before. Finally for the long distance run I kept pace with blue hair until he ran out of steam and I just kept going alongside a girl on a solar-powered bike. We kept going until the teacher just decided to tie us so he could get the judgments done for the day. As we all gather and await the scores to be shown I can feel the others shift around me as if something is eating at them, as well I see Bakugo being left alone as an outcast. When the scores are shown and the short boy with ball for hair is last, followed by his wailing, I look and see myself in first. This shows all of your standing, use this to motivate you to better yourselves. Also a couple of things, that thing about expelling last place was a logical ruse to make you push yourselves past your limits. He smirks as the small guy cries out a cheer, as well first place here also earned the highest scores possible on not only the written test, but the practical as well. At this everyone stares at me, I can feel the stares as Teach just threw me under the freight train. However two can play at that game as I give a glare to him and throw back. Says the teacher who expelled all his students in the first few weeks last year. Logical ruse, my butt. You are just afraid to praise us for the potential you see. I am going to see Nezu now, I say. And before anyone can comment on what I said I walk through mist back in the school uniform once again. As I pass by All Might I see him ready to talk I cut him off, not now All Might, I am in no mood for pleasantries or dealing with any of them. I point behind the corner aggressively. I just want to get this next bit over with before I go home, so I am able to fully cool down from being prodded at by a teacher and classmates again. I bite out as I march off to Nezu's office. When I arrive, the door opens automatically and I sit when prompted to, as well as accept the cup of tea offered. After a few moments, Nezu starts in. So there are aspects of your quirk you want me to decide if and when you show to others? He asks, calmly sipping from his cup. Yes, but we are going to need more space for me to show you, as frustrated as I am about today. I don't want to damage your office for no reason. I say after collecting myself enough from all the problems from the class to the end of the test. As we walk, he tries to reassure me that Mr. Aizawa has my best interests, just that his teaching methods are rough is all. When we arrive at a large open gym, do I walk through the mist again to don my hunter gear and take in a familiar breath of my outfit scent, relaxing from the stress of the day. I hope you are ready, principal. There is no turning back after you see this, I say, looking at the stoat sadly. I am, thank you for your concern, young man. Nezu accepts, to which I give a dry chuckle. No, you are not ready. No one ever is, I say as I embrace the tug on my reborn form, shedding the human husk I use to protect others from the truth. As I grow and tower even further over the small creature that is staring at me in abject terror, as the insight is forced into his mind. As I lean in close to the brilliant mind crumble, implode, and be rebuilt, I give a rumbling "ta-da" that shakes some of the I-beams from the ceiling, bringing up a dust cloud that obscures everything when they come crashing down to the floor. Shortly after, I walk out of the cloud in my human form again and kneel in front of the creature that now knows the truth. Tell me again, sir, were you ready? After taking the principal to his office, still locked in a state of shock as he pieces himself together after being rent apart by the revelation of truth and insight, I head home. I have to send a text to Mother, as I was running late, and she gets worried after all that had happened on my last day as a human. When I get home, I tell her about my day, what had happened, how I confronted Bakugo, and how I handled the teacher who tried to test my patience. She was happy for me for the most part, a little disappointed in how I had treated the others, and mumbled darkly to herself about dealing out her own punishment to her friend's brat. When we finished dinner, I insisted on doing the washing up, letting her go and have a soak in the tub to unwind in her own way. While I was mindlessly washing the dishes, I thought about how I am going to tackle hero school moving forward. I can't keep treating them as a hunter treats strangers. They are supposed to be my allies. Maybe that is why I am so hard on them. I see such great potential, but it is squandered due to their immaturity and youth. They aren't hunters, just children. Blissfully unaware of true horrors that regular humans can be capable of. I dry my hands as I set the last of the dishes into the dishwasher and set it to start in a few hours, so I still have hot water to shower myself. After winding down some more and tidying some things around the house, I shower and head off to bed. When I arrive to the dream, I excitedly share my day with the doll as she does her gardening and tending to the gravestones. I've tried offering to help her with those, but she always swats my hands away and shoos me off, always telling me it is her job to do those things. Much like Mother, she disapproves of some of the things I did, and shares the same sentiments I had that they aren't hunters. However, she does advise caution moving forward in giving insight, as it has driven even those of great wills to terrible ends. I nod my head sadly, thinking of Provost Willem and his final days, desperately reaching for something he could never achieve. After going about the dream, amazing the little ones by going to Canehurst and letting a slinky down the long stairs. I chuckle with some amusement as they take to it in droves, cheering as it reaches the bottom again, only for them to bring it to the top to go down once more. When I make my way before the Queen and give her a proper bow, to which she spent a good amount of time drilling into my head, do I give her my weekly summary of events. After everything that happened with Alfred and bringing her back via the altar where Ebrietas resided, I was able to free her from the helmet bound to her head. It took many months going over all the journals of those fanatical executioners, many of the large brutes being difficult to pilfer their journals before they swung their massive cleavers far too fast for their sizes. Unfortunately, she was further cursed by those paranoid dogs of the church, to where she could hardly move or speak unless she is within reach of her throne itself. Beyond that, she has limited movement to where a snail would almost beat her in a race. If she were to take even a step outside the throne room itself, she is unable to move at all, much like a puppet with its strings snipped. Fortunately, some of the Silver Ladies and Canehurst servants still respond to her summons as well as are somewhat non-aggressive while in her presence. She nods her approval and praises me for honoring her and her house in the waking world, sounding almost happy to get something good in such a dreary situation. After hearing her praises and doing her queenly routine, bidding me forward to ruffle my hair, then bidding me to be gone, do I head back to Yarnum and make my way down to the hunter workshop there. After One for All had situated within me, it seems the vestiges can come here and often help the survivors I had brought back here. I had blocked off the entrance so nothing could get in, even going so far as to break the platform the door was at. It was a challenge to get them water, as well as seeds and uninfected animals, but it was all worth it in the end as they now thrive. Though some days I get messages about complaints about some of the vestiges getting on their nerves about changing their way of life a more modern type. To which I assert a few rules against the vestiges that they can't interfere with the peaceful life within the sanctuary, they were here first and are to be left to however they wish to live. I always get grumbling, on both sides, but it's all worth it when I appear there again and I see them laughing, having fun, thriving, living. When I tell them of my exploits in the waking world it is always reacted to in extremes of every type. The teasing from Ariana, the scolding of Nana as well as some of the vestiges giving their own critiques, the laughter from Banjo, and finally the peaceful mediator Shigaraki. He always tries to help out my case or to more gently guide me toward a path he thinks would be better suited, to which I am grateful for, from all of them. They help ground me, keep me more human when the desire to go back to the hunt starts to take hold. After I left the dream I wandered around the city, staying well out of sight with my hunter gear and messengers keeping watch. When I stumbled upon something I never thought I would see, a nearly naked PRGNNT young woman. She looks no older than me, maybe a few years. I see her holding something glinting in the light and recognize that it is a needle shortly after. Stepping through the fog and next to her I grab the needle before it pierces her arm. Understandably she freaks out and thrashes around trying to get out of my grip or to get away. What is her name? Why is she like this? How can I help her? As the answers to me questions flow through me I am sickened and shocked at what the insight has told me. I also have to restrain myself from clenching my fists in anger, lest I break the arm I am holding. So I gently try to calm her down. Miss Yoshida, please calm down, I am only here to help. She flinches when I say her name, which is understandable, but I am trying to repress the rage that flows through me at what all this poor young girl has gone through. How do you know my name? She shakenly asks, calming down enough for me to get the needle out of her hand and letting her get more comfortable against the alley wall next to an old crate, as I set her down letting her arm go. Part of my gift lets me know things about others. I gently evade too detailed of an answer lest I expose myself too much. Can you tell me what has driven you to this point? I try to get her to spill the no doubt torrent of pain she has been holding on to for so long. What's it matter to you? She spits at me. You will be just like everyone else, just using my body and casting me aside because I am quirkless. She shrieks and the echo of her declaration bounces off the walls into the empty night air. She rips open her barely covered BRSTs, that are covered in scars and fresh wounds. Here, have your fun. Then leave me to mine. As she reaches for the needle in my hand, I set my hand atop hers. When she tries to glare into my eyes, she flinches back at the sorrow and care I am emanating at how far this poor girl has fallen. I am not here for your body, I am here to help you. Whether you accept that help or not is going to be your choice, I promise you that. I assure her, and then hold up the needle. If you want me to leave you here with this needle I will. I set it down on a nearby crate, then walk around her and closer to the alley entrance. However, I turn and offer my outstretched hand. If you want help, if you want this nightmare you seem trapped in to end, then stand up and come this way. I will help you and no one will ever harm you again. I vow as the blood within me sings out to help her and avenge her. I watch as she struggles. She looks between me and the needle, alternating between the two at an increasingly frantic pace. I watch as she starts to sob and reach slowly to the needle, only to stop right before grabbing it. She trembles so hard I fear she may be having a seizure, but am then pleasantly surprised as she pushes the crate away, the needle falling with a muted clink as it rolls away slowly. As she struggles to her feet, making her way over to me, still sobbing and now probably shaking from withdrawal, she again stops just before reaching me. She looks down the dirty and garbage-strewn alley with the needle sitting in the center shining in the pale moonlight. I hear her gulp, but she looks back to me, covering herself up and grabbing hold of my hand with a wobbly broken smile. I bring her in gently for a hug and whisper in her ear, I am so proud of you, Saki. This earning me even more tears as this poor girl, who was mistreated, abused, molested, drugged, treated less than a human, and recently beaten down further due to her quirkless nature, truly lets out all her pain. I stand there for hours holding her and petting her back or head, giving what comfort I can as she lets it all out. Until finally she calms down enough to ask in a broken whisper, how are you going to help me? She looks up to me with such hope and desperation in her eyes. I give a gentle smile and remove a glove, earning me a confused look to which I chuckle at. When I slice along my ring finger, she gasps in shock and reaches forward to try and help. I simply smile at her and offer my hand once more, now dripping with my darkened blood. Drink deep, young child, and you shall be given a gift your own, as well as helping purge your body of those ill effects the drags have had on you. This will also in turn gift your quirkless daughter as well, also fixing the slight defects she has due to your drag use and lifestyle. I see her look down sadly at her swollen belly, cradling it with her arms. I do not blame you for any of that, she looks up, shock in her eyes. You were dragged into that lifestyle by beasts masquerading as men. You were forced by those you were studying beside to do favors for their silence at catching you being forced to do other things to get money. I say, my anger seeping more and more into my voice as I list all the things done to this poor young woman. Your own father, to whom you should never fear, turned into such a monster to sink his claws into you, where nowhere was safe for you from his lying. Your mother should have taken your side and put him away instead of believing his lies. Following all that, a group of self-entitled wastes of life that flaunted their superiority over you by beating you to near death, risking your child's health as well. None of what has happened to you is your fault, Saki Yoshida, you were just a girl fresh out of middle school. As I had went on, listing her descent further and further into despair, she had flinched and shed fresh tears. As the memories came back. However, with this gift I freely give you. You can retake your life, start anew, and if you so desire, get back at those that hurt you. I say with finality, raising my hand higher and still out to her, some of the drops of blood dropping, fading before they hit the ground. She wraps her arms around her chest, looking down and away in deep thought. I let her have all the time she wants. Finally she turns to me and has a small spark back in her previously dead eyes. I will accept your gift, but I want nothing from the past. I just want to protect my daughter and give her the life I wish I had been able to live. She sorrowfully says as she takes my hand and brings it up to drink the blood that has started to pool in excess from the small arterial cut. Then you shall have your wish, Saki, drink deep, and sleep even deeper. When you wake next, everything will get better. I vow to her as she starts to drink and drink some more, until she slumps down into me, passed out. I easily carry her to the mouth of the alley and have a female messenger grab her cell phone in her pocket for me. I call Detective Tsukachi from her phone and set it on her lap, as I know the good detective will hunt the call down and get her to a hospital. Leaving her, I set off to fulfill her unknown request of the final hunter of Flora. It's time for another hunt. The next morning the news reports on a multitude of violent crimes that had taken place over the course of last night. A group of young adults that were out celebrating had been beaten black and blue, along with being robbed of everything on them, their clothes turned to rags that barely kept them decent. A man found by his wife smashed so thoroughly they could barely identify him, the news unable to show anything of the scene except for shaky words written in the man's own blood. Daughter RPST is over his mutilated form that is blurred by the news coverage, the beast's smashed hand embedded at the bottom of the final T. Finally, there was a club that was under investigation for drag trafficking that was apparently hit by something last night. Only a few were hurt by being pushed away, all commenting on the unstoppable person that moved around the club. Only 2 were reported to be killed as they were forcefully given overdoses of the supposed drags that were in the club, one being a bartender at the club and the other his friend, an apparent drag pusher. Later the news would report on other gruesome reports of a high-end businessman found in a hotel by the cleaning staff. Further reports are being held for the sake of the family. Along with third-year high school boys, all with broken pelvis bones from a villain holding them down and spreading their legs by some invisible force, using their ball with a sledgehammer to try golfing with their prone forms. As I make my way to school, listening to the news playing in my headphone, I feel a level of satisfaction of being able to hunt down the beasts that walk among the waking world. However, I should temper that feeling and not get lost in it, like I had during many of my other hunts within the dream. I hope Saki saw the news. You're free now, my newest children. I also hope she likes I got her money and things from those thugs and her old room her father had moved into. When I arrive to class, only the 2 recommended students are there. I try for a more friendly approach with the male of the 2, only to be glared at, then pointedly ignored. When I try my luck with the other one, I get a prim and proper response along with well wishes for the morning from the polite young woman. Taking what I can, I make it over to my seat and decide a little nap is in order before another day begins to test my patience. When I am brought back to the waking world from the dream, and the dolls hug farewell, I come face to face with Blue Hair once more. I believe I owe you an apology for my behavior these past few weeks. I am sorry. He bows at a perfect 90 degrees, which is impressive, but that seems to be as far as he can go from the flexibility test yesterday. Sighing through my nose, I decide to try being nice as I do a mental count with my eyes closed. It's alright, I went too far before as well. I apologize for that. I give him a nod and an easy smile, holding out my hand. I am Izuku Midoria, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yes. He JRKs up and waves his arms around robotically. I am Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. This guy has no in-between, it seems, either full throttle or nothing at all. I see the girl who got infinity yesterday walk up to us shyly and give us both a polite, if stiff, bow. Hi, I'm Uraraka Achiko. She raises from her bow with a bit more of a smile as she seems to gather her courage with each word. It was super impressive how you smashed all those tests yesterday, Deku. She cheers and I have to physically restrain myself from biting her head off. While I appreciate the enthusiasm and vote of confidence, Uraraka, that isn't my name. It's an insult from when I was a child. I see her flinch at my strained tone and blush at my use of her first name, then to look down in shame. I'm sorry, I thought it was a cute nickname, like Dekairu. She tries to defend herself. I appreciate the sentiment, but please, Izuku is fine. From both of you, I say as I look to Tenya as well. Which seems to upset the rule follower as he sputters and JRKs his arms around. However, I feel a familiar presence getting closer, so I shoo them back to their seats. They sit down as the door opens to show our sourpuss of a homeroom teacher comes in and does a simple head count, then passing out in the sleeping bag he drag in with him. The other courses for the day are rather standard, only slightly more advanced and taught by heroes. I can practically hear how bored most of the class is as I take notes, while the little ones pass me notebooks for each course as they come and go. However, after the second class, the messengers pointed back behind me and seemed to want me to check something out. When I looked back, I could see the girl with purple hair and AUX cord ear lobes looking over at me in slight confusion. Wanting to test how well her hearing is, I turn to the front and whisper, "Hello, purple hair girl." I can hear her flinch, which gets a smile out of me. Can you hear the little ones? Probably not their words, but their voices. Tap your pen twice as a yes, once for no. I hear 2 taps behind me shortly after as the messengers talk amongst themselves about that rather excitedly. Interesting. We'll talk later. I finish as the next teacher comes in and I hear 2 taps again. When lunch comes around, I go and sit off at a table alone, but I am shortly followed by Achiko and Ida. Shortly after, purple hair joins us, followed by the blonde guy with the black lightning bolt in his hair from our class. So what were you talking about earlier, Midoria? And my name isn't purple hair, it's Kyukajairu, and seeing as you like to use first names, it's whatever. She shrugs and looks away slightly with a faint blush as she settles into her seat. Oh, that's right, I say, placing my hand over my face in embarrassment and a slight chuckle. I forgot we do things a little backwards from where I was for quite some time. Sorry, Achiko, for being so informal, I say with a slight bow to the blushing brunette. It's fine, she squeaks out, blushing harder and finding her food suddenly very fascinating. I do not mind you using my first name as well, Izuku. Ida enthusiastically adds, giving an resolute nod. My name is Denki Kaminari. And the way you launched that ball was awesome. The enthusiastic blonde adds in, which gets steamrolled by Kyuka cutting him off with her question again. Why can I hear voices from your fog and tapping now, Midoriya? She asks as she stares at the little ones that are near me playing with some extra chopsticks. You can hear something, Jairu? Uraraka asks while tilting her head in slight confusion, looking at the bit of fog on the table. I can't hear anything. Kaminari leans his head down and to the side trying to listen, only for a messenger to lose a chopstick and it getting launched into his ear. This causing him to flinch back, cry out, flail his arms, and promptly fall out of his chair, all in the span of 3 seconds. Which gets Jairu in stitches, grasping her sides and laughing as she falls out of her chair shortly after the poor boy. Ida and Achiko get up and help their fellow hero hopeful either straighten up back into their chair or to help retrieve the sword that got stuck in poor Denki's ear. When they all get settled again, I say with some amusement directed at the blonde. The fog can obscure what I call the little ones, or as they are known by the messengers. They help and worship the hunters of the great ones. I say casually while eating the abundant amount of food I am able to indulge in here without causing a financial strain on mother. Wait, so your quirk is these people? Denki chimes in with while scooching away from the mist, and giving a squawk of fear when it lunges at him. Not exactly, I say in amusement as I tap the troublesome messenger on the head in reprimand. To which gets it to turn around and beg forgiveness as well as prayers up to me. Rolling my eyes, I give it a head pat and continue with my explanation. My quirk is I am connected to the hunter's dream. To put it plainly, I basically have access to another dimension that also gives me armaments, armor, and empowers my body. I explain when I see the empty eyes of Kaminari still staring right through me, nothing of what I said seeming to stick within the poor boy's head. So the voices I hear are the little ones? What do they look like? Jairu asks, studying the mist as it moves about the table, bumping plates and bowls but not knocking them over. Well, they can look rather grotesque to those who first meet them, but they are all a very friendly bunch. I guess I could show you a drawing I made of them, I say as I hold out my hand to the messengers, bringing one of my many sketchbook and placing it in my hand. I flip through some pages of the beast I have slain, until I get to the pages dedicated to the little ones. When I show them, some wrinkle their nose in barely restrained disgust, except Jairu as she takes up the book with a whoa. She traces a few lines and looks to the mist in slight confusion still. So why is it that we can't see them? She says, still with the book in hand. My guess is a safety feature, as I can will things through the fog and into the dream or the waking world. A lot things from the dream is not a safe or nice to let everything through or be seen, I say with a strained smile. Let's see if this works. I close my eyes and try to focus on the curious girl, to let her see beyond the fog for just a few moments. I hear her yelp and the thud of my notebook hitting the cafeteria table. As I look, I see her staring openly at the messengers on the table. Half their bodies showing, some wearing clothes the doll had made for them, a few making their way over to her, to get the book back to where it was taken from. When they draw near, she reaches out to one hesitantly, to which the little ones look at her and wave as they take the book back to the dream. She gives a shaky smile and waves back at them as she just watches them move around the table in slight awe. Eventually the strain of lending insight is too much and I have to take her gifted sight back, lest she be given it permanently. That was so wicked. She cheers excitedly as I give her a tired sigh, headache be med if she finds them as awesome as they are. I chuckle as I watch those left on the table cheer and rush over to her to pat at her, earning a rather adorable giggle from her. Which gets her to turn very red and glare at everyone. You heard nothing. She hisses out as she fights off her excitement about the little one still interacting with her. What just happened? Ida asks, looking between me and Kyuka. I lent her my sight for a few moments so she could actually see them beyond the fog. Also Kaminari, I apologize about the chopstick. They were play fighting and that one got lost in their excitement. I say, explaining to Tenya and then bowing slightly to Denki. Hey, it's cool man, do you think you could do that to me too? He asks with stars in his eyes, to which I chuckle. Maybe another time. I didn't think that would work anyway. It's given me a terrible headache, I say as I pull out a blood vial and down it in one go. After letting the messengers take it for later reuse, I see everyone giving me odd looks and I realize my misstep. Oops, probably should also mention I have a regeneration factor, but I need others' blood for it to kick in. I say, giving my best smile, hoping to not cause any issues. However, luck was not on my side that day. Achiko bolts away greener than ever, Denki faints, it seems Ida had a slide, and Jairu just looks at me in awe. That's so metal. She whispers reverently, which gets a barking laugh out of me. Shortly after everyone recovered from my partaking of blood, we finish our meals, or in some case they gave me theirs due to losing their appetite. As we were leaving for class, I got a text from All Might saying he won't do what I had suggested he do on his first day as a teacher. To which I respond by accepting that as well as his condition he will have to do it another time. I can only imagine the look of utter shock he has as he stares at his phone trying to think of a way out of the hole he has already made himself fall into. When we all settle down in class, everyone is excitedly talking about the next class and wondering who our teacher will be for it. When I hear the thudding steps along with the faint smell of rot, I just roll my eyes and get ready for the show as I hear a window being opened. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero. All Might bursts into the room, leaning at a ridiculous angle forward with his cape billowing in the wind from the window he had opened before bursting in the room. Everyone understandably gets excited and talks amongst themselves as I watch the titan of a hero dramatically march up to the podium. I can practically feel Nana laughing at the absurdity of her student, giving commentary that has me gripping the desk desperately to not break out laughing. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as heroing 101, he announces with a practiced ease, to which me and Nana both wonder on how many times he practiced the speech. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. He finishes while flexing dramatically. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. He cries out while pulling a card with battle written upon it. Fight training. I can almost see the bloodlust drip off Bakugo, as I think to myself, this isn't a hunt, they aren't beasts. Well, most aren't, I think as I stare at the back of the rabid dog's head. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. All Might tries to hide the remote in his hand as he points to a wall, where hidden shelves pop out from. As they all pop out, everyone looks on in some confusion as to where my case is. Young Midoria, where is your case? All Might wonders aloud, to which I look at him, open my mouth to speak, and fake a sneeze covering myself in fog. When it dissipates, I am decked out in my hunter gear and have the best non-lethal loadout that a hunter can have. This earning gasps and some jealousy. All Might coughs into his hand and says, while impressive young man, you need to have your costume in a case for any upgrades or repairs. Not to mention it giving your fellow hero hopefuls a chance to offer any suggestions they might have for your costume. Looking him in the eye, I give a nod, which he follows up with. I shall inform Nezu to leave you a case in the lockers for after the exercise today. Everyone cheers and gets fired up to see the costumes they designed, as well as to have access to the support items they think they may need. Get suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes, sir. The class cries in excited unison as I give a wan smile, preparing for the trial to come. As I was walking to the battle center, I run into the principal. "Ah, Mr. Midoriya, I would like to have a few words with you before your training exercise." "Don't worry, it will be quick," he says while leading me into an empty classroom. I wave to my fellow classmates and they continue on. When I am standing before him after closing the door, he gets a slightly panicked look and then takes a breath before starting. "While I don't think I need to say this, but please exercise caution against other students and staff during training. Also, after you showed me your true form, I've noticed a whispering just out of hearing for myself. Can you explain that for me?" I watch as his ear twitches and he fights, looking in the direction that the whispering is coming from. "When you gazed upon my true form, you were gifted insight, whether you wanted it or not. Your eyes have been opened to the truth to a degree. The whispering you hear, is it trying to talk to you, to answer you or the questions asked around you? I advise you try to avoid questions or asking things, as it will try to answer it all, but you don't have enough that you can get full or even truthful answers. My guess is you have roughly 5, so don't heed those voices. However, you should be able to see the messengers or the doll should you visit the dream." As I say this, a messenger pops up on the desk next to the stoat, startling him, but it waves and leaves. Other things it might do is enhance your senses at that level, while also making things that are not normally seen, be seen. Like if someone was invisible, they would instead be slightly transparent for you. However, the voices that talk to you or try to answer the questions you ask yourself, or aloud, or that you hear, most likely will give you bad answers. So don't pay them any mind and you should eventually learn to ignore them. I finish waiting for him to work his way through all the new info. "I see, and if I were to gain more insight, as you call it?" he asks while studying the spot the little one disappeared into. "I advise against that, sir, mainly because the more you have, the more the whispers will start to affect you. Only a very rare few who started their fervent hunt for insight kept their self through it, while others were warped into monstrous things only driven by base desire and instincts." I say sadly, remembering all those I had met in the dream that I had to put a stop to end the suffering they were locked in. He looks to me and notes my tone, then gives a nod. "I see, I will take you at your word, as well as consider if or when other staff or students might benefit from witnessing your true form. You should head to your class now. Thank you for your time, young man." The principal says, giving me a polite wave goodbye, then starts pacing along the top of the front desk deep in thought. "One more thing, sir," I say as I pass a piece of paper with the agreement between me and All Might. All Might has given an agreement to do this at a later time. I think if he should present the medals at the sports festival, this should make it a most memorable event. I watch as he reads it over, then jolts and starts to laugh maniacally, to which I leave the mad stoat to his plotting of my prank. After making my way to the field, I see I am the last one there, and as I am about to call out and wave an apology to the group, is when everything seems to go wrong. When the girl with pink skin bounces around, to the other side of the one with the tail, do I see the girl I saved from a fall at the tests. I see all of her, every single part except what is covered by some gloves and shoes. Locked in my shock, it takes me a solid 5 seconds to reboot, as even when Ariana had done similar things, she at least had somewhat of a reason to do that to me. When I built up a tolerance to her teasing or her boredom of nothing of interest happening, until Sister Adela arrived. Slapping a hand across my eyes and feeling how hot my face is burning, I yell out completely flustered, "Why the hell are you naked?" I can hear people shift to turn to look at me as all the chatter dies. I eventually hear someone get near and speak up. "What do you mean, Izuku?" Uraraka asks me in confusion, to which I point with my free hand in the direction of the girl with the chartreuse hair. Her over there with the short wavy bluish hair, in the gloves, boots, and nothing else. I bite out as I can feel the blush going down my neck as well as my voice cracking a bit. "You mean Hagakure?" "She's invisible," Achiko states in confusion as if she doesn't understand the problem. I bring my other hand to my face to scrub it as well as scream into it slightly. After that I calmly turn around and say, "Not to me, she's not." I then take off my coat, hearing a bit of a gasp from Uraraka, but I ignore it for now. "Please hand this to her and tell her to wear it, then I will go and explain the situation better." After she took my coat and called out to me she was wearing it now, do I chance a peek over there again. I am mostly getting looks of confusion, or in Bakugo's case barely restrained rage. However, Hagakure is wearing my coat and has it closed, which thankfully covers her private bits. Making my way over to them all, still blushing, I look to All Might and say, "Sorry, this need to be explained so we don't have any more issues." I get a nod from him as I take a deep breath to try and center myself as well as prepare getting slapped for my faux pas. So a part of my power lets me know things if I have asked the question for them. For example, "Don't answer this, but what is everyone's favorite food?" After even more confused looks and some with understanding, do I start to point at people. "You eat a like beef stew, you Achiko like mochi, you with the head of a bird like apples, you with the pink skin like natto." I can know these things because I asked. I have learned not to ask some things due to concerns for others' well-being and gaining information I don't need. I shiver at the knowledge of women's monthly cramps. I had learned asking if mother was fine at the wrong time, as I am about to continue the short one with the ball for hair screams out. You could know what all the girls' underwear sizes are. He points to me like I am his god about to deliver him sacred info, only for me to clutch my head and growl out a groan as the unfortunate question registers to the insight, the answers ringing clearly through my head as I blush even harder. An unfortunate drawback of this ability, I say through clenched teeth, is that questions asked around me seem to be answered to me as well. I am still working on that, and have made little progress no matter how much I try. It's particularly bad whenever a pervert like you is around asking these inappropriate questions that these ladies have no obligation to share with myself or anyone other than those they trust or desire. I roughly poke him away as a headache blooms in my head at the strain of info I have been cycling though. No, this doesn't make me psychic. If from now on you all choose different foods to be your favorite, I will still have the old answers. Now on to the point of all this. Before the pervert spoke, I say, side-eyeing the diminutive boy. This ability also makes me more observant and in tune with my surroundings. I smell things better, I hear better, and finally I see better, be it in the light or dark. I can also see things that are unseen, or invisible, to which gets a really loud squeak out of Hagakure and she clutches the coat closer around herself. I see her about to start yelling or something, but cut her off. I did not know you were invisible. To me you have always been in sight, and I like to guess people's quirks as a hobby from childhood. I give a deep bow to her. I am truly sorry for seeing you like that without your permission or consent. I will endeavor to be aware of where you are and keep my sight of a more appropriate area or lend you my coat. However, I take a breath and stand back up with confusion written on my face. Why didn't you just get a costume with your DNA built into it so it would be invisible with you? I watch her be gobsmacked for a while, blushing all the way down to the neck that is still visible with the coat on, opening and closing her mouth like a fish. Until finally she seems to gather her thoughts enough. Okay, so, not cool you saw me naked. I mean, I haven't seen what I look like ever. I was born invisible. She says, sadly, looking down a little. However, I guess I can forgive you this time, as you didn't know and I could have introduced myself and explained my quirk. She finishes while looking away, her blush going down as she chews on her lip in contemplation. Oh well, I can draw a sketch another time. Thank you for forgiving this accident. I say as I realize I am wasting Yagi's time limit. We can talk more after the exercise today, however. I think it best you keep my coat until it's my turn to do whatever All Might has planned for us today. I say, giving her a small smile and turning to All Might with my cheeks still rather warm. Quite noble of you, young Midoria, to admit your ability openly as well as immediately apologize for its unfortunate use. Some would use it to their advantage. At which he gives the small boy the stink eye which he seems to wither under. Now on to today's lesson. As I explained before, we will be doing 2-on-2 matches against each other. Come take your lots. He bombastically declares as he pulls the poorly hidden box from behind him. I pull a ball out that has a large H on it, lightly wandering around with the ball held high, until I see the girl with the prey quirk frozen and staring at me. As I make my way over to her, I notice her eyes are still starting at me, unblinking and with fear. I try to go for no intimidation against her, but it seems she is frozen in place. Even when I move out of her line of sight, she still looks to where I was. When I approach her from the side and try to call out to her, she still doesn't respond. When I lay a hand on her shoulder to try and shake her from her stupor, it only causes her let out a loud croak that echoes down the streets. As she then jumps way up in basic instinctual fleeing after freezing for so long. This gets everyone's attention as they look to me, then up at the frog girl, and I wave All Might off as I see him about to jump to get her. As she is falling, it seems she is getting her wits about her, if her flailing limbs are any indication, to which I take a few steps to the left and hold out my arms. As she turns and tumbles down trying to right herself to land, only to fall right into my arms and see my smiling face. Sorry about that, didn't mean to scare you, but you seem terribly lost in your head. I set her down trying to show that I mean her no harm. As she seems to croak in her throat in fear at her sudden jump and fall. After a while her croaking dies down as she seems to collect herself and the other students get back to their groups or finding their partners. When she is calm she turns to face me and I can see the turmoil in her eyes as she looks upon me, as well as confusion to that fear. Sorry about that, Midoria. I was going to call out to you that we are partners, but I froze up for some reason when you looked me in the eyes. Karo. She looks at me with her head tilted, tongue slightly out, and finger on her chin. It is at that moment I realized, I must get a frog plushie as soon as school is over for the day. She is too cute. Swallowing my thoughts I give a friendly smile and give my theory to her. I think it has to do with your quirk being prey-based and mine having some predator qualities to it. Your instincts are telling you I should be feared. However, there will be times in hero work where you must not let those instincts hold you like they had. You were a SLV to one of the 3 basic reactions. If you freeze like that during a villain attack or a natural disaster, people can be seriously hurt or die. I gently advise, perhaps we can train it out of you by you being around me more and more, or us sparing, or some other way that runs along the lines of exposure therapy. I shrug my shoulders and ignore the whispered answers in my head. Doesn't your quirk give you the answer to your questions though? Karo. She tilts her head the other way and I have to resist clutching at my heart. Yes, but it's rude to not let you have your input in my opinion. Anyway, proper introductions, I say cheerily. I am Izuku Midoria, you can call me Izuku or some form of a nickname if you like. I think we will be good friends and better hero partners in the future. Probably laying it on a little thick, but I can't help it. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but call me Tsu, I tend to speak what's on my mind. Do you really know all the girls' underwear sizes now? She deadpans at me, which gets me to cringe back as the answers once again flow through my mind. Yes, and again I am sorry, but please stop asking those types of questions. I truly wish I could choose what answers I get, but it just has a mind all its own. I say with a sigh and sagging shoulders. When I look up at her, she is still giving me an even look but seems to relent and turns to where All Might is calling the groups forward for their matches to start. When we all gather, he puts his hands in two boxes showing that Team D is the villains and Team H are the heroes in the capture, recovery, and time trial exercise. I can feel before I see Bakugo's bloodlust, and then I see Tsu freeze up again and stare straight ahead. I sigh, reminding myself over and over this is not a hunt, also that Bakugo is not a beast to be slain. I sigh when I see Bakugo stalk off with Ida, trying to get him to talk to him instead of growling, with pops coming from his open hands as they disappear in the building. I give Tsu a nudge and she croaks again in fear, hopping away from me but landing safely. I give an easy smile as I walk over to her while she catches her breath. So I think the plan we should probably do is we go in, I use the messengers to scout the building, then we make our way to the fake bomb. Along the way Bakugo is probably going to attack me, so we can split and you can make your way to the bomb. If you don't think you can take Tenya alone, I should be along shortly. Any concerns with this plan? I asked, tilting my head as she had, once she seemed focused enough for talk. Are you sure you want to take him on alone? I mean, you are the strongest, but he seems vicious and a skilled fighter. She says with some concern about my safety about facing off against someone so violent. His skill is from beating me for years. I think it's time the tables were turned. I can handle him, thank you for the concern though. I say, giving her a grateful smile. Now, anything else you want to add or change about the plan? We are almost out of prep time. I say, raising an eyebrow awaiting anything from her. No, I think I should be able to take Ida. He seems to be locked in a straight line for the most part when it comes to his quirk, so I should be able to outmaneuver him and get to the bomb quick. Azui says with certainty as All Might begins the exercise. When we step in, I send the messengers out to scout the building and find the bomb on the top floor. They also reported that Bakugo was trying in vain to dispel the little ones by blasting them to no avail. I relay this to Tsu and we start making our way up the steps when I hear the rabid Pomeranian try rushing us on the third floor landing. Got you, ya DMN nerd. Bakugo screeches as I pull the lock shield from the mist, completely blocking his attack so Tsu doesn't get hit with any crossfire. Go on Tsu, I got this, I relay to her, but don't get a response. When I turn to look at her, she is once again frozen in fear, which gets an annoyed sigh from me as I look back at my opponent, who is throwing his typical right hook starter. Looking at it now, I wonder how it ever could have hit me with how sluggish it seems now. Right as he is about to connect, I grab the gaudy gauntlet and look him dead in the eyes. Did you know you always start fights with a right hook? I would know better than any here because of how often you beat me into the ground and were a complete monster in our youth. With this I squeeze the bracer and it instantly shatters before my strength. I pull him closer so I am looking down on him as I give a sweet smile. I have a theory about your quirk, it has given you a slight shock absorption quality to handle the recoil of the explosions you produce. This should make impacts against you be dulled as well, so it's a win-win in case you get soaked in something. However, it should also make it so you can handle a harder beating. So to test this, I am going to throw you through some walls so I can help my new friend with her fear at your bloodlust. Having finished my part 1, throw my arm back behind me, yanking him along the way as I hear 3 loud pops of his wrist, elbow, and shoulder dislocating with the force of my pull. While his cries of pain at that are somewhat satisfying, I then launch him across the way and through the next 5 walls. I can see he is still moving, so that is a successful experiment, I guess. However, he is down an arm, so he should be out of commission. I turn to my partner for this exercise and make my way slowly to her. "Tsu, it's okay now. Calm down and take a deep breath for me." This unfortunately doesn't seem to get through to her, so I try a different tactic. "If you don't snap out of this, I am going to have to do something terrible and awful to you to start making you fear freezing." I level my threat as I stand before her frozen form, her gaze still not looking at anything in particular. I sigh and take a deep breath as I open my mouth and bring it to her neck. And promptly give her a raspberry to her neck. PBBBBBBBBBBBT, which still gets her to loudly croak, but I have the wherewithal to hold on to her. After she recovers from my ultimate attack, she levels a glare at me, to which I respond with a cheeky smile. Hopefully next time, you'll snap out of it before I have to do that again. I say as I stick my tongue out at her and make my way shield in hand up the stairs as she follows at a belated pace. When we reach the top floor I bow and motion her forward to take charge in the assault so she has a chance to shine. She's still sulking and it takes everything in me, even the reborn parts, to not coo at the sight of a pouting frog. However, she seems to steel herself and charges in, hastily hopping around the room to stay out of Ida's range as well as tripping him up with her tongue. I casually stroll into the room and slowly make my way over to near the bomb, with Tenya having to now split his attention between two people. He tries to rush me as I near the bomb, only to then be frog squashed by Azui coming from the ceiling full force. After she ties him up I walk over and offer sincere compliments. Well done Tsu, you handled that encounter very skillfully. I would love to spar against you sometime, no weapons of course. I add when I see her start to pale, to which I give a small laugh and am about to clap her on the shoulder in camaraderie. Only to hear the click of something behind me, which the messengers tell me is Bakugo aiming his left gauntlet at me using his mouth to trigger it. Rushing through the motions but not applying too much force I hurt my friends. I push Ida away out of the line of fire, letting his armor cushion his rough landing into the wall. I push Tsu down, put the shield between us, and throw my coat open and wrap her in it as well as my arms to use my body as another shield against the destruction that is coming. As the building is rocked by the cataclysmic eruption from his gauntlet, I can only think to hope my new friend is protected. When the blast cuts out, there is nothing but smoke around the room and light streaming in through the new hole in the wall. I can hear the moron laughing like a typical psychopath who just unleashed his ultimate weapon, which in this case probably is. To which I respond by leaving the shield resting on a catatonic Tsu by standing up, turning around, and giving a mighty clap that dissipates the smoke from the room, showing his bewildered eyes full of fear as I let my fury bleed out of me as I walk slowly to the blonde bomber. When I stand before him I sneer and say, "You almost hit my friend, next time it won't be a flick." Which understandably gets a slight look of confusion from him, until I flick his forehead hard enough to launch him through yet another wall. But this time he stays down, still breathing, but out for the match this time. When I turn back to look at the room I see Ida looking around dazedly, probably has a concussion but should be fine. I look to my shield which only moves with the rapid breathing of the poor frog I left there to deal with the rabid animal that used to be my best friend. Making my way over I remove the shield and try patting her back to soothe her, but it seems this time it was almost too much for her. So I set her in as best of a sitting position as I can with her state, take a deep breath, and blow yet another raspberry against her neck. To which I am rewarded with a croak and her trying to launch herself into my chest in reflex. Which makes me stumble back and I catch myself on something, as I am about to call out to her again to see if she is alright. Does All Might declare us the winners? When I look where my hand is, it is resting on the fake bomb that got knocked against the wall I was pushed to by Tsu. Laughing to myself and helping Tsu up, I listen as All Might says to help Bakugo to the observation room for a debriefing. Which gives me an opportunity to try something else that's new today, as I wave my hand and connect the two places. I send Bakugo through the fog, only for him to fall face first through the other side, breaking his nose. Oops, as I make a door for us to walk through do I feel the others pause and look at it warily. Don't worry guys, it's completely safe, just step on through and we will be back right away. Oh Tsu, I take off my coat and hold it out to her. Can you give this to Hagakure to put on before I make my way through please? Just put your hand back through the fog and give me a thumbs up when she has it on. I say as she takes my coat and wrings her hands a little, still affected from the horrible event she survived. Thank you for saving my life Midoria, you aren't as bad as I thought you were. I am sorry for thinking poorly of you. Karo, to which she follows with bowing to me in apology and my hand raises wanting to pat her head, but I grab it in time giving her a smile when she looks up at me. It's no problem, I am glad we can be friends Tsu, I say as I clap her on the shoulder giving her a happy smile. After they go through and I wait a minute or two, do I see Azui's glove come through the fog door and give me a thumbs up. When I get through to the other side everyone is staring wide-eyed at me, while my friends rush up and look me over for injuries. Giving a happy laugh and a smile I declare boldly to the rest of the students, well looks like we set the bar pretty high. Hope you all can come on up to my level, I say as I make a come at me motion to the other hero students. After my declaration I could see I got some people fired up to try and match the intensity level of skill I had displayed. Only to have All Might cough to get our attention. Yes well. That can wait till after we review your match young Midoriya. Who here can name the MVP of the match? All Might asks the remaining students, to which a rather mature young woman in a red leotard outfit raised her hand. Sir, I would say that Midoria was the MVP of the match, for he came up with the plan to split up when Bakugo inevitably attacked, even changing the plan on the fly when Azui froze up, and finally taking care to secure everyone else when Bakugo launched that lethal attack. To which she turned to me with a look of concern, "Are you all right? You took the full force of his attack to your back," she says while looking at my shoulders or arms seeing if there are any burns from shielding Tsu. "Yeah, I am fine, thank you for asking though." I give her an easy smile. I've dealt with Bakugo for most my life, so I am used to his burns. However, after my quirk's awakening, those things don't bother me all that much. At most, the shockwave of the explosions did more to me by making my ears ring slightly for a few seconds. I shrug and then let All Might take the lesson back with Kyuka coming over and giving me a fist bump for being so metal. Yes, a few things he could have done differently. Less destruction of the base, for it could cause a collapse if it was more run down like most villain bases are. Otherwise you nailed it. All Might praises the girl with the spiky ponytail with a thumb up, but I see his fist shaking at being caught off guard and not being left much else to comment on. I also note that Bakugo is being wheeled off on a robotic stretcher, probably to the nurse's office. As the next two teams go off, Toru taps me on my shoulder and I make sure to cover my eyes as she hands off my coat to me. "She's gone now, Izu, you can open your eyes." "Karo," Tsu tells me, to which I smile at her at the nickname she made for me. "Izu, huh?" I hear a voice teasingly sing from behind us, and when I turn to look I see the pink girl in her tie-dye bodysuit leaning forward with a big mischievous grin directed our way. "Already a few days into the school year and you have a pet name for each other, do I smell romance?" she dramatically declares, throwing an arm around Tsu's shoulder to get a rise out of us. After Tsu shrugs the arm off, do I go on the offensive when she looks to Azui to see her reaction. My, it almost sounds like you are jealous," I purr as I reach out and cup the side of her face with a grin of my own. "I didn't know you were so invested in the color green so much you would try and poach us together," I say as I lean in more so our faces are closer, which gets her to start to blush purple. "Oh my, that is a lovely shade of violet on your cheeks now." Which gets her to promptly eep and retreat back to her partner for the exercise. Giving a chuckle at my victory of that little teasing battle, I turn back to Tsu and give her an easy smile, which she returns with a reserved grateful smile of her own. As I am about to talk, everyone gasps and I instead say to Tsu, "Can you watch this match for me? I don't want to risk seeing Hagakure naked again," I say with a slightly strained smile, fighting the desire to take notes on my classmates and watch their quirks at work. She nods and takes my notebook from me, which I pulled from the dream to do the note-taking with, as well as giving head pats to the messengers who helped today. The match was essentially over by the time everyone had gasped, but I got the cliff notes. Hagakure and Tailman were frozen to the floor by Scarface, and Big Arms didn't do all that much. However, when the room started to chill, Tsu seemed to start to fall asleep and leaned into me for warmth. Probably a form of hibernation? I wrap an arm around her and rub my hand up and down her arm to promote heat exchange so she doesn't fully slip under. Shortly after, the whole building warms up rapidly and she blinks awake with a slight blush, croaking quietly as she pulls away from me with a slight blush. When I hear the teams get close, I close my eyes and hold out my coat for Toru to take again, only opening them again after she is covered. I don't really like the hollow look on the guy's face with the scar. I can see pain in his eyes and I want to help, but it probably won't do any good right now. The next match was between Team J as the villains and Team A as the heroes, watching as the bird-headed boy uses the dark entity of his quirk to give ammunition to Uraraka's quirk, as well as providing distractions, making quick word to shoot the villains out the room or into their own tape trap. Seems the bird-head struggles in the dark with his quirk, maybe it is sentient and gains more freedom and power in the dark. Also, the guy with the red hair has much untapped potential. I might have to use him for golf with my Kirkamer. I wonder how much tape that guy can produce, as well as how strong it is. Maybe I could tear out of it. Also, Uraraka could move in a more three-dimensional form if she just made herself weightless with air jets to correct any errant moves or build up momentum to empower her strikes. The match after had Team C as the villains and Team G as the heroes, which I was excited to watch my friend in how she used her quirk alongside the rather spacey blonde. The girl with the ponytail had a solid plan and was able to barricade herself and the midget. However, I did not approve of his glancing at her in such a hungry manner. I wonder what her limit is for creating things, if she can outpace me by creating counters to my weapons and tools as I pull them from the dream. That small pervert is going to be an issue soon. I should nip that in the bud and make well on my promise of weeding out problems right away. Kyuka can make sound waves with those ear jacks as well. That would be so interesting and fun to fight. Maybe she should try using those jacks as whips for added effectiveness. Is Kaminari okay? He looks even more out of it after using his quirk. Team F as the villains versus Team D was interesting to say the least, watching the pink girl skate around on her quirk and watching it eat through things. I wonder if her acid is comparable to the quick poison? It does have a acid-like quality to it as it eats through your body rapidly. The Frenchman might be tricky to go up against if he can land a direct hit on me, but I think the lock shield should be able to take it, maybe even able to redirect the beam. The quiet one with the blocky head isn't mute it seems, but his quirk is animal-based it seems. Wonder if he could talk to the beasts after they turned, or the FING dogs strewn about Yarnum to not attack. The guy in the yellow suit seems strong and gets a boost from whatever is in those containers, hope it's legal, it is white. However he seems to become dumb with its use much like Kaminari after he fries his brain. After everyone had gone through and we debated on MVPs, as well as tips and pointers on what to do different. All Might congratulates us on a job well done as well as keeping the injuries to a minimum save Bakugo. He then announces he is going to check on Bakugo and takes off with a cheesy line about making an exit, which gets an amused eye roll from myself, no doubt reaching his time limit for the day. As we all head back to the changing rooms, talking about all the matches, as well as how much fun it was to use our quirks in a heroic manner, even in a training situation. When we go into our changing rooms and the guys start talking among themselves, as well as comparing their matches against mine, do I hear something that gets my blood to instantly boil. Guys, check this out, someone Shawshanked a hole behind this poster to look into the girls' locker room. Our previous generation has given us a gift, you know what's on the other side of this wall. The purple pervert declares as he stands in front of the hole in the wall with a poster that was used to cover it partially peeled from the wall. As Ida yells at and berates the pervert as he lists off the girl's assets he wants to see ripping the poster from the wall, do I walk over growling with the answers and images blurring through my head? Do I reach around, and then lift him by his neck to dangle and struggle to breath? Small perverted child, my voice trembling with rage, growls out to his terrified face. If you so much as threaten to make good on your desire to do that against the girls, or any girl for that matter, without their permission. I drag out my threats to where nearby lockers rattle with how loud my rumbling is in my rage. I pull a pair of dull tailor shears from the dream and hold it up to his face, opening them slowly as the screech from disuse. I will use these to cut off that toothpick and pebbles you call your manhood and shove it up your butt so you can go F yourself. Then I will bring you before the principal to deal with whatever punishment he wants to dish out to you. I punctuate this by closing the shears violently just above his eyes as the pervert makes a mess of himself as he empties his bladder and bowels. I then drop him in his puddle of filth and pass my hand over the hole, ensuring it can't be seen through. After stripping out of my gear and putting it away, do I notice how quiet it is? When I look around I see everyone with wide eyes just staring at me. Do you all not remember what I had said on the first day? I want to ensure our generation of heroes brings only hope to the citizens we are going to be tasked with defending and protecting. I cap this off by closing my case and depositing it in the designated slot, and making my way out and over to the girls' locker room door. Moments before, in the girls' locker room. As I and the other girls go into the locker room, Mina and Toru talking very animatedly among each other as they talk about the epic battles they thought were cool. I go to my locker and start to slowly strip out of my hero outfit, putting things away when I hear something that fills me with disgust. Girl's hand on stop stripping. I quickly hiss out as I plug an ear jack into the wall and another into a small speaker so I can project the diminutive pervert's regalement of the girl's assets. As I am about to disconnect to stab him in the eye, do I flinch at the growling that comes through shortly after. As we all listen to the thorough dressing down and threat green dishes out to the perv, do I look around to the others. Achiko is comforting a frozen Tsuyu, Mina is glaring at the hole in the wall with Hagakure covering her invisible chest halfway dressed. Momo looks disgusted and I can't help but agree with her, but still a badass threat to the grapist. As it winds down and we hear a thump of green dropping the perv, do we see the mist of the dream bleed into the room. I unplug my jack from the wall as the girls talk about how disgusting it is to have someone like him in their class, all recalling on stories of similar creeps through their life. We then hurry in finishing getting dressed so no other incident can happen. Present. I knock on the door and Jairu pops her head out while blushing a bit. Hey, not sure you heard or not, but the purple-haired pervert found a hole that leads to your locker room. You should get the girl with the spiky ponytail to make some form of sealant, or the pink-skinned one to melt the wall slightly, to block off the hole on your side. I caught him right away so he didn't peek at all, but I don't want you girls' privacy to be intruded upon any more than it already has, especially from him. She gives me a slightly confused look and I elaborate with his question earlier on all you girls' underwear sizes, as well as when he was going to peek he asked what was on the other side of the wall. I had the image of you all in your states of undress. I bow to her slightly as a deeper blush takes over us both. I am sorry again, but I still don't know how to control that aspect of my power yet. Please tell the other girls I am sorry as well," which gets a heavy blush from her, a nod, and she closes the door very quickly. I sigh and push the mental image I was forcefully given out of my head with a blush creeping down my neck as I make my way back to class. When everyone gets back, most all the girls avoiding looking at me while blushing to differing degrees, and ball hair is white as a sheet. We are given a debrief and sent home with the exceptions of Bakugo and Mineta, which is apparently the pervert's name. As I head to the gate to go home, do I hear Hagakure call out to me, "Hey Midoria?" I stop and let her catch up. I can still see she is blushing and fiddling with her hands, but I let her take her time, giving her an easy smile. When can you get me that sketch of myself? I would like to show my parents a better picture than what we have tried to do beforehand. She finally asks and looks away, blushing even more as she crosses her arms over her stomach. I will work on it tonight, but I can't promise it'll be a perfect picture. I tell her and give her a wave goodbye as I make my way home. When I got home I went through my usual routine, even helping mother with dinner a bit, and doing the washing up. I go to the dream and tell the doll of my day, and she lightly reprimands me about the accidents with the girls, but relents when I had already apologized to them multiple times. However, it seems like she was pouting when I described how cute I had found Sue, but what really sealed it was her being far more touchy afterward. Giving more hugs, head pats, sitting closer to me to where she is practically leaning on me. Safe to say I was a blushing mess, and I should be careful about finding anyone else cute. As I am about to head off to the survivors or the queen, do I hear a desperate plea from one I had given a blessing to. Someone has taken some of my blessed ones hostage and is keeping them in a factory. I bid the doll goodbye and head off, my fury shaking the very air around me. When I arrive at where the 3 children are being kept, I see a man in shadows with red tendrils from his fingers stabbed into one of them. How odd, doctor, there doesn't appear to be a quirk in this one. To which I decide that is enough of that and promptly cut his hand off after he retracts the tendrils from the child. I see the man flinch at the instant attack but ready himself, as well as a nearby man in a lab coat, no doubt the doctor, retreat slightly. That is because these children, I have blessed with my blood. The power they have isn't a quirk technically, I say darkly, my form and voice obscured in misted shadow as I move about the room. You have trespassed against me, and I think I will be taking your hand as penance for this offense, quirk thief. I say, having the little ones drag it into the fog. I see the man flinch at the name and press my advantage. Yes, I know about you, I know about all you have done against the world, and I know what you had done against your very own brother. I hiss out as the warehouse we are in starts to shake and rattle, support beams and other such building materials start falling around us. You are to leave my blessed children alone, thief, or I will do more than take a hand and leave behind a ghost of your past. I level my threat by using a summoning bell and bringing the first user, his own brother, to hammer the message home. As he is coming through the fog, I grab the children and make our escape. Hopefully my threat will keep all the children safe, or else I will have to go on another hunt, and I am unsure how many will die in that offense. Ensuring the children are unharmed, I have them call the cops and report the incident and hang around the area until the police arrive. Afterward I head back to the dream where the vestiges are and have a talk with them. They all think I should have killed him, while I point out that if I had a lot of his assets would be unchecked and the loss of life would be unimaginable for not only Japan but the world at large. We do this for hours on end, but eventually they relent and advise Catian from here on out, as he will have his sights on not only me but the children I bless as well. I go through all the ones I can reach easily and forewarn them of the danger and to always be on alert, which gets me thanks and praises for looking out for them. The next few days at school are much the same, normal lessons in the morning, getting elected as class president with Momo as vice, giving Hagakure the sketch of her, more socializing with most my classmates, learning their names during lunch. Getting abducted by the girls to have a serious talk which had me become an honorary girl with how much respect women juice I seem to have drunk in my life. Kyuka has an interesting sense of humor if I am being honest, however I do notice her gaze lingers on Momo quite often, which gets a smile from me. After the first exercise, Bakugo and Mineta were put in mandated therapy as well as after-school detentions for their offenses. Which I mean, I get the school needs to show they take these things seriously, but the punishments seem light for the damage they could have caused. I keep thinking on my blessed ones, worrying over them, but I don't hear anything from them that is bad, or any coming to harm in the news. I think if they were to be killed I would know right away. I become better friends with most of my current ones, helping their shortfalls in regards to their quirks or fighting styles. It's all going great. A more normal school life, all it took was me jumping off a roof. I reminisce somewhat darkly as we are all on a bus this Friday to go and do rescue training at a special facility. Losing myself after we all get on the bus, I just wander some of the empty areas of the dream as I think on recent events. It seems a vigilante has cropped up after I had saved Saki, going around and leaving behind really roughed up criminals of SEC crimes. Maybe a victim of one of the people I had hunted, wanting to find who took their prey from them? I keep worrying over my blessed ones and heeding some of their prayers for guidance in life, telling them I am not going to dictate their lives but will always listen and be proud of their accomplishments. I did pay Saki a visit recently. Apparently the detective has her set up in witness protection, on account of all her abusers' violent deaths or mutilations. She is a student of Ariana for obvious reasons and was gifted the ability to quick change her looks. If she wants her hair a different color or style, she can do it with her quirk and none of the hassle of doing it manually. I congratulated her and wished her and her daughter well as I went about, hearing and finding more and more children praying for guidance or help. When Shigaraki returned from his haunting of his brother, it was interesting to say the least. He went completely off the deep end of being a ghost back to get his revenge for his brother's terrible deeds. He said that even though he got destroyed over and over, the ability to just pop back up and scare the crap out of him was priceless. I'll have to see if I can summon anyone in a combative sense, as that would be immensely useful if things keep escalating. I am brought out of my musings by a finger poking me in the cheek. And when I open an eye and spy Tsu, do I crack an easy smile at her. Yes, Tsu? How can I help you? I tend to say what's on my mind, and I think you have a rather unfair quirk. Tsu said in her blunt as the Kirkimer way, which gets a bark of laughter out of me. I know, right? Kirishima cries out next to me, it's almost unfair. I don't think I will be able to stand out as much compared to you, Midobro. He whines while activating his quirk, making his arm more solid and rock-like. Quirking an eyebrow at the nickname I respond with, even I know the importance of a shield, I do have 2 of them. However, the first is more like some wooden boards just quickly nailed together. I say, laughing at how many times I tried to use that during the hunt. You just need to keep at it and I am sure you will be able to stand by me, and receive just as much recognition for your abilities as I would. I suggest working on your endurance as well as using more than your fists. Look at Tsu's fighting style, it is reliant on her powerful legs, but she compensates long-range fighting with her tongue. You can handle most long-range attacks by simply taking it head-on, but if you only fight with your fists you become terribly predictable. Additionally, you need to drop the manly bit during fights. I see him about to object but I cut him off. Anyone who knows this fact about you will take advantage of that and force you into a situation where you would be trapped in your ideals, which will end with either the death of the hostage, yourself, or both. I say with finality, staring into his wilting face. Hey, what is wrong with Kiri's way of things? Mina pipes in with, which gets a smile from me as I round on her. Kiri, huh? Already a few weeks into the school year and you have a cute nickname for another person. I say with a teasing smile, then set my face more serious. His way isn't wrong, I am merely saying he shouldn't treat it as absolute law in his life. There will be villains or criminals out there that will capitalize on his mannerisms and abuse loopholes that will tie his hands behind his back in fights. It is a good idea to have a motif, and your inspiration in the pro-hero Crimson Riot is a good role model, but you shouldn't let it dictate everything in your life. I finish by patting his shoulder. I am sure if you could talk to Crimson Riot he might share similar ideals I have, as other villains probably used his way of heroing against him. This gets him to scrunch up his nose, so I let him stew in his own thoughts as the others look on in contemplative silence at my warning about villains never fighting fair. As we keep riding down to the rescue facility, I can't help but feel a sense of dread as we get closer and closer to our destination. Especially after the incident with the front gate being destroyed and the alarm being tripped by the media, causing a panic. I had to stop with the Beast Roar tool to get everyone's attention to pass on the information. Eventually the silence gets to Mina and Toru, so they start up games with those around them. This getting the others to lighten up as well, so I just go along for the ride as I stretch in my seat and give a satisfied groan afterward. When I look around, everyone is just staring at me with wide-eyed, "What?" I ask, a blush reflexively coming to my cheeks. "Dude, are you okay? Like everything in your body just loudly cracked when you stretched?" Kaminari says, looking as if I am about to fall dead in front of them all. "Oh, that's normal now. Sorry if it bothers you guys, I am alright though." I look out the window and perk up. Looks like we are arriving soon, so everyone get ready to depart. As everyone wraps up their conversations with each other and gets their gear in order to get off the bus, I can't help but worry still. When we all gather in front of the massive stadium-sized building, Mr. Aizawa steps forward to another person in a spacesuit. "Oh my gosh, it's the Space Heroine 13. Ochako squealed, hoping in excitement as she lists some facts about her heroing. "I can't wait to show you what's inside," the spacewoman says as she gestures to the massive building behind her. We all follow after her, gawking in awe at how much they were able to cram into this building. The other students are talking excitedly amongst themselves, but I feel even more uneasy than before, and it's only getting worse. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to face different types of disasters," she announces, holding her arms wide to the whole of the building. I call it the unforeseen situation joint, but you can call it the USJ, she declares proudly. Just like Universal Studios Japan, I and no doubt everyone here thinks, trying to keep a straight face and feeling my mouth twitch into a smile. I watch as our teachers talk and 13 holds up 3 fingers. All Might needs to learn to prioritize his new job over his heroic one. Then again, it wouldn't be in him to deny a cry for help. As I tune out and look over the facility, the feeling of dread keeps building up until it bursts, alongside reality tearing and opening a portal in front of the fountain as people start to make their way through it into the USJ. Who are they? Why are they here? What will they do to everyone? I gnash my teeth at the answers. I burst between the teachers grabbing Eraserhead and jerking him in the direction of the fountain as we hear the entrance blast doors slam down. There are villains all over the facility. The one with the smoking body down there is their warp and escape. They call themselves the League of Villains. The big one with exposed brain tissue was built to take down All Might as well as having multiple quirks. Finally, you must give permission to use lethal force if you don't want any deadly casualties on our side today. I say with finality as the last hunter of the moon, not looking away and keeping my focus on the amassing villains. I won't do that, Midoria. I JRK him closer and hiss into his ear, keeping our eyes on the growing crowd of villains. You either give us permission or their warper will slip past you before we get out and far enough away. Do you want to stand before grieving parents who have either lost their child or explain to them why they were crippled under your watch? I finish squeezing his arm more, but not enough to hurt. I watch as he chews on my words, knowing that I have the answers and wouldn't lie about this. Finally he gives a heavy sigh and says loud enough for 13 to hear as he pulls his goggles on. I, the pro-hero Eraserhead, do hereby authorize the use of lethal force in the defense of the students and staff present at this time. Eraserhead growls out to the shock of everyone. Eraserhead! 13 cries out in disbelief, to which I turn and feel him grab me. Don't make me regret this, he seethes at me through clenched teeth. To which I give him a serious nod. Everyone, those are real villains, we are in peril, and by the looks of the sparking lights I doubt any alarm is being raised about this. I pull a notebook and pen from the dream and write a hasty call for help from Nezu, tearing the page out and handing it off to the messengers to deliver. I am going to try sending all of you into the dream so you can be safe. I then write a note to the doll explaining the situation best I can. When I am done I hand it to Kyuka as Tsu has frozen from the increasing bloodlust. Give this to the doll. She looks confused but I push on. You'll know her when you see her. To the group I say a final time before sending them, know this, I am uncertain if I can send you all. So I will be sending the less combative people first and then work my way from there. If you try to harm my friend or if you offend her enough, you will be sent to the lake where Ram will endlessly send her children to keep you occupied. When they try to object or voice their concerns, I simply wave my hand, mist bursting from the ground engulfing them all, and push them all into the hunter's dream. This is giving me a splitting headache to lend all of them insight enough to see and hear the doll. It also seems like I am now anchored to this building after sending that many through. Maybe if it was only a few I could freely move or flee? I then walk up beside Eraserhead, so I have sent off the students and 13 to the dream as well as sent a distress call to the principal through the dream. However, I can't leave the building anymore, not unless I take people out of the dream first, but they are all safe there. Are there shutters that can cover the windows above? I ask, keeping my eyes on the villains as they all finally arrive. Yes, but that will hinder my quirk if I can't see people. He tells me lowly while adjusting his capture scarf. I need the dark for this move I am going to try, I say as I pull a beach umbrella from my storage and hand it to him. When I say the floor is lava, head for cover or use this to keep in the dark, don't let any light touch you. I see him scowl in confusion but nod, adjusting to hold the umbrella under an arm and use his phone to start the shutters to start closing. I see a group of the villains break off and bunch together, no doubt they're long-range fighters. I misstep in front of them with the beast roar tool in hand and blow them all away into other villains who are bunched up, no doubt ready to rush us after the long-range attack. I then go back to Eraserhead and we make our way the rest of the way quick enough for the long-range group to not regroup for a second assault. Would you look at that, typical government agent that resorts to violence in the name of good. The villain covered in hands declares grandly to everyone present to try play mind games and demoralize our defense. Sounds like a noble criminal ideal, however I have good eyesight and I can see the maniacal grin across your chapped face. To any and all who hear this, surrender now and you will be shown mercy, I declare loudly, my words echoing around the facility. Which gets him to bark out a laugh as well as the other villains to start laughing across the facility. Guess my deception roll failed, he shrugs and points towards us, getting the rest of the villains to advance on us as the shutters finish closing. Cutting off most the light, only leaving the flickering facility lights to illuminate the area. This gets him to laugh quite maniacally and howl, you just nerfed your best chance of fighting against us, moron. I notice that their warper disappears and Eraserhead clicks his tongue in annoyance, only for him to return shortly after. Young Shigaraki, I could not find any students in the entirety of the facility. The warper says in a posh manner, which gets him to claw and scratch at his neck. Is he related to the first? Kurogyri, if you weren't our escape gate I would dust you myself. Keep looking, they couldn't have broken through the blast door. Hand guy hisses, to which I call out to the manchild throwing his tantrum. You brought quite a few people for your raid. I think I am going to invite some friends to this tea party. I say, dramatically twirling around as I pull the summoning bell, ringing it and sending my summons out to the different zones. Jura is in the fire zone, wonder if it reminds him of old Yarnum? I sent Eileen to the rainstorm, I should probably bring her a cake for sending her there. I sent Banjo to the water zone, hope he likes fishing. I sent Nana to the mountain and slide zone, should be easy pickings. I sent N to the ruined city, smokescreen plus buildings equals a fun game of blind tag. Shortly after I put the bell away and hold up my hand, you ever play The Floor is Lava? Understandably my question gets confused looks, and they only get more confused when Eraserhead runs off. I hear him plant the umbrella, so I decide to start my chant, raising my hand slowly, to you who shines your baleful light across Menses. You who was captured and posted upon a tower as a glorious lighthouse. I call you from beyond, come forth into this waking world and shine your baleful light on these unwelcome guests. I declare and smash my fist into the ground, and after a few moments of confused looking around from the villains. Does a tower then erupt from the fountain in the center of the plaza, reaching to just under the ceiling of the facility? As they all gawk and flinch away from the falling debris the tower created, I call out to the hand guy. Seeing as you brought a summons in that bird brain, I thought I would bring my own brain to this fight. Say hello to the brain of Menses. I present grandly with a hand wave up to the top of the tower as the light starts to stream about the area. Shigaraki and all the villains around start to laugh, just standing in the light, thinking I haven't done much of anything. I think you made a bad summon, all it is doing is shining its Ligiah. With that, he and everyone caught in the light who isn't a great one, or protected summon burst blood from their bodies. I watch as they look around in confusion, only to look up at the tower in fear as the frenzy builds up in their blood again. I look around and see Eraserhead looking on in absolute fear even through his goggles. I look to the blue psycho and see himself and the warper hiding behind the brain monster that seems to have healed all the damage. While both of them are bleeding and trembling, I can feel the rage coming off the little turd so much, I could probably still feel it even if I was at the other end of the campus. I'm going to dust you, summoner. At this he nudges Kurogyri and I feel the area off and behind my right side distort as reality is ripped by another gate. Waiting till his hand is almost touching me, I pull the rider palish and slice his hand off, which earns me his howls of pain. To add insult to injury, as I know he will try and retrieve his hand before leaving, I throw a small knife into the base of the severed hand, sending it farther away. Looks like you only have 4 minutes before your hand starts to rot beyond reattachment. I bet my little knife isn't helping matters either. I taunt and brandish my sword gun in preparation for any other tactics he may try. The dream. The doll was tending to the garden, wondering when the good hunter will return with more stories of his day in the waking world. I find myself listless without him in the dream, especially after he had freed both the dream and nightmares. I feel unshackled and far more lively than I had ever been before in the dream. All of a sudden there is a bunch of shouts or cries of shock behind me, and when I turn around I find new people have entered the dream. I don't think they are hunter candidates. I doubt the good hunter would ever do anything like that. While the majority of the group is talking in a panic amongst themselves, save for one with short purple hair approaching her slowly. Are you the doll? If so, Izuku asked me to give this to you, she said while holding out a folded piece of paper. I nod and take the paper, seeing the good hunter scrawl. Sorry to spring this on you, doll, but an emergency has happened and I needed to hide away the majority of my class in the dream. I instructed the little ones to take any troublemakers to the lake, as well as Rom to send her children to any guests she may have, but be non-lethal. I hope they don't cause you too much trouble, and I will endeavor to wrap this up out here as quick as I am able to. I smile and put the letter away in a small pouch I carry my own supplies in for any occasion within the dream. I give a bow and greeting to the assembled people before me. Greetings to all. I am a doll created in this dream to take care of the hunters that pass through it. The good hunter has bade me to watch over you while he handles whatever emergency has arisen in the waking world. I say as I stand looking at the children, who look amongst each other in slight confusion. Until finally one with spiky blonde hair burst forward aggressively. You had best send me back, because I am not letting that freak Deku get all the glory in our first encounter with villains. The blonde one screams at the spittle flying from his mouth, only to be grabbed by the messengers by his feet and dragged down into the fog when his hands start to crackle. Where did you just send that student? The one in a big puffy suit demands of me as she holds a hand up toward me. He was going to attack me, so the little ones opened the way for him to be dropped into the lake. Do not worry, he will live. He is just being kept busy in a way that won't be regrettable later. I say, my Slavic accent bleeding into my words as I dust off my dress to settle my nerves. Can you bring him back? She asks me, her body tensing as her domed head swivels about, slightly keeping me in her sight but checking the ground. Can you guarantee his good behavior if I do? If not, he is better suited at the lake. I say as I clasp my hands in front of me. What is at the lake? The woman in the pale suit asks. Rom, the vacuous spider and her children she can summon to keep intruders busy. Even should the violent child tire from exhaustion, the spiders were instructed not to kill. I say plainly as the students start to wander around the area. It seems the one in white is still worried but can't do much, so she just tries to keep everyone in the general front area together. So, how did you come to know Izuku? The purple-haired girl is back, twirling one of her strange ears around her finger. I am a doll created within this dream to care for the hunters that pass through. I have cared for many hunters in my existence. I have lost count of them all, I say, looking out into the void where pillars of graves can be seen in the endless vast void around. Okay, how did he become a hunter then? She asks, tilting her head slightly, letting her ear thing drop and crossing her arms as she leans against the small wall of the garden. It is my understanding that the good hunter jumped off his school roof to end his suffering in the waking world for being born quirkless. I plainly answers, but my tone gets sad at the end. This seems to shock most of the others who were listening in on the conversion happening. Most of the group rushes me, bombarding me with questions and yelling denials about him doing that. Eventually I raise a hand to halt their noise. I can't explain everything the good hunter has shared with me. However, that is the basics of how he was chosen to become a hunter by the Great One of the Moon. Which gets plenty of confused looks, which I dismiss by continuing to tend to my gardening. The students look at each other and then start to wander around, gawking at the drop-off and things in the distance. Some splitting off into their friend groups to explore the outside or find somewhere inside to wait for this to be over. A few look at the little ones that are around in slight disgust, except for the one with purple hair that goes around waving at them with a smile, which earns her waves or cheering from the ones strewn about the area. However, predictably, one of the students decided to try something. As the diminutive purple-haired one decided to try his luck in trying to score with a new female that doesn't know about his perverted ways. Only for when he gets close to the doll with his wrongly placed confidence, that he is promptly grabbed by the messengers and they send him through the mist to the lake screaming. Which only gets slight looks from the students as they shake their heads, and a confused look from the doll, but everyone moves on quickly. Eventually I finish up with the garden and I approach the pink, red, blonde, and blue-haired students. Forgive my curiosity, young miss, but why are you naked? I ask with my head tilted to the side, which gets the girl to eep and cover her tender parts best she can with her gloves. You can see me too? The girl cries out while her friends nearby give strained smiles, looking at each other trying to figure out how to handle this. Am I not supposed to see you? I tilt my head to the other side, still in confusion. The girl groans and shifts on her feet, still covering herself up. Yes, my quirk makes me invisible. She whines and blushes hard at having another person being able to see her truly in her hero outfit. I see, my apologies then. The good hunter did say you gave him quite the scare when he saw you like that. I don't understand all the fuss, but I will gladly help how I can, I say as I take off my shawl and offer it to the badly blushing girl, who takes it and covers up better. The pink one, seeming to sense gossip, decides to help divert attention away from her friend. Oh, you sound like you like Izuku? She sing-songs, rocking side to side on her feet. But of course I love him, that's how I was made. I state plainly, which gets the pink one to squeal and bounce more, but also to get the guys to scowl slightly. Oh, what about him made you fall in love with him? She asks excitedly, grasping my shoulders, still bouncing up and down at the possible gossip. I love all hunters that pass through the dream, that is how I was made. I say, getting deeper scowls from the two young men, and the pink girl stops her bouncing. However, of all the hunters to pass through the dream, he is the only one to treat me as a person instead of the tool I was made to be. I reminisce, looking to the area where I lay dormant for each and every hunter until they got their insight. I was created by one of the first hunters to be a replacement for a lost love, but apparently I did not match her personality or mannerisms. So he pushed me aside and bade all other hunters to use me how they wished. Some have done truly terrible things and their fates are fixed in a nightmare now. Others would use me to vent their frustration or violence from the hunt on the nights, and I would always be brought back to serve them no matter what. I then looks down with a reserved smile at some of the first gifts I had received from Izuku, petting them softly. But with Izuku, he never treated me as anything other than a person. He's constantly trying to end my dreary existence here by bringing me things from the waking world. I wish I could do more for him now that the hunt is forever over now, but I don't have any answers. I say with a voice full of regret as I clench my hands in frustration. You should confess to him. Tell him all you feel. The pink one cries out in fervent excitement, bouncing again. I have, but he says I am trapped here in this dream, which is true, but he would not take my choice from me by only having him as an option for companionship. I don't think he would love me like that for as long as I am shackled within this dream, for there is no way for me to be in the waking world ever. I look at my porcelain hands in sadness, imagining the fictional shackles around my wrists. The young children look at each other in confusion on where to take the conversation from there, only for the pink one to see the back of the house and points out the flowers back there. Oh, what's back there? Those flowers are really pretty. What are they called? She points to the path leading to the back of the rebuilt house that's on the hill, and I give a forlorn smile while leading them up the way. These are lumen flowers. They were brought into the dream by the Great One that brought it into existence. Also back here, I present to the children as they crest over the hill, only to come to a massive field of graves and flowers. Are all the graves in which the good hunter died within the dream? He likes that I had planted all the flowers to make this grim sight better. I present walking forward and dusting off a nearby grave. This getting the children of the group to be absolutely stunned, as well as a few others that had followed in curiosity, are unable to grasp just how many ways their friend had suffered to gain power. Fountain area USJ. I stand in preparation, watching the man-child howl and cry, clinging to his severed hand with a pinky out, spewing blood from his wrist. I am going to kill you, summoner. He seethes. Nomu, kill them both. Kurogyri, let's get back to the doctor to fix my hand. As a portal opens up behind them and the light overtakes Nomu again, making it burst in blood once more, as well as dropping the villains who tried to charge me. After he had left with his severed hand and the Nomu healed from his blood bursting from himself again, he charged. Fast enough to actually be a decent fight, I think, slicing an arm off only to blink in surprise as it regrows it back rather quickly. We go about trading blows and slicing limbs, only for the creature to get a lucky hit in launching me back, landing next to Eraserhead. You should dispel whatever that thing is for me to help you, problem child, he growls out to me, throwing his scarf at a nearby villain's leg to yank it out from under them so they land on their back. I give a sigh and pop a blood vial, fixing the broken bones and torn flesh from the hit. While firing a few shots into the joints of the monster to get a pause, I change out my weapon so I have the stake driver instead and drop kick him onto his back. I then launch above him with a mighty yell and drive a stake through his shoulder into the ground, release the stake from the driver, bash the part of the stake sticking out of it, and load another as it takes a swipe at me while I dodge away from the swipe. I then take my time bouncing around it, swipes at me, beating it back onto the ground to only drive another stake in the other shoulder, between the tibia and fibula of each leg, near the wrist part between each of the radius and ulna. Panting, I give a howl of victory that resounds from the hunter within me, trembling the area with my cry of celebration. I look around and can't see any of the villains moving or hear anyone other than Eraserhead's heartbeat in the area. So catching my breath, I walk up to the tower and place a hand upon it, looking up to the brain of Menses. Thank you for answering my call. You were pivotal in my success here, kin of the old great ones. I say, with true gratitude, and the air around me lights up more with sparkles raining around me. I laugh as they rain down upon me, still shining as they rest around or on me. I should send you back to the realm you oversee. Thank you again for your assistance in this matter. I say as I lean into the tower with my head willing the path back, and the tower descends into the ground, shaking and trembling the plaza with its disappearance. After it is gone, all that is left is a large divot where the fountain once stood. It's fine to come out now, Eraserhead. Well, just don't get too close to this monster puppet. I say, gesturing to the still writhing form of the homunculus solider. Is there any way to save this person? Only to frown at the poor fate of all the people that were ripped from their lives to build this tool. I then tilt my head in contemplation, and then address Eraserhead as he is walking up to me, standing over the creature. Eraserhead, I am going to need to ask you for a favor. The dream. The students and teacher all stand before the massive field that is covered in graves. They aren't all Izuku's graves, right? The girl with the short bob of brown hair tries to find a bright side to this grim truth they were presented to. Each and every one of these graves are every time the young hunter had died in his pursuit to end the hunt and win his freedom to the waking world. I present with a sad smile, running my hands over the headstones as I pass them. The pink one takes some shaky steps to one of the graves with some slight tears building up in her eyes. As she is reaching out to touch the grave, I turn, seeing her reaching to it, and try to warn the girl, don't touch the graves. However, I am too late as the pink girl touches the grave and is engulfed in mist with a gasp. Shortly after, she comes out of it screaming, grasping at her throat, acid streaming out of everywhere she can. I give a slight sigh as I walk up to the poor girl. I tried to warn you, child, but it seems I was too late. I am sorry. These graves are the memories of his deaths, each and every one of them. What was that monster? How is he still alive? How is he still sane? The girl screams out, breaking down, crying and sobbing into the puddle of acid she had brought, keeping the others from being able to help her. He spent years in the dream, this getting a look of shock from the girl, and the others take a slightly stuttering step back. He has lost himself over and over to not only death or hopelessness, but to the bloodlust, the fury that the power he was given drives most to. However, he always seemed to find himself in some way or another, be it saving another person within Yarnum, or coming to me to channel the blood echoes, and breaking down at my kindness from all the times I had to sit and listen to his sorrows. Until he had gotten his first insight, I had been a lifeless doll and could never offer my help or support. I lament as the girl's pool of acid dissipates. I walks up and offer a hand to help her up from the traumatic experience. The group looks to the graves in dread, now understanding why their terrifying classmate is so driven from all the times he had faced death over and over again. The one in the puffy white suit walks forward to me and looks around the massive field. How did he not break? She asked in a hushed whisper. Because his heroic heart pushed even beyond all this. He saw all those suffering within the dreams and nightmares. Even here within this dream Gehrman was trapped and suffering. When he saw all this, he always pushed beyond the despair and hopelessness to help save everyone he could. I stepped forward, making them all take a step back. He is the hero of the dream and freed us all to the best of his abilities. He has a strength none of you could hope to match, not even the mightiest of those false idols you worship. I ceased, remembering Izuku talking about his old idol. As I advance on the retreating woman, my clenched fist shaking, eyes scowling, and mist pouring off me in my anger. When the mist dissipates and a sword that has two blades, one on either end of the handle, her anger is felt by all, as it freezes the very blood in all their veins. Only for me to take a few breaths and let the sword fall away back into the mist taken away by the helpful messengers. Do not insult my beloved hunter, I say with finality, and all others present take a gulp in fear of the wrath this woman can bring. The USJ Plaza. What do you mean, problem child? I thought I already did you a favor by giving permission for lethal force, Mr. Aizawa says, surveying the carnage that my attack had wrought upon the invading villains. You did, but that was to protect the others. This is between you and me alone. I say, walking back and forth next to the monstrous creation. I need this thing to try and free the one person who saved me during one of the most darkest times anyone could face. Know this, even if you don't approve or give permission for this, I am still going to try. You can either have an eldritch being owe you a favor or be bound down, and I still do this. I level to him as I turn and face him, letting out a bit of my presence bleed out. I see him flinch back from it, but watch him mull over what I had told him. I want to watch whatever you do, as this is probably the full extent of your abilities. I don't care what your reason or the principles is as to why I am not in the know to my students' full potential. I want to know about the truth. Mr. Aizawa growls out to me. Very well, but you should trust what your boss decided. I say as I let my human form slip from me and I start to tower far above my teacher. After watching the terror in his eyes for a few moments, I get to work setting up my experiment. Taking the quirk thief's hand I had acquired, I place it above the head of the still struggling monstrosity, and then lovingly pull the physical doll's body that Gehrman had built. I set the doll's body with her head facing the head of the monster so they are a mirror image of sorts. As I then hold my hands over both bodies and pull from the dream. Mist explodes from my hands, covering both bodies and severed limb as I try and bring the doll to life. Still not getting the result I want, I push harder and hear the monster cry out as the ground trembles from the power I have flowing through the area. Going even further, feeling a strain on my reborn form as the very air around me trembles at the amount of power I am burning through, I hear a thump and grunt behind me, but I ignore it. Still not enough, I tap into One for All and give a last final prayer. The entirety of the USJ shaking so violently, zones collapse, the shutters that covered the bay windows fall all around, and I start to cough up my own blood as light coalesces into the forms below my hands. I push a final time, giving a roar of my defiance, willing this to work with every fiber of my being. It all comes to a head in a mighty explosion of light and a shockwave that sends everything around me away, but I still don't feel the doll's presence. I collapse to my knees, crying my blackened blood. I'm sorry, doll. I tried all I could and I still couldn't bring you to the waking world. I berate myself in my mind, still shedding tears and fighting to stay conscious as I still need to bring the students and teacher back. I feel so woozy, so drained, it feels like I burned through my very own reborn life trying. As I try to get up and falter, falling onto my face, I give a groan that trembles the area. I claw my hands into the flooring, gouging the area, and try to lift myself on my trembling arms. My elongated body and tentacles heavy with exhaustion I haven't felt in my reborn form ever, even when I was training. I cry at my failure to help the one person who had saved me so many times in the hunt. I don't deserve this gift if I can't even save her. I mentally berate myself and cry even louder, making the air tremble with my sorrow as it starts to rain from the broken windows above. As I am feeling exhaustion starting to pull me under, I feel a gentle hand rest on me and a voice I thought I would never hear on this side. "Good Hunter, are you all right?" I look up, trembling in barely restrained excitement mixed in the fading sorrow. I cry some more, my eyes dripping with joyous clear tears as I give a happy smile to the doll. Beloved doll, the one who had saved me from not only myself but the cursed blood I was bestowed. I welcome you to the waking world. You are free. I say as mist overtakes me and I use the last of my power to push the students plus teacher to the USJ. No matter what though, I did the impossible. Not even Insight thought that would work or have that solution. I fought reality itself and brought the life of my most precious person to reality, giving her the gift of her freedom. I smile as I fall into a deep sleep, finally content in keeping the promise to save her. As all the students cry out in shock and fear, being roughly deposited in the plaza of the USJ, they stumble around in confusion. Until ultimately one of the girls sees the extremely bloody scene that had been painted in their absence and screams in horror. Momo, Uraraka, Toru, and Mineta all faint. Mina openly wept at all the blood and everyone else was a mix of shocked or various levels of nausea, some even spilling their breakfast or collapsing to their knees. Until they hear a cry from their other teacher for the day, Eraserhead. The students look to their homeroom teacher and see his upper body looks like it is caved in by a falling light fixture, as well as random debris strewn about his visible body. As the space hero rushes over to her pinned college, sobbing and reflexively putting her fingers up, only to then force them away for fear of pulling her friend to pieces. Some of the students break out of their shock at the bloodbath around them and go help the teacher dig the other out from the fallen light fixture. As they struggle to move the heavy piece of lighting, soft footsteps approaches the group and a figure pushes a few of the students aside. She then casually picks up the industrial lighting equipment like it weighs nothing and throws the light over her shoulder away into the flood zone, revealing that the teacher was buried in mist from his shoulders up. As he starts to emerge from the mist, revealing a split-open forehead with his face frozen in wide-eyed fear, the doll claps her hands, getting the little bit of dust that got on her gloves off. The students and teacher look at the doll in shocked awe as she seems to be taking stock of the area, looking about for anything that might cause any further harm to the group. All of a sudden a loud explosion is heard as the blast doors that had closed during the attack were launched over the plaza and embed into the walls on the opposite end of the facility. "Have no fear, students, for I am here," All Might declares, loudly scowling down at the plaza, only to pause, taking in the bloody scene. He spots the doll standing among the students and makes a dash, scooping them up and his fellow teachers, placing them at the base of the stairs away from the intruder. As he faces off against her, preparing to attack the only threat that is left, "I don't know who you think you are, but you will tell me what you have done with my student," All Might declares, getting into position to fight off this unknown person. An unknown warehouse. Two figures stumble into the warehouse, both bleeding, but one of them stumbles and falls over, blood spurting out his severed arm. "Dr. Young Shigaraki needs desperate aid now," the shadowy one says to the room at large, and a man in a lab coat with large glasses steps forward. "Help him to the best of your abilities, doctor," a strong voice calls from a seated position in the shadows. "I can't use the regeneration quirks I have to help my pupil due to my still healing hand myself," he says, scowling at his slowly growing stump. "What happened, Kurojairi?" the man asked of the other person that followed his student back from their raid. "When we arrived at the training facility, things went to plan of peppering all the zones with our fodder criminals, however All Might was not present. When we started the assault to distract Eraserhead by sending out the long-range quirks to draw him away from his students. However, a student that was at the top of the stairs with him," Kurojairi pauses to take a ragged breath before continuing. "The student was able to use some type of portal to get to the bottom instantly and then use a blast of sound to drive all our long-range attackers back into the other groups. Eraserhead made it down the stairs by the time they all had gathered themselves again to try setting up another attack with the long-range quirks. When they all were about to ready themselves for a brawl, Eraserhead and the student were able to group up at the base of the stairs. The student declared that whomever surrendered would be spared, but otherwise lethal force would be used, as we had the number advantage and our intent of killing was readily apparent. During this time shutters closed over the windows, which was confusing as it would hinder Eraserhead. As a debate between young Shigaraki and the student was occurring, I slipped away to split the students to the zones. However, I was unable to find them or any sign that they made their way out of the facility either. When I returned to Shigaraki to report this, the student then brought forth what he called friends for this tea party to counter the ones we brought and had throughout all the zones with a small bell. After that he then called forth a mighty tower to match the Nomu we brought, he called the Brain of Menses, which cast light through the area when the shutters had fully closed. It seems staying in the light the tower produced caused the blood in our bodies to rupture after a time. During all this report the doctor had removed the knife from the base of Shigaraki's hand and was busy reattaching the hand, using a gel that promotes reattachment of recently lost limbs. It was going well until the hand started turning an ugly shade of purple. That then started working its way up the young man's arm and instantly start to rot the flesh. Panicking, the doctor had to make a call to save his master's pupil by amputating the arm before whatever was rotting the flesh killed him. As he is distracted, a small pool of mist slowly bubbles up around the discarded blade, taking it away from the warehouse with no one noticing its disappearance. Cursing up a storm and doing his best to cleanly amputate the arm with minimal damage for a prosthetic attachment to be fitted for the young man at a later time. The rapidly decreasing time frame is beaten by the doctor barely getting the arm taken off. After the arm is off, does it start to crumble away into a purple mess of flesh and bone that bubbles and start to eat its way into the warehouse floor. What happened, doctor? The master asks as he watches the puddle of his student's arm burns through the floor as it evaporates slowly. I am unsure, master. When I reattached the hand and applied the binder gel, the hand just started to rot, then it spread quickly up the arm. I amputated as I was uncertain the cause of the rot and I had to cut ahead of it as it spread rapidly. The doctor reported as the puddle disappears, eating a good distance into the reinforced floor of the warehouse. Where is the knife that was in his hand? The master asks, looking around as he can't see it anywhere. I put it over here, the doctor says in confusion, looking around for the weird small blade he pulled out of the young pupil's hand. As he is looking around for it, the master commands Kurogyri. Keep telling me your report while the doctor locates the knife, he says as he turns his attention to the still injured butler. Young Shigaraki decided to use our combo attack, but it was like the student knew it was coming. Right before he touched the student, he pulled out a strange sword and cut off Shigaraki's hand, as well as throwing that blade into the base of it before I could retrieve it. Shortly after that, Shigaraki called a retreat as well as sending the Nomu to kill the student, and I got his hand while we were leaving. Now we are here. I am unsure if the Nomu is still fighting him or not, Kurogyri wheezes out as he tries to stem the more severe bleeding with his trembling misty hands. I see an Eraserhead. Where was he during all this? The master asks. He fled immediately after the student had asked if we had played the game. The floor is lava, with what looked like a beach umbrella shortly before the tower was called forth. Kurogyri dutifully reported. I see, doctor, have you found the knife? The master asked in exasperation. No master, I don't understand where it could have gone off to. The doctor says in fear as well as confusion. Something to puzzle out at a later time. Finish patching up my poor pupil, then help Kurogyri. The master orders as he contemplates the possibilities of the entity he had angered, was at the raid or not due to the bell summoning others to fight. The USJ Plaza. The doll, taking up a defensive position, says out to the giant of a man, the young hunter is asleep after defending everyone here as well as driving all these vermin off. I gesture around myself, still wary of this man to whom had hurt her beloved hunter. As he looks about the destruction, I take some steps away from him, never letting him out of my sight as I try to figure out where my beloved went. Unable to feel him anywhere in the dream or sense his presence anywhere, I start to feel panic start to set in with this new form. I see, and who are you? All Might asks, still at the ready to fight me at the first sign of hostility. I am the doll that serves the hunters of the dream, I respond coolly, still at the ready in case of a sudden attack from the titanic oaf. Only for both to flinch when they hear the call from the stairs as the teachers arrive and gunshots ring out from the stairs, tagging any stragglers in the ruined disaster zones. As clones of a peg-legged teacher bursts through the facility to capture villains, the rest come down the stairs and they all take in the carnage around. When they reach the students and injured teacher, they take stock and minister first aid to the downed teacher, as well as getting statements from the students. As most the teachers console or question the students, a small animal walks up to the standoff between All Might and myself. Hello there, I assume you aren't a villain like all these people? The stoat gestures around to the bloody scene of the whole of the facility. No, I am the doll that serves the hunters in the dream. I am uncertain on how I am here, as I always have known that I would be shackled to the dream. I look down at my hands, slowly opening and closing them repeatedly. I see, do you have any idea where young Midoria is? The stoat asks, walking up to her calmly. I don't, I can't even feel him within the dream, so I am unsure where he is. Maybe the one teacher that was left here would be able to tell you better, I calmly reply, relaxing slightly. Unknown area. Awaken, young one, a voice rumbles the very air I seem to be floating in. I struggle to open my eyes as everything hurts or is sorer than it has ever been. Awaken. The voice calls louder, rattling the bones in my true form, as I am too weak to hold my false form. Struggling to my feet and taking stock of the empty void that I am in, I still don't see where the voice could have come from. Finally awake, huh? Walked right into that ambush, same as most other parallels of yourself would as well. After it finishes speaking, light erupts from everywhere as my enhanced eyes are burned and healed rapidly. When I look around, I see several different scenes of the USJ. A version of me dashing around the plaza with the burial blade, dying repeatedly and coming back in the defense of all the other students. Another one is using the chickage taunting the hand FTSH villain I had severed and poisoned the hand of. Finally, I can make out another version of me, no hunter influence at all, breaking fingers at the flood zone to save Tsu and the pervert. What is all this? Where am I? Who is there? As I await the answers to filter in, the very air around me rumbles with the answers. These are parallel instances of Izuku Midoria. You have achieved the next step every great one eventually reaches by ascending beyond your current form. Kos, Eden, and Flora are here to guide you, young reborn child. I shiver in slight fear of having killed 2 of these great ones already, and one wasn't actually fighting during that match. This isn't a ploy to get back at me for killing you all, and your kin, is it? I ask, trying to gather any strength to prepare for this impossible fight. You are wrong, young one, we are here to guide you. You are what has come after our war with each other. Flora had the right of it to free us from our earthly bonds, but ultimately failed and became trapped as well. We all have ascended to different and unique realms we now govern over. The one I assume is Eden says, rattling my very skull. Even though you killed my child, I do not blame you, young one. Those that had done those wretched things to the fishing hamlet and pervaded my body in search of knowledge and insight are to blame. A voice says, flowing like water all around me to rest calmly around my shoulders. Indeed, my child, I thank you for freeing everyone I had unintentionally trapped within the endless hunt. A final voice says, the light shining down upon me gently. Welcome, reborn great one. They all resound as everything starts to fade away again, as I feel all my aches and exhaustion of my reborn form drag me into unconsciousness again. When I next awoke, it was beneath the tree outside the house in the hunter's dream. I stare up as the light filters in through the barren branches. I struggle to move anything, everything hurts worse than every beating I suffered in my other life. I hear the rustling of footsteps as well as a dress going over plants, flowers, and stone. All of a sudden I see the doll standing over me, kneeling down and hefting up my head and holding it against her body. I feel her trembling as tears rain down upon my face and tentacle hair. You've been gone for so long, good hunter, the doll sobs out as she holds me closer to her body. I am sorry. I struggle to get out, as I drag a hand up over the ground to try and comfort her. However, my hand never makes it and it falls into the ground, digging into it with its weight. I am breathing heavily and the edge of my vision is darkening with each exhale. We sit like that for quite some time, her holding me and me just recovering in her lap. I apparently fall asleep as I am brought back by her humming and running her gloved hand through my hair as well as running along my face. I smile at her and bring my hand up to hold hers against my face, leaning into it more. She smiles down at me and I heft a breath, as I slowly roll off her lap. Working slowly to stand on my own, my legs and arms shaking the whole way up. When I get up to my full height, I focus transforming to my human form. After slowly getting into that form, I stumble down to a knee, gasping for breath once more. The doll comes up to me and then proceeds to princess carry me, which of course gets me to blush profusely. Sputtering and trying to struggle out of her iron grip, as she gives a brilliant smile while carrying me all the way into the house. She sets me down in a chair in the main room and bustles around getting me tea with cookies I had snuck into the dream for her. I can't help the smile that comes to my face as the doll just keeps doing things, getting me a pillow for my neck, back, and legs. Throwing blankets over me till I am a quilted mummy, constantly running her fingers through my messy mane of dark green locks. She seems so much more lively, I think, as I watch her move around the room with a constant smile radiating from her beautiful face. Doll, she immediately walks up to me still smiling, her happiness lighting up the room. I thought I freed you from the dream, I ask while looking down in confusion and slight frustration of possibly failing her. Good hunter, she says with such emotion it gets me to look up at her as she cups my cheeks in her now warm hands. While you have given me a gift I never thought I would have, this is my home. Everything I know is here in this dream and there is nothing more I wanted except to stay by your side after you freed everyone you could in the endless hunt. The doll says as she rubs her fingers up and down my face, cupping it with such affection. I will always be here for you, beloved hunter, she declares, making my reborn heart stop as she leans in, closes her eyes, and kisses my nose. It takes everything I have to not laugh as she cracks open her eyes and then blushes madly from missing. I am about to say something, anything to try and salvage this, but she just covers her face and runs into mist to get away fast. I take a breath and think to myself, my first kiss from a woman I care about deeply, and it's on my nose. I try as hard as I can, but I can't help but snicker and cry as well, my heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. I try to make my way out of the literal mountain of blankets I find myself in, and true to form, I have no grace, falling flat on my face. Could use that nose kiss now, I think sarcastically as I crawl forward, giving a slight grimace at my own intrusive thought. Eventually I find my way back out, using the mace of the whirligig saw as a cane to support me as I should go back to my classmates and teachers. After making my way back I stumble and fall into my living room instead of the USJ, first the missed kiss and now this? I groan and make my way to one of the couches, noticing it is very early in the day, light barely coming in through the window. All of a sudden I hear footsteps followed by a sob as my mother all but body tackles me into the couch, making it slide, and for me to groan again at being pinned in such an off way. After a prolonged struggle against the mama bear cuddle attack of death that makes even the orphan of coast blush, do I get her to start to calm down and hug me more gently. After again waiting for her to fully get in control of her sobbing and be more coherent, do I try talking with her. "It's okay mom, everything is fine." Which oddly enough gets her to glare at me and squeeze my face in her hands. "You've been missing since Friday, it's Monday morning." She yells into my face, then wrapping me in a hug again. It's been a lot longer than I thought it was," I say, sighing at this unfortunate complication. We go about this, me comforting her, her crying, asking about what all had happened, where I was the past 3 days. I try giving her answers that will satisfy her, as I don't want to tell her about all that has happened to me, or that I am not even her son anymore. Eventually it comes the time I need to get ready and back to school when mother pipes up with, the principal wanted me to contact him as soon as you got back," she says, wringing her hands in front of herself nervously. I give her a smile and try to stand, only to stumble again, still weak from my ascension. Mother rushes forward and is worrying all over again. Breathing heavy I manage to get to my room and then walk through mist, coming through dressed for school but more tired. "That is an unfortunate drawback," I say, leaning against the wall to my closet and preparing myself for the arduous task of getting to school. As it seems I am thoroughly burnt out and require quite a bit more rest, but how much rest do great ones really need? A century? I flinch, screaming the answer I got from the insight. Groaning at having to sleep for 10 days straight to be back to normal, I then trudge back through and say bye to mother. She gives me another crushing hug, crying into my shoulder for a few minutes, but relents and lets me leave out the door. When I reach the ground floor I nearly pass out from the effort. I am breathing heavily as I lean on a wall and glaring out into the bright morning street. As I am about to set forth I hear a familiar sound creaking up behind me. "Good hunter, you should save your strength," the doll says, looking off to the side as she pushes a wheelchair up next to me. "Thank you doll, again you don't always have to serve me anymore. You are free to be whoever you want to," I say, laying a hand on her arm, which gets her to smile at me and tuck some hair behind her ear. "I will keep that in mind, good hunter, but for now I will still be by your side," she says, smiling at me, which I give an internal sigh to, as I won't win this argument. So I sit in the wheelchair and am about to start wheeling myself, but the doll grabs the handles and start pushing me. As I sputter and try to object to her pushing me, does she pipe up with, "Do not fret good hunter, I want to do this as well," she says sweetly while petting my hair with one hand, with me crossing my arms and pouting. I then pull the Tomb Prospector hood from the dream to help shield my eyes along the way. As she wheels me onto the bus to school, I shoot off a text to All Might that I am alright, and will be arriving at school soon. Also asking if he could get me a guest pass for a friend that is wheeling me to school due to an unfortunate backlash. I get a text back saying he will be there with the principal as well to tell me a few things. As I sit while we travel, the doll looks around in fascination and I explain things to her, while others around stare at her or our attire. When we reach the stop for UA and she wheels me off the bus, do I notice some of the males staring at her still. Giving a sigh to myself at the twinge of protective possessiveness that spikes through me at all their stares. When we reach the gates, I see All Might in his powered-down form with Nezu sitting on his shoulder awaiting my arrival. When we get close I wave at the two of them, gaining their attention as they turn fully to myself and the doll. "Hello gentlemen, I guess we have quite a bit to talk about," I say, giving a tired smile at the two of them. "Quite right young Midoria, after school today you are to answer some questions that we the staff have, as well as some questioning by the police," the principal calmly explains to myself and the doll. He then taps All Might's shoulder and he steps forward. "This is a visitor badge and should let you on the ground so you can accompany young Midoria. Also I would like to talk with you as well young Midoria," All Might says, to which I give a strained smile as it seems a lot is going to have to come out soon. The doll and I then make our way to the classroom, with me giving directions to her as she wheels me down the hallways, only having a few minutes before class begins. As she opens the door the conversations come to a halt and everyone is just staring at both the doll and I. "Hey guys, how was your weekend?" I slept through mine and am still exhausted. I try going for a more humorous air as the whole room seemed really somber at my arrival. After a few moments of stunned silence, and my smile getting more strained with it, does someone move? Mina gets up and proceeds to tackle me in a hug, sobbing, gripping me with trembling hands. I am honestly shocked as I didn't think anything terrible had happened to anyone or that it seemed like I was in any real danger, so I just comfort her in a confused silence. Looking around I can see others are confused or might have an inkling about what has caused her to be so filled with sorrow. Hey Mina, what's wrong? I might be in a wheelchair, but I am just very tired and sore is all. So it's okay to have no idea what prefix means, it's not the end of the word. I say jokingly, internally cringing at the pun to bring some life back into this sorrow-filled girl. To which I succeeded by getting her to blubber out a giggle through her sobs until she got back up whipping tears from her eyes. I touched one of the graves in the dream and I've been having nightmares about it. How did you survive all those deaths? She asks so broken and lost, voice trembling with fear as I look at the bags under her eyes. I give her a smile and say simply, I didn't. The person who I was is long gone to that terrible place. Do you think you could come out of that many deaths the same person? I say, gently grabbing her hand and pulling her into a hug. However, though I am changed, I am grateful and touched at your compassion for a pretty nasty time of mine. I get a few more chalked out sobs from her as she hugs me a little tighter and I quip with, seriously, you are touching me right this moment, can't you see? I say in a teasing tone that gets a more genuine giggle and laugh from her as she stands with a smile. There we go, you should always be smiling, Mina. You are a fun and cheerful person to be around, truly it is a great honor to have someone be so companionate for another. I give an easy wave at her slight bashful blush as the doll then wheels me to my seat, moving the original out to the side and pushing my wheelchair in while she takes the normal seat for herself. After a while Aizawa comes in, and to his credit he only flinches slightly at my presence, but he continues on like normal. Midoria, who is that? He asks looking at the doll seated beside me. This is the doll. She has helped me through many things during my quirk awakening. She is here to assist me due to the backlash from the USJ still making me weak, even after 3 days of constant rest. I calmly explain to the man. I see, I take it she already has a visitor pass and the principal knows? He asks me, to which I give a firm nod. He takes that in kind and moves forward with his day. Most all of you may not have dealt with the villains that attacked us, but your battle isn't over yet. He delivers to us in the most paranoia-inducing way possible. He really likes his mind games. I and many denizens of the dream all voice in unison, the UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. He says, which I get the feeling from everyone else's relaxed posture means they were getting worried about a second villain attack. You'll be having normal classes for the next 2 weeks, but the afternoon part will be given to you to train your quirks in preparation for the festival. Good luck to all of you. He says, blandly giving a wave and retreating into his signature sleeping bag. The day goes normally for the most part, most the students giving me a wide berth due to the probable bloodbath they all came back to. At the end of the day I meet up with the principal, All Might, the detective from when I awoke in the hospital, and what appears to be a muzzled beast. So I guess we should start this off with inviting my mother to join in on what is no doubt going to be an in-depth questioning about why I just resorted to murdering all those villains instead of subduing them instead. This is going to take a long time to go over and probably won't be fully covered, or in your case detective, pertinent to this case. The short story though, is I died the night I jumped off that roof. Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Midoria? Asked the detective as his quirk pinged true to my ambiguous confession. Just what I said, I died. Also detective, I would like you gone soon. Not all truth needs to come to light. I then hold up my hand when I see him get angry and try to defend himself, as well as his professional obligation. I trust you, detective, but there are bugs and rats in your department that you and your superiors have overlooked. No offense, Nezu, I say coyly to the principal, who gives a laugh as the detective gets even more angry. How could you possibly know that? I know every one of those that work with me and I trust them with my life. The detective seethes as he gets up and approaches my wheelchair-bound self. I know this is hard to take, but it is true. You have one spy for the Meta Liberation Army, one for the League of Villains, and one for a Yakuza group. I say, giving him an even look until Nezu pipes in to break the growing tension. I would listen to Midoriya, detective, his quirk gives him insight in certain things. I won't go into too many details about it, but it is best you just trust in his knowledge and start investigating your department or any others that interact daily with them. Suggested the stoat from behind his chair, getting the detective to look at him incredulously. If that is the case, why not just tell me who it is? The detective exclaims in frustration. I see All Might getting up to comfort his apparent friend. Because you won't learn if all you get are the answers without finding all the information. That's the downfall of knowing an answer against learning the answer. You become lazy and over-rely on that method, then those that learn of your ways will figure out how to work around it and hide better, so you are unable to learn the truth. I say evenly, freezing all present as they look to me in shock. Knowledge is power and all power corrupts absolutely, there is no other way about it. Even for me, this will ultimately be my downfall. All the power I have, all the knowledge I have access to, it will lead to my undoing and final end. I say, looking down at my disguised hands, opening and closing them slowly, turning them over to watch all the movements with a sad smile. After a few minutes the detective seems to calm down and ask a different set of questions. Do you plan on going about with that ability you used against the villains in public? No, detective, the brain of Menzies is something I have no intention of using again, unless things are truly dire and is needed to face a large force again. We were all outnumbered 15-1, all of them with the intention of either killing us or doing rather unspeakable things to the female classmates. I say, scowling at the man for defending monsters and beasts. Still, you can't take the law into your hands like that. The detective tried to start with his accusation against myself, which I promptly shut down. I will admit you are correct, detective, in carelessly killing them. However, they all willingly joined a raid onto a high school with the full intent to kill not only All Might, but as many of the students present. So before you go about saying that I had no right to defend not only myself but my fellow hero hopefuls, I want you to hand over your gun and coat, go stand before the students as well as their families, and tell them all their child's lives mean nothing. That they could not do anything without the law to be there to make the call. I seethe to the detective as he gets progressively paler with every word I launch at him. If that is the case, where the F was any of the police? I had told Mr. Aizawa all the pertinent information, and told him to authorize lethal force in the defense of the students and teachers present. So until you fulfill my part of this, with respect, detective, F off back to your infested agency and start actually doing some good. I gnash out to the detective, baring my teeth at him as my anger starts to rattle the very room we are in. After that, the shell-shocked detective walks off with a rather haunted look in his eyes, and I get my anger under better control by breathing. The doll helps by running her hands through my hair gently, humming a little as we all take a moment. After a few moments, Nezu decides to speak up. While your defense of the students was extreme, we are grateful no lives were lost. Even Eraserhead only received minor injuries from falling debris, but told me what had seemed to cause such destruction of the USJ. He also told us the report of the creature that was made to beat All Might, so we have been able to handle any and all media backlash that has tried to call for justice against you. However, the Hero Public Safety Commission will be keeping a close eye on not only yourself but your mother as well. I am pretty sure they may have sent agents to already bug or monitor your house, which just gets an angry sigh out of me as I plant my face in my hands and scream in frustration. While their reaction to your actions is extreme, it is slightly understandable. However, they have gone extreme even by my standards. So I have a solution that will not only help you, but the rest of the students, as well as this institution. I am going to bring forth a dorm system after the sports festival, as well as making a public announcement about it after the first year's tournament is over. This way the first-year students and parents can decide and then transition into the dorm system for the security of the students. With this, I would like to bring your mother in as a sort of dorm mother that floats between the two hero classes and keeps them stocked or handles repair requests. She would be employed by us as well as be given housing on campus that will help ensure her safety from the HPSC as well as any others that might be looking for ways to get to you. Says the principal in a jolly tone, trying to bring any light to this abysmal situation I find myself in. Thank you, sir. I will be sure to pass this along to my mother. If you want the whole story behind all this, I would ask that my mother be present for the no doubt counseling sessions that are needed after such an extreme event. I say, looking at the muzzled man, also not to be overly hostile, but you had best not growl or be aggressive towards me. I've had far too many creatures that look similar to yourself, or your quirk that outright murdered myself far too many times. So it's more of a conditioned instant response to just kill those of your type that are aggressive to me. After I say that, I see him tense up, clench his fists, and his jaw to tighten immensely, to which I bring forth my cane, laying it across my lap. After a stare down for a while, he gets up slowly and leaves the room, banging the door on his way out. That was Hound Dog. He's the school counselor and licensed therapist. We have him here for when students go on internships or work studies and get involved in a rather bad incident with a villain. Sometimes things just go wrong when dealing with villains and students aren't prepared for that. Some even change courses after witnessing the true price heroes have to pay sometimes. The principal says evenly, looking after the departing teacher sadly. I can understand that, but the fact still remains that I will be on edge around him. So my suggestion is he either learns more self-control not to growl or be aggressive, or you find someone else. After taking a calming breath and letting the little ones take the cane away, I look to the doll and then to the principal. I would also like to ask a slight favor in regards to the doll, so long as she is fine with that as well. I would like for her to have a job here helping Recovery Girl as an assistant nurse or something of that order. She's been trapped in the dream ever since her creation, and I would like that she has as little trouble as necessary in transitioning to the waking world. I say, bowing my head to the principal. He claps jovially and says, well, this is a surprise and quite the pleasant one at that. I can draw up a quick employment contract for her and she can be Recovery Girl's assistant. In fact, it might be wise to hire on one for each year's hero course so they can help students better and more efficiently. This way they can be made more stable for transport to Recovery Girl and she has more time to catch up on her backlog of paperwork. Nezu cheers and happily cackles as he types away at his computer at a frenzied pace. I would gladly accept on the condition I may remain by the good hunter's side, she says, petting my hair, and before I can try and convince her to branch out to experience the world. She gives a light tug on my hair and says in a steely voice, I understand what the good hunter wants for me, but I am the master of my fate now. So I want to spend my days with the one who freed me from my endless imprisonment within the nightmare. She goes back to petting my hair as I slump down into the chair, and I have to avoid the cheeky looks of the others in the room as I pout while crossing my arms. After we talk some more, hashing out the details and having either All Might or Aizawa be able to sit in on or be told of the counseling sessions I am to go through, the doll and I head on home. This is going to be a hard talk with Mother. When we got to the complex for home and I moved to get up to hobble my way up the stairs, the doll decided to once again princess carry me. I am an eldritch god. I whine internally as I bury my face in my hands as she easily carries me up, the wheelchair being taken by the mist. When we reach the door, the doll sets me down in the chair once more, and knocks on the door. Shortly after, Mother answers and sees myself in the chair and then the doll standing behind me with a reserved smile. We are going to have another hard talk, Mother. I say, giving her a strained smile, hoping she doesn't faint while in the doorway. She blinks and then tears up. You got this, young woman, PRGNNT. She bawls out, rushing to hug or strangle me. I am unsure because it is me who passed out in shock of what Mother had jumped to. After a while I had came to and gave a rough explanation of who the doll is, as well as asking Mother if she could stay with us in the sense that she was welcome whenever. As her home is still in the dream and she refuses to leave the room I had made for her for anything else. She does busy herself around the house, cleaning here and there while I talk about the principal's proposal to Mother as well as the danger we could be in, from either the government or other parties. She understands and says she will talk with the principal tomorrow to hash out all the details. She then looks to the doll as she is bending over to pick up some dust bunnies that had fallen off the shelf Mother couldn't reach, and Mother looks me in the eyes and says she's too young to be a grandmother yet. I of course am flustered and try to explain away the doll would be incapable of any of that, only for the doll to interrupt by saying, with what the good hunter has done in bringing me forth from the dream, I believe I am more than capable of that. As well as having a few other boons as well, she idly says, looking to her gloved porcelain hands and flexing them back and forth in curiosity. Which really doesn't help my case as Mother once again gives me another smug look, to which I answer by pouting and turning to look away from both of them. When dinner rolls around and we all sit down to eat, with the doll joining and surprisingly be able to eat alongside us. After we all go to sleep for the night, I let my mind drift over the prayers of the blessed ones, hearing their stories and smiling at how much their lives are better from my gift to them. I need to be wary to not let the incident with the church repeat itself. Seems the government might already be trying. What with how many of the children talk about the detective or other government people always asking questions. As I sleep and recover as well as I can within the nightmare to get full use of all the time dilation between realms, I feel that hunger again. Nothing I have done seems to satisfy it, and it seems to grow with each moon that passes by. The next morning I wake up to Mother happily showing the doll how to make breakfast and other food, most notably some of my favorites. When we finish and head out, the doll seems rather excited for her first day of learning the ropes of being a nurse's assistant. I show her where the nurse's office is and then roll my way back to class as we had arrived early for her to get settled. I on the other hand go to the classroom and nap once more until the other students start to arrive and class begins to start. While classes for the day were fine and normal, when lunch rolled around we apparently could not leave our classroom. A horde of students had apparently caught wind of the USJ incident and they hungered for gossip. You idiots, they are here to scout out the competition of the students who survived a villain attack. Bakugo right on cue with his inflamed ego, when he didn't so much as get within 100 meters of an actual villain outside the Sludge guy. Take it all in, you extras, this is what a real hero looks like. So get out of the way. Bakugo says, trying to intimidate the crowd of students out of his way, slightly foaming at the mouth. I didn't know the hero course was full of self-important idiots. A voice drones from the crowd as a boy with eye bags that could rival our teachers and purple hair makes his way to the front of the crowd. I hope the rest of your class isn't like that. While these others here might be here to scout you out, I am here to deliver a declaration of war. There is a rumor that says if we do well in the sports festival we can earn a place in the hero course, and that if you have a bad showing you will be moved away to make room. So you better watch your step before I sweep your feet and take your spot, he says and then walks away in a dismissive way. You know where I come from, we at least share our names before crossing blades, I say as I roll up to the door and move Bakugo aside with a firm push. This getting him to gnash his teeth at me with murder in his eyes. Also don't mind the rabid Pomeranian, his bark is worse than his bite. I say with an easy smile as the Pomeranian goes nuclear. The F, you say? Bakugo yells and moves his hand up to be threatening, only for me to send him through the dream leaving him on the school roof. Later we hear a loud boom followed by screaming curses from the windows nearby. I am Izuku Midoria, and I look forward to whatever challenge you hope to bring to the festival. I introduce myself giving a feral smile while offering a hand to shake. Hitoshi Shinszo, and if you are in a wheelchair you should be the most worried of all. He says glaring at me, while I give an easy laugh as I let my hand fall back down which makes him glare harder. I am only in this wheelchair because I overtaxed myself during the incident with the USJ. I say seeing the others around opening their mouths, no doubt with questions I don't want to answer. The teachers and principal have put a confidentiality ban upon all the info regarding that incident, so if you have questions, take it to them. I deadpan at them as they all sweat drop and shuffle their feet, some looking down at being caught so easily. What's there to know? You are probably the student who killed all those villains. A haughty voice calls out from the crowd as it parts to show a blonde boy sauntering up to our classroom door. I can hear my fellow classmates behind me flinch and murmur amongst themselves. There is no point in hiding you are a murderer, I don't even know why the school still lets you attend. He dramatically declares and points at me as I give him a dead look. All the teachers and staff have gone over this with the police, which all have agreed that the information in regards to the incident at the USJ is to be classified as confidential or secret. You spouting your theories on what or who did what is a violation of these discussions with not only the administrative wing of UA but the actual government. Isn't that right, Nezu? I say looking up at a speaker. That is correct. I think Mr. Monoma would benefit from some detention as well as a good long talk with his teacher during said detentions for the next week. The stoat happily declares through all the speakers through the hallway. The assembled students all decide to make like a tree, and get out of there, along with Monoma the moron walking away in a daze. Still looking up to the speaker I say, thank you for the support sir. I tried to mitigate the fallout best I could. No problem at all Midoriya, did you extend that offer yet? Asked the principal through the specific speaker and none other. Yes mother should be along sometime today I believe to talk it over with you. Also E2 to E4 sir, I say with a devilish smile to the speaker as he starts to cackle like mad as the speaker cuts out. Abruptly. I made my way to the lunchroom and ordered a lot of food once more, as my other form needs far more nutrients than a normal human body. When it came to heroics class most of the class split off into groups to train together or do solo training. Or in Bakugo's case trying to do it solo, only for Kirishima to glomp onto him and spout about getting better together will be so manly. I chuckle and wish him the best of luck, for he will need his hardened skin to survive the abrasive nature that is Bakugo. I decide to tag along with Jairu and Momo as they seem to want to try sparring against each other that day without quirks. As they are walking along they stop and look at me in slight confusion. I thought I would tag along with you ladies today as I am wheelchair bound for a while more. Probably will be out of it by next week, but I thought I could give you both some pointers in fighting if you wanted it. I say giving them an easy smile when the speaker above crackles to life and Nezu cheerily comes over with E5. Which garners looks of confusion from the two as I chuckle slightly and motion them to keep walking. I am in another chess game against the principal, I kindly explain to the two as they look at me in shock. While I call out with F4. Do you plan on beating him? He's the smartest person on this side of the globe, Momo says as Jairu looks at me in awe whispering about me being so badass. I chuckle at Jairu while Momo looks at her in horror at her language and tell the high-class young woman. Well I already did it once during the entrance exam, I think if you asked nicely the principal might share the video proof with you. I say smiling at their dumbstruck faces as I wheel between and then past them. Looking back and saying in a coy manner, well ladies? I thought you wanted to train before the school day was over. I hold back a laugh as they stumble and hurry after me. You seriously beat the principal during the insanity that was the entrance exam? Jairu latched onto the chair and began pushing me, while vibrating in excitement. That is correct. The principal calls out, first time in over a decade I had been beaten, also going with the king's gambit Midoriya? Risky move indeed, pawn captures pawn f4. He says in glee awaiting my next move as we make our way out of the building and toward an open field. Shortly after I see the principal zipping out of the building on a custom scooter, and making his way after us. I laugh as the two girls are frozen in shock at his abrupt exit of the building. I wave my hand off to the side with the table with the board from before rising from the misty depths. I leave him the seat and adjust the pieces between us as the ladies just don't know what to do. I snap my fingers at them and they give a jolt, sending glares at my cheeky grin as the principal settles in with a teacup in hand sitting across from me. As they talk about how they want to spar walking away from the table, me and the principal start up our match in earnest again. Bishop to c4, queen to h4. Check Midoria, told you the gambit was risky. The principal says as he eyes me over his tea, to which only gets a feral smile from me as I move my next piece. King retreats to f1, pawn to b5, bishop captures pawn b5. The principal takes a few moments to look over the board and sip some tea, so I look back at the girls watching them trade blows, exchanging ideas for moves either one could implement for the tournament or their own style. I watch them go back and forth, dancing around and dodging strikes, but I notice Jairu is getting more flushed than she should. So I call out to them to save my friend an embarrassing interrogation on what appears to be her crush. Hey Jairu, this getting both their attention as I wave her over. Both of them walk over to me in curiosity. I was just wondering how much you feel with your ear jacks? Like if I were to apply pressure to the more metallic parts of them, would that hurt right away, or could you deal with a fair bit of force on them? I ask as she looks to me thinking her answer out as she fiddles with one idly. Well, I can pierce into mostly anything to get a read on my surroundings, and I am able to channel sound through them, both as a reconnaissance and as a force of attack. What are you getting at? She asked as she tilted her head in bored, but calming down curiosity. Why not use them as whips when you twirl and dodge a strike? Should let you build up the momentum to do it that way, and you should be able to whip your foes at the end of the turn when you get behind them. I say while miming some of the movements for her to get a general idea of what I am talking about. She pulls one of her jacks down a bit more from her idling and whirls it around harder than she usually does with it, whistles slightly. I might give it a try some other time, wouldn't want to unnecessarily hurt Yamamoto. She says as she bumps her hip against Momo, which gets her to blush scarlet, stumbling away slightly as Jairu and I chuckle lightly. They go back to their sparring and the principal speaks up after another sip of his tea. Speaking of not unnecessarily hurting others, I would like for you to not use any of your firearms during the sports festival. He says, pawing at his queen for a bit but moving his knight to f6 instead. While I will agree to that, I would like to reserve the right to keep one handy in the event of if I have to face a certain classmate. I respond kindly while also moving my knight to f3. Oh, and what would that be? He asks as he pulls his queen back to h6. As much as I would like to tell you, I would rather not discuss it around prying ears. I say, laughing a little as I dodge a rock that was thrown by a blushing Jairu as I give her a cheeky wave. I then protect my pawn by moving another up to d3. The principal just laughs happily and responds with, certainly young man. It is a wise choice to not reveal all your tricks and strategies you have in reserve. He tries to go for joking, but I see the haunted expression pass over his face quickly. I give him an easy smile as I fill his teacup to let him know it's all right. Also not to be too much of a bother, but could you do one more favor for me? If possible, could you get Toru a hero outfit that is bound to her DNA? I am starting to get tired of my heart jolting to a stop anytime I see her in her current hero outfit. I say, groaning into my face as I hear Jairu snorting off to the side and devolving into a giggling mess. To which I maturely answer, with a blown raspberry in her general direction, as the principal moves his knight to h5. As the girls get back to their sparring, me and the principal continue our game. Knight to h4, queen to g5, knight to f5, pawn to c6, pawn to g4, knight retreats to f6, rook to g1, pawn captures bishop b5, pawn to h4, queen retreats to g6, pawn to h5, queen to g5, queen to f3, knight to g8. All of a sudden myself and the principal hear a loud ow from the sparring girls, and when we look it seems Momo might have gone a little too hard with a takedown. Jairu is on the ground clutching her arm as it bleeds and Momo is frozen in shock with abject terror on her face. This seems like a good opportunity, Mr. Midoria. Can you call for the doll to come and provide some slight first aid? Maybe see if Recovery Girl can be brought as well so that we can test if we can get her in a more fast responding way. Nezu says cheerfully as he looks over the board. I look to the side as one of the messengers gives a salute and heads off to the doll. A few moments later a door of mist appears beside our table and out walks the doll, followed shortly by Recovery Girl. She looks around in bewilderment until she spots Jairu. She then rushes to the girl, followed belatedly by the doll, who is in a new outfit, like nurses from the Victorian era, and carrying a bag on her hip with a medical insignia on the flap. As Recovery Girl examines and gives a few pokes to Jairu's arm, deeming it not terrible, she goes into a lesson that the doll is paying rapt attention to. It seems the doll is taking nicely to her new job well enough, I say with a happy reserved smile as I turn my attention back to the chess match between the principal and I. Indeed, I am still on the hunt for nurse aides for each year and hero class, but I am happy to better help my students. Nezu says cheerfully as I make my next move and capture his pawn on f4. Queen retreats to f6, knight to c3, bishop to c5, knight to d5, queen captures pawn b2, bishop to d6, bishop captures rook g1, pawn to e5, queen captures rook a1. Check young Midoria, seems I might win this round. The stoat declares and takes a victory sip of tea, as well as snagging one of the little cakes on a nearby tray the doll had made for my use. Don't get too ahead of yourself, sir, you might just blind yourself and shoot yourself in the foot later on. I say, moving my king to e2. Knight to a6, knight to g7, speaking of, check sir. I say with a smile while I nibble on a cake and wash it down with some tea. As the principal is laughing and clapping the crumbs off his paws, I see Recovery Girl finishing her lesson with the doll using Jairu as the test patient. She then kisses Jairu on the hand and I can't help myself as I call out, "Oh my Jairu, such a bold move by Recovery Girl, whatever shall you do?" I playfully draw out as I get a glare from both Recovery Girl and Jairu, but the rocker girl's face is scarlet red as she looks off to the side. Recovery Girl just huffs and talks with the doll, to which she opens another door of mist, no doubt going back to the nurse's office. However, the doll doesn't go through immediately, letting the door of mist dissipate, and walks over to myself and the principal. I give her a smile when she gets close and ask, "Are you having a good day, doll?" Indeed, good hunter, this job may be more complex, but it is not too dissimilar to what I used to do in the dream. I may not be able to channel blood echoes into anyone, but I can sense the injuries within others by listening to the echo of their own blood, it seems. The doll says with her reserved smile as she stands beside me and pets my hair a bit, "That is amazing, I didn't know you would be able to do that. I am glad you are having a good time and am developing a job easily, that lets you transition to the waking world with more ease." I say, giving her a beaming smile as I look up and into her eyes. Indeed, good hunter, I must be off to learn some more from Chio about end-of-day procedures in the office. "I shall see you later, young hunter," she says as she leans down and pecks my cheek, then turns and leaves through a new door of mist. Caught completely off guard, I just stare where I was looking in shock until I hear the principal snickering and then Jairu calling out, "Looks like the doll is far more forward with Izuku," she calls out, cackling like mad as she grips her sides like she is in agony, falling to the ground. I once more send a raspberry her way, albeit with a heavily blushing face. I notice Momo go up to Jairu and wait for her to calm down and then ask and pester about if she is fine. Letting Momo fuss over the increasingly blushing Jairu, I turn back to the game as the principal retreats his king back to d8. I think a SEC Ed class on move-in for the dorm system may be in order. The principal says as he eyes not only my freshly blushing face, but Jairu's as well, as it goes white as snow and she stares at him in slight horror, which gets him to cackle like the mad stoat he is as the two girls approach our table. I wave my hand off to the side and two more chairs from the castle appear on the other side with another pot of tea plus teacups. As they sit and join, Momo still fussing over Jairu and pouring her a cup of the tea, they both take in the game we are in. "So which of you is winning?" Jairu asks, hoping to divert Momo's attention away from her for a bit. "Well, I would say we are about even, but I think it will be my victory," I say, giving the principal a challenging smile. "While your confidence is admirable, young Midoriya, I do believe I will be the winner of this game," Nezu says, giving his own sharp smile in answer to mine as I move my queen up to f6. "Check again, sir," I say as I hear the two girls gasp, both their attention instantly on the game. The principal just laughs and moves his knight to capture my queen f6. To which I smile and move my bishop to e7, and that is checkmate, I say as the girls jump up from their chairs to look closely at the board as the chimera laughs some more. "I must say it is always a fun time when I play against you, young Midoriya. I can't wait for the next game," he says, offering his paw to me, to which I shake and give a smile of my own. He hops down and makes his way back to the school, a pep in his step as he waddles away, his custom scooter puttering along behind him. I then spend the rest of the school day with my friends as they ask a litany of questions on how I defeated the principal twice. As the day ended and the tea and cakes were gone, I waved my hand, sending the table and cutlery back to all the places I pulled them from. "Well, ladies, this was fun, but I have some things I must do after school myself," I say, giving a slight sigh at the hardship that is to come with this. "Is it something to do with what he asked earlier after that confrontation and the dorm system that you two were talking about?" Jairu asks as she starts to push my chair to the school building. "Yes, and you don't have to push my chair, you know," I say, pouting slightly as the two girls just giggle and Jairu keeps pushing me. "Dorm system?" Momo asks, tilting her head slightly as she looks to me. Yeah, it's something the principal wants to announce during the sports festival, so please keep it to yourselves. I fear if Mina learns of it beforehand the whole country will know within the hour. She's far too good at gossiping. I say, looking off into the distance in slight horror of how skilled she truly is in networking info out to people. She isn't that bad. Momo tries to defend her fellow female classmate, only to get a deadpan expression on my face as I say to her, I bet a pot of golden tips imperial tea and cakes that if you shared a false secret like, I say, waving my hand around looking for something random to say. You sleep with a penguin plush at night and call him Sir Georgian or something along those lines, the class will know shortly after. I say, holding my hand out for her to shake, only for her to be blushing and looking away. No way, Jiru says, holding back her amusement the best she can. To which I have no problem barking out a laugh and saying, I made all that up and I actually guessed right? I ask, snickering as I try and get my laughter under control. I've had him ever since I was little. He's a good listener, she says as she trails off, holding herself and pouting off to the side. Still chuckling, I say, well, I guess it will be a more authentic test than just making something up. I say, offering my hand again. Deal? She huffs and shakes my hand. We part ways and I make my way to the principal's office. When I arrive I see my mother there finishing up the details of her new employment with the stoat, and I give her a small smile. Ah, Mr. Midoria, glad to see you again, the principal says after I give mother a side hug. Well then, I guess I can hand this over to you now, instead of having your mother hand it to you. The stoat says as he hands me a schedule. Ah, so this must be the therapy session schedule. Thank you, sir. I say, looking at it sadly, as it seems twice a week I have to go to them. I give him a bow. Thank you, I will talk with mother about it later tonight. I say with a strained smile. After that we head out and meet up with the doll, mother cooing over how lovely she looks. When we all leave with the doll pushing my chair, we talk about our respective days. The doll, having homework for the first time in her new life, is excited to learn more as I can feel her almost skipping in happiness. When we all get home I talk with mother about the therapy sessions and ask that she try and come to them as she deserves the whole story. However, if she can't make it to a session I can just tell her that night instead. She tears up but understands, and thanks me for wanting to tell the whole story now. She then gets up and proceeds to show the doll how to make my favorite meal, katsudon, and I am left drooling as I finish up my homework with the smell around me. The next day at school things mostly went back to normal. The other hero class seems to be avoiding our class like a wandering madness from any hunter it sees. After normal classes I decided to follow Kirishima this time, which had Bakugo fuming mad, but he seems to be once again working his self-restraint muscles. Especially with how much he is fuming, sweating, and how red in the face he is. As we make our way to another open field with Kaminari, Mina, and Mineta. Until the diminutive perv saw me, he then promptly left to find something else to do. As they set up and start to spar with their quirks, I pull out my notebook and make more observations on them, their quirks, and their style of fighting. Eventually I decide to make a change and call out to Kirishima, after asking for the doll to come to where we are for a moment. Hey Kirishima, come here for a second, I say with a kind smile while I am smirking on the inside. What's up, bro? He says with a friendly smile as he walks over to me and then jolts back in surprise as the doll walks through a door of mist beside my chair. I wanted to test how durable you are when you push your quirk to your maximum. I say cheerily as he seems to get into the spirit of a manly test like this. Hell yeah. What did you have in mind? He asks with passion, slightly activating his quirk as he gives a excitedly jagged smile. I smile in return and point to a spot where a large open field will be behind him. Stand here please. He moves over quickly. Get your quirk as hard as you can go and I will have the doll use the quirkamer on you. I say, struggling to not let my smile turn savage at the destruction that I am about to behold. Are you sure, good hunter? The doll asks as Kirishima seems to deflate a bit and look at the doll skeptically. I struggle so much to not break out laughing as he moves to the spot I pointed to, still looking at the doll doubtful about all this. Yes, but I think you should probably hold back to a 10% swing, I say as I wave my hand in her direction and the handle of the hammer slowly rises up from the fog. Ah, come on man, I don't really think this would be much of a challenge. Kirishima says, grumbling slightly as he pouts and crosses his arms. Only to flinch back when the doll hefts the quirkamer onto her shoulder with minimal effort. Oh well, if that is the case, how about you do a 25% swing instead? I say with a savage grin directed at Kirishima as he looks at us in fear. Oh, and it would probably be best to take him back to the infirmary after. As you wish, good hunter, the doll says, getting into a batter's stance in front of Kirishima. Young Kirishima, tell me when you are ready. She says with her body tensed and ready. I watch as he gets back into his stance, his knees weak and wobbling, but he seems to firm up all over. Aizawa. I shield my eyes as he is literally sent flying away when the doll blurred the hammer dead center into him. I watch as he gets smaller and smaller away, first clutching his no doubt cracked sternum, but he then tries to flail his arms to correct his orientation midair, which results in another curl inwards as the fractures all over his arms and chest must hurt. He's practically a small dot by the time I see him start his fall back to earth. I chuckle as I wave my hand and his balled-up form crashes through the mist I sent a couple football fields away. After a moment a pool of mist appears next to us and Kirishima rises up from the foggy depths. So Kirishima, were you ready? I say as my voice gets a little high at the end from holding in my laughter as the other students rush up to his groaning form. Kiri, are you alright? Mina cries and glares at my laughing form as she tentatively sets her hands on him to butts the damage. As I recover I see an interesting sight in Bakugo looking genuinely worried about someone for the first time. Or he's constipated, I think to myself in more amusement. Doll, can you take him to the infirmary now? I think we found the hard limit for himself to try and train to for a while. Also Doll, you look very lovely in your new nurse dress, I compliment as she smiles and does a little twirl to show off. She then waves her hand and Kirishima sinks back into the foggy abyss. She then makes her own way through a door of mist and the day from there is rather boring from then on. Recovery girl came around to bash my knees with her cane for giving him 3 broken ribs, 4 fractured ribs, cracking his sternum straight down the center, breaking all 4 of his bones in both forearms, and dislocating both arms as well. Otherwise he was fine to go home, all in all no permanent damage especially with her quirk and this being his first severe visit to her. I left after giving him a fist bump laughing as he called the doll so manly for sending him so far without using her full strength. She pouts the whole way back to the house and I reach up and pat her hand as well as take one of her hand the last half of the trip back. Thursday. The day after was the same, but it seems everyone heard what I had done to Kirishima, so they wouldn't let me run any more experiments to test their quirks. I go through the day dreading the end to this one, as it is the first session for my therapy with Hound Dog and the others who decide to drop in. It's going to be especially painful telling it to Mother, probably going to hold back on the truth of my new form for much later though. I think to myself as I am wheeled to a conference room where everyone is gathered after the bland day at school. When we reach the door I grip the hand rests on my wheelchair as after today, everything will change. The doll rests a hand on my shoulder and pets my hair with the other to help calm me. After I take a few breaths I nod and we head on in, and are greeted by Mother, Hound Dog, Yagi in his smaller form, as well as Eraserhead. Giving a sigh, the doll wheels me up to the table on the opposite side of the teachers beside Mother and the doll pulls up a seat beside me. Mother reaches for my other hand and gives it a squeeze and keeps a hold of it in her trembling hands. So I think I will preface this session by saying this will be one of the worst things you learn about PRD. I say looking down into my lap and gently squeezing the hands of the 2 ladies holding mine. This also probably won't all be fully told in just one session. Time works differently between here and the dream, as well as again further into the nightmare. If I had to guess 2 hours and 24 minutes out here is equal to a year in the dream. Which understandably gets all their attention for possibly many different reasons. Really, but wouldn't people age rapidly in there? Nezu asks as he pulls a notepad for him to take notes on from a compartment on his chair. Far as I am able to tell, those I take or are taken to the dream, age by whatever time their world ages them to. I am uncertain to the amount of total time I had spent within the dream, but I have fully freed the dream, the nightmare, and delved into the depths of all the chalice dungeons I could along the way. Don't worry, I see them all look at me in confusion as I raise one of my hands to stem the line of questioning. I will get around to explaining it all, but each one is going to take a very long time to explain. So I guess the start will have to do, but first a question. How many times does something have to kill you, before you kill it? I say looking around the room seeing their confusion quite plainly. Serious question, you are my age, no power, no quirk, only whatever you know at the time to get you through this. I think about it a lot. When I jumped off the roof something was there, and it caught me before I hit the ground. The moments after are a bit fuzzy, but I believe Flora hugged me while reciting her ritual to give her blessing to me. Next thing I know I am strapped to a wooden table, with a man in a wheelchair. I can't remember what he all said, all I remember is the pain of the needle going into my arm and the burning of the blood going into my arm. I pause hearing my mother start to hyperventilate and I pat her hand reassuringly. It only gets worse from here though. When I next awoke after passing out from the pain of not only what was being infused within me but whatever Flora had done to me as well. As I say this I see the heroes in the room giving me looks of pity for what I had to go through. Though slightly patronizing I push on, I found myself still bound to the table, but a noise beside me made me look to the side. It seems a large barrel full of blood and gore had spilled somehow, spreading out over the room from the corner it was in. After a few moments the blood pulls back in a central part of the pool of gore, and this werewolf-like thing start to emerge from it. Once all the blood builds itself into the lycanthrope, it hobbles its way over to me and holds out a claw to me, almost like an invitation. Before it could touch me, however, it burst into flames and then turned to ash. When the smoke settled, I looked around trying to find a way to get off the table, and that is when the messengers came crawling up the sides of the table over me. I see some looks of confusion and I have the little ones bring my notebook of sketches to show what they look like first. As it is being passed around, I pat Mother's back as her breathing seems to be getting worse as the tale goes on. I see Nezu scribbling down on his notepad and then look up to me in a questioning manner. So you were in this other world for a little over 2 full days, does that mean you were in there for over 20 years? He asks with that fervent hunger for knowledge in his beady eyes, as I give a slight sigh. Yes and no, I spent a good amount of time in the nightmare realm as well, trying to learn everything I could. Not to mention all the time I used delving into the main chalice dungeons, and there are still more I have yet to explore that are offshoots beyond them. I would say it's probably closer to the 50-year mark, I say, which gets a sob from Mother as she throws her arms around me and cries. I pat her back and comfort her the best I can as she sobs into my shoulder. I am confused as to how you are still so put together, problem child, Eraserhead says with a slight scowl, looking down to the other beasts I had sketched. You and me bother, Eraser, I say with a morbid chuckle, reminiscing on all the terrible things I had suffered and witnessed. Anyway, we are getting a little off track here, I say, trying to get the story back to the proper path. After the little ones came, I kind of passed out from fear and shock, but when I next awoke I found myself freed from the table. Looking around the room, it seemed to be some sort of medical room, but far older than anything I had known at the time. As I looked around, I found 2 doors that would lead out of the room, however one of them was locked. As well, I couldn't get it to budge no matter what I tried, even the glass in the door wouldn't break, so I went through the only door I could. However, that was the beginning of my agony, unfortunately, I say with sorrow as I look to my lap in sadness. Looking around the room, I see all the others tense up, and I can't help but give a slight smile at what is about to come. When I made my way down the stairs, I found myself in a bigger room like the one I was in. There were 4 stands around, many more of the hospital beds, more bookcases containing outdated medical journals. Oh, and another of those werewolves eating from a pile of human bodies at the only other exit. I say with a chuckle, seeing them all flinching at the last statement. Understandably, I was terrified, and the sounds of it eating another human are sounds I still have nightmares about. I tried to sneak my way around the thing, but there was so much stuff around. I knocked over an 4 stand due to not being aware of my surroundings and having tunnel vision. So it turned to me, lunged at me, tearing my throat out, and killing me for the first time there. Understandably, that got quite the slew of reactions. All Might pales, looking to be sick, Eraser is shocked, Nezu looks on in curious wonder that is slightly tempered by my morbid info, Mother wails, even more, clinging to me harder, and Hound Dog looks up in concern from his own notepad. All through this, the doll is a pillar of support for me, constantly there and holding either my hand or arm as I need it. So if you die in there, what happens? Hound Dog is the first to break the silence my first death caused. Oh well, I awoke for the first time in the hunter's dream. It's a sort of safe spot away from Yharnam, which is where I was in that medical place. Within the hunter's dream, I found myself in a field of pale white flowers that glowed in the light of the setting sun. As I looked around and then made my way up to this small building with its doors shut, I saw more of the messengers along the front stairs. Beside the stairs was the doll, here in her inactive state. No matter what I did or said, she wouldn't move. When I got close to them, they were in 3 groups. The first group offered up some weapons, the second were some firearms, and the third had a book and some bells. I took the book and bells first and read up as much as I could. This book actually gave me some information that was useful. It went over beasts, what they were, how they came to be, and especially on how to kill them. It even went in to tell me of the doll and what all she could do, but it required insight for any to interact with her. It went over the weapons that were offered to me at the time, describing their use and effectiveness, but I could only wield the threaded cane and the hunter's pistol at the time. I say, looking down at the threaded cane that I pulled from the dream, running my hand over it, reminiscing on how far this weapon had taken me. The others are looking at me in various expressions of shock, concern, or sorrow. To which I answer all of them with an easy smile. After getting the cane and pistol from the messengers and thanking them, I did some practice swings with the cane and accidentally switched it into whip form. At this I blush a bit and cover my face slightly, which wrapped around one of my ankles, and in my shock I jerked it away from me. Which then had me pull my own foot out from under me, I say, sighing as I hear some snickering from the others around the table. I give a slight chuckle from all the times I had fallen or tripped over my own fighting, honing it further after each encounter. When I got a good feel for the cane, I bid the doll farewell. Even if I couldn't hear her, I hoped she could hear me. I say, giving the doll a smile, to which she returned with one of her own. I did good, hunter, every word, she says, laying a hand on my cheek, getting a smile from me. Until mother decided to pinch my side slightly, which made me snap my eyes to the others that were trying not to laugh. After my crimson face cooled, I decided to push on. Well, I followed the instructions in the book and went to one of the gravestones near her, where a bunch of the messengers were. As I reached out to them, they pulled me through the fog and I found myself at the base of the stairs of where I was held. When I went back up, the door was locked and someone actually talked to me through the door. She said, "Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Iosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry. Please. This is all that I can do." At this point she pushes a vial containing her own blood through a mail slot in the door and says, "Now, go. And good hunting." She had told me, her voice trembling in fear and conviction, to protect those in her clinic. I tried to reason with her, but she always sent me away after that. So I made my way back through the bottom area again, where the lycanthrope was back eating from the corpse pile in front of the doorway. When I saw it, I knew what I had to do. What the book told me is the only thing that can be done. But I couldn't go through with it. I just couldn't bring myself to kill another, even if they had killed me before. I say with some tears going down my face, and balled up fist shaking. "That's not a bad quality to have, young Midoriya," Yagi says, giving me his best smile. "True enough, however, some things can't be saved, no matter how many times you try." I say, looking down in sadness, not really hearing anything around me for a while. Over and over again, I tried to get around the wolf, tried to run around the tables or trap it, but every time it would always catch then kill me. I must have tried over a few hundred times, doing everything I could not to kill the thing. Even if I got past it, the other room had a staircase up and another set of doors that seemed almost rusted shut. I could never get them open before it got me again. Whenever I made it back, the doors were shut tight again as well. Until eventually I couldn't take it anymore, and I started to fight back. I say sadly while thumping the threaded cane solidly beside my chair, it shaking with the restrained effort of me trying not to pierce the floor. "How many?" a trembling voice asks beside me. "Huh?" I eloquently ask my mother, letting up on the cane to look at her. "How many times have you died in that horrible place?" She wails as she shakes me side to side. I lost count after 10,000. I say, only for the doll beside me to pipe in. 187,946 graves mark the hunter's death in the hunter's dream, mother of the good hunter. The doll rattles off, to which I cringe at as everyone else in the room freezes and looks to me in abject horror, until Nezu seems to perk up at remembering something. "Oh. That is right, if I remember correctly, there was a report from 13 that when Miss Ishido had touched one of the graves she had experienced the memory of that death. Is that true for anyone who touches them?" he asks at the worst possible time, as I give a slight sigh of exasperation. Yes, it is an unfortunate thing that started to crop up for me out behind the place. I didn't really know it was there, as the gate to get to it was locked until my final night. Gehrman held the key and I hadn't met him yet either. Even though the book spoke of him, the small house stayed shut while I was struggling against that first beast. The hunter's dream did shift a bit after I finished my final night there, I say, trying to get past the graves without anything happening until "I want to see them," I hear my mother resolutely say from beside me. When I turn to tell her no, she is looking at me with fire in her eyes, which gets a sigh out of me. "I guess if I am going to send you, I may as well send some of you as well, so you can see for yourself," I say, giving an exasperated sad sigh, waving my hand to the end of the room, and a door of fog appears. "Step through and the doll will guide you. I think I am going to stay here though," I say, gripping the arm rests of my wheelchair in trembling fists, scowling down at my lap as the others get up. When they get close to the mist, I reach out to the doll and hold her sleeve. "Please don't let mother touch more than 3 graves," I plead in a whisper to her as tears run down my face, my whole body trembling. "Of course, good hunter, we shall return shortly," the doll says, wrapping her arms around my shoulders and laying her head upon mine for a few moments. She then gets up and follows the others through the mist of fog, while I am left trembling in fear, sorrow, and shame for what they are about to witness. Until finally I hear mother's wailing through the dream as well as the room I remained in, and I stop holding the pain back myself, whispering over and over, "I'm sorry." After their visit and subsequent dragging back by the doll, Hound Dog makes it apparent that we should stop there for the day. I see him trembling, no doubt in anger, but fear as well. Which is understandable, as he sees what he could become if he lost his humanity. Mother is practically inconsolable as she just holds on to me, crying her very soul out. I can't imagine the pain it must be to witness your own child's death, especially in such a brutal manner. Not to mention seeing it 3 times and the massive field of graves of all the different ways I had perished. I just hope she doesn't see the times I had lost myself to the bloodlust. Those were probably the worst I had ever been. Getting home was a bit of a challenge as mother was crying the whole way, and even when we got home just wouldn't let go. The doll did what she could by making dinner and doing the housework as I did my best to console Mother. Friday. Mother eventually cried herself to sleep, still clutching onto me in her sleep, never letting go. When the next morning came around, it took several hours and the combined effort of myself and the doll to get her to let me go to school. When we arrive, it seems my somber attitude is bleeding out into the class as everyone was a lot more subdued. When lunch came, I waved everyone off and decided to spend time in the dream, just looking out to the endless abyss. Eventually I hear the rustling footsteps of the doll approaching me from the house. "What is troubling you, good hunter?" she asks as she runs her fingers through my hair, and rubbing my right shoulder with her other hand slightly. It hurt hearing Mother screams from witnessing my deaths. I break down crying into my hands again. All the pain and sorrow I went through was nothing to hurting her. At the end of all this, I just hope she still calls me her son, even if I was reborn into a great one. The doll took me out of the chair, setting us both down on the ground. She then holds my head in her lap, soothing me to the best of her ability by running her hands through my hair as and along my back. I just scrunch up into a fetal position against her, silently sobbing and shaking. We stay like that for as long as I am able to for the remainder of the lunch period. Me with my arms around her waist, sobbing at having to hear and witness the pain I put my mother through, along with the doll giving me kind words and soothing my hurt heart with her affections. Eventually a messenger popped up and waved at us, letting us know that lunch was coming to an end. The doll helps straighten up my uniform and cleans up my face as well. I then finish composing myself by taking a few deep breaths. When I roll back into class, I get a look from Mr. Aizawa, but I just shake my head, to which he seems to get and let me be. That day I chose to let the others be free of my meddling ways, as I decided to just wander for the day. Eventually I found myself in front of the infirmary and decide to be there for the rest of the day. After Recovery Girl's lecture about how busy she is with training all the new assistants, she gives a huff and says to just stay out of the way. To which I give a salute of affirmation and a cheeky smile. She storms off to the others that are gathered around one of the beds, when I see an old friend, Zuzu. All of a sudden I am sent rolling back into a wall, being tackled by my old vampiric friend Himiko in a tight nurse outfit that is definitely against regulations. Not to mention the scalpels and syringes tucked into her snow-white thigh-highs. It's been so long. She then sits on my lap, smushing my cheeks and rocking my head side to side. "Why haven't you texted or called me since you got into UA?" She keeps on whining and rocking around on my lap, kicking her legs about like a petulant child. I free my face from her grip. It has been a rather busy time ever since I started here. I try to placate my friend until I see Recovery Girl getting ready to bonk the both of us with her cane, so I give my friend a nudge to get off. Unfortunately I nudged her too hard and she rolled off my lap, landing on her face with her butt in the air, pointed right at me, exposing the blood-red G-string she was wearing. I blush hotly and avert my gaze from staring at her barely concealed tender parts, only to see the doll looking somewhat confusedly cross at the two of us. After Himiko gets up and gives me a shove while whining about never being able to get married now because I saw her special panties, we then all go back to watching Recovery Girl's lesson. Going through the day I watched Recovery Girl teach all the nurse assistants, as well as volunteering myself for practical practice instead of on dummies. Though I did have to fight Recovery Girl on it for a while, she eventually let me be the pincushion for them to practice drawing blood with. Unfortunately Himiko got a little enthusiastic about drawing my blood and making me a whole lot cuter. She was promptly restrained and punished via audio lecture she was forced to listen to. After going through that, I then gave a demonstration of certain injuries that are easy to treat or to show how to patch for later treatment. All the while all of us ignoring the pleas of Toga, as she was subjected to what equated to listening to the song Sunshine and Lollipops. When the day is done, the doll and I make our way back home, the doll getting even more stares from her uniform as well as her exotic looks. When we arrive at home and are outside the entrance, I look down at the flowing river of tears that is gushing through the bottom part of the door. This is going to be a long weekend, I think to myself, giving an exasperated sigh, reaching for the door handle. When the door opens, I am immediately glomped onto by Mother as she cries anew, babbling about how worried she was, checking me for injuries. Which is unfortunate that I am still covered in the practice bandages from the nurse class. She then goes on another tangent about how worried she is, and I can't get a word in edgewise to calm her down for quite some time. Eventually she calms down enough, and we enjoy dinner together, Mother showing the doll more things to cook as well as how to use some appliances. We all eventually settle down and just watch TV to just unwind from a stressful week. I really can't wait to be out of this chair for good. I'm just glad I didn't need help going to the bathroom or bathing, I think to myself with a slight shiver. The weekend passes, albeit slightly frustratingly. Mother seems to not let me out of reach to the best of her abilities, even going so far as to constantly check on me at night every few hours. Eventually I sit her down and have a long talk with her on Sunday, letting her know I am fine. I will be fine, and that there are few to no things in this world that would truly be a permanent threat to my life anymore. After much huffing and puffing she eventually concedes, easing up on the mothering, letting me have breathing room again. However, at the end of the day she tries to discreetly hand something to the doll while whispering something. I say try because I saw the square wrappers with the imprint rings, and I can't do anything else but roll to my room with my head practically on fire. I can only imagine the talk mother is having with the doll and the doll just asking question after question that is awkward or embarrassing to answer. Monday. When the morning arrived I felt well enough to go to breakfast without the chair, with little fatigue, and had breakfast with a very red mother and a cheerful doll. What did you do, mother? After everything was done with the doll and I headed to school, and I felt none of the fatigue I had the previous week. When we arrived at school and went our separate ways the doll decided to grab my arm, pulling me back for a kiss on the cheek. Which put her in a happy mood, which was obvious by her practically skipping to the infirmary wing, and leaving me blushing hotly until the warning bell. When I arrive to class, I make a mad scramble for my seat, avoiding the madly ginning Mina and plopping down when Eraser comes through the door. He gives me a questioning look but otherwise goes about his day. As the day progresses I can practically hear how much Mina is vibrating in excitement for some gossip, throughout every class. Coupled with that, Toru is constantly looking at me as well with a smile, that promises even more questioning. Those two are going to be the death of anyone who catches their eye. Soon as the lunch bell rings, both girls bolt out of their chairs making a beeline for me, and I will not be ashamed to say I panicked slightly. So I took my desk, chair, and bag with me through the dream to avoid that confrontation. Granted, it took me a while to calm back down from the amount of bloodlust those two had. I hastily made my way to the lunchroom, grabbed what I could, and then promptly left for the dream once more, when the doors to the cafeteria slammed open. After finishing my meal and dropping off the cutlery back in the kitchen, as I couldn't trust the safety of the lunchroom, I made my way back to the classroom. There I saw Tsu and Ochako talking about doing some sparring with Ida, enthusiastically praising them, wanting to join. I decided to join them and move things along so the gossip queens couldn't find us. Though when we were leaving the building I did feel a shiver go down my spine, as it seems in my avoidance of the two, they made a pact to hunt me down. Mistakes were made, I think to myself as I pair up to spar with Ida. As we go through sparring and I unfortunately find out I have to hold back severely as I accidentally throw Ida a few hundred yards by accident. Thankfully he was saved by a bushy tree, but he opted out of the spars to go to the clinic. I think another lecture on restraint is in my future from Recovery Girl. I muse to myself as I tell the ladies I won't spar but will offer any advice they may want. Of course Tsu had once more frozen, so I used my tried and true method to help my friend deal with freezing up. After a brief raspberry and subsequent chase from an embarrassed frog with a giggling Ochako chasing after, the girls get back to their sparring. When the day was done, with both girls breathing hard from their sparring and my suggestions to improve their form, we all made our way back to the school and the girls went into their locker room. I waved goodbye to them, turning to the boys. Only to see Mina by the doorway. Looking the other way I can see Toru boxing me in the hallway, so I give both a cheeky smile and promptly fall into the hunter's dream. Laughing all the way as I hear their cries of shock and whining about the unfairness of me running away like that. As I land in the dream and then change into my normal uniform, I then make another door to arrive at the clinic. I see the doll and blush a little, remembering her kiss from this morning. As I am about to wave at her, I am brought to the floor by an irate old woman repeatedly beating me with her cane. I laugh as she repeatedly smacks me all over, going into a lecture about restraint and possibly harming a classmate beyond any form of healing that can save them from my lack of control. After about 10 minutes she is huffing and puffing as her smacks slow down significantly. To which I sit up, pop a blood vial and instantly recover from the 5% of damage she inflicted that hadn't been healed by the blood gems. She just glares at me one more time and then gives an exasperated sigh, storming off further into the clinic. After a good-natured laugh I dust myself off and make my way over to the doll as she stands ready beside the clinic exit. Unfortunately I am accosted by a petulant vampire nurse who definitely has issues in personal space. Zuzu, it's so hard learning to be a nurse. I thought I could make patients be more bloody. She whines as she hangs off my arm, swinging back and forth shedding crocodile tears. I back away from her as Recovery Girl comes up behind her and gives her a good bonk on the vampiric nurse's head, then dragging her back to the group of other nurse aides. Soon as we leave the school gates, the doll then loops one of her arms with mine, then proceeds to drag me sputtering and stammering all the way to the station with a happy smile on her face. When we get there and await for the train, much to my further embarrassment as there are others there that are whistling, while saying sappy things about young love. The doll pays it no mind as she just pulls me closer and nuzzles her head into mine, which gets everyone around stirred up even more. Great ones of old, please just knock me out, I don't mind her doing it. Well, I mind a bit as I was not prepared at all for this level of affection, but still, why does this feel so mortifying? Thankfully the train shows up, so the doll and I make our way back home, arms linked the whole way. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side and Mother was getting back from grocery shopping, as she spotted us on our way back. She hastily made her way over to us, tears streaming down her face, crying about how her baby boy is growing up. Which, while touching, is very mortifying as neighbors are poking their heads out of their homes or looking out windows at us. I try ushering Mother up the stairs, out of people's prying eyes, as she is crying and going on about how she is too young to be a grandmother. I swear I never went through anything like this my whole hunt. I whine internally, which gets raucous laughter from all the predecessors as well as cheering from Nana. That night was brutal, Mother hounding me for details and the doll blissfully providing input that, while sweet, is definitely not helping fix the misunderstanding. When Mother finally finished hounding myself and the doll, we all went to sleep for the night. I got ready to do what I have been missing for the last week. Stepping through the mist, I came upon a poor girl beaten and battered in an alleyway. I look over her and find her still breathing. After patching her up and offering her the gift, I then watch over her as she falls asleep, resting as her body adjusts. However, I then hear something coming from around the corner, sounds of someone struggling as they are being hit over and over. Tell me what you know. Who killed my uncle in that hotel? I know he associated with your vile group to get his fix of illicit materials. A familiar young woman's voice says as she punctuates each sentence with a strike. I then move forward until I am behind her in the shadows. I don't know. He hadn't been around us for quite some time, please, that is all I know. The man blubbers as he tries to back away from the woman and her bat. To which she gives a scream and slams it against his head, knocking him out, leaving her breathing harshly. Hey, did you hear that? Didn't Skinny go down that alleyway to take a PSS? Let's check it out. I hear a group say as they seem to be walking to the alley now. I watch as the young woman panics, turning to run, only to be stopped and silenced by my hand grabbing her mouth. I then slam her against the wall and have the little ones hold her there as she is now slightly dazed. When I hear the footsteps getting closer, I sigh in exasperation. Time to put on a show, I guess. Before they round the bend, I steal the punk's phone and then I slide their buddy their way when they round the corner. I then amplify my voice with a reverb. I found your friend when I was blessing a child. I couldn't be sure if he was responsible for her injuries, so I beat him up as well. I say to the group of third-rate goons that are looking all around the alleyway as I project my voice from all around. I watch as they pull their knives and other weapons out, all the while trembling violently in their shoes. However, I don't feel like playing with others while I have a child to watch over, so you are in luck. I see their fearful faces light up with a slight bit of hope. I am going to count to 5, and anyone who is still in the alleyway that isn't the child I blessed is going to be killed. I see them panic and drop their stuff. 1. They scramble to pick up their friend and start dragging him away. 2. They run as fast as they can, dragging dead weight. 3. They round the corner and see the end of the alleyway. 4. I hiss out as everything in the alleyway starts to shake and rattle, the fire escapes threatening to come off the walls as the group nears the exit. 5. As everything goes silent, I pull the burial blade from the mist in its scythe form, slamming it down just behind them, as they exit the alley, soiling their pants and crying like newborn babes. I chuckle as I make my way back to the terrified young woman still pinned to the wall, desperately struggling against the little ones. You almost made a new child I was blessing come to harm. Why are you here? I ask, and the answer flows through my mind, which only makes me roll my eyes as I wave off the messengers around her mouth to let go. I am trying to find the person that murdered my uncle in a hotel a few weeks ago. She says with venom dripping from her voice. Oh, are you looking for revenge? The next answer slightly sickens me. No, good riddance, I say. However, he had in his possession something that I desperately don't want out in the world. She growls out and struggles some more within the little one's grasp. Oh, you mean this terabyte USB drive? I say, pulling it from where I stored it. I see her lock onto the stick and then glare at me. So what? Are you going to use that to blackmail me? She hisses out, voice full of contempt as she goes slack, but I see her shift around to put her body at a certain angle. No, on the contrary, I have been trying to figure out how to get this to you, Momo Yayorozu, after I got it when I killed that vile monster. I look down at the stick as she flinches and stares at me in shock tinged with fear. Yes, I know who you are. I look to her eyes as they quiver in fear as tears threaten to fall from her eyes. Also, before you think I looked at this, I did not. But I do know what is on here. I truly am sorry for taking your prey away from you. However, he was a beast to one of my recent children in the past, and her wish was to be free from her past. So I killed and punished those that wronged her, I say, waving my hand in her direction, having the little ones let her down, as I start to walk to the entrance. Also, I would advise, if you want to do the vigilante thing again, I would recommend a voice changer and clothes that hide your rather noticeable physique. I say, looking at her bust and hips pointedly, which she hastily covers with her hands. Wah, what would you know? She asks indignantly. Well, for starters, I stop and look up, getting her to as well. Then a quick blur shoots over the gap between the buildings, showing our teacher out on his own hunt. She gasps and takes a few hasty steps back. Don't worry, I think he is after that group that I had chased off, which by the way isn't cool. You almost got a new child of the moon caught up in your mess. I say, glaring back at her. She looks down and shuffles her feet as she continues to follow me. Sorry. It's just I don't want that USB hanging over my head anymore. She says as tears escape her eyes and she sobs silently. It's fine, but only this time. I say as I walk up to the still sleeping girl, which gets a gasp from Momo as she rushes forward and pulls out a blade from her armpit with a grimace. Getting between me and the child, she gets into a decent stance, but she is still shaking, clearly knowing she is outmatched. What did you do to this little girl, you monster? She yells and points her sword at me, which gets me to laugh a little. Why are you laughing? She asks in a quivering voice. You truly are a hero, Momo, I say as I walk toward her, my form towering over her more and more with each step I take to her. You didn't even hesitate to defend this poor child who was abused and mistreated by her peers as well as her family. I say as she flinches slightly, then holds the point of the sword against my chest. You know you are outmatched, yet you still tried to stand in defense of another. Magnificent, I say as I push myself forward and onto the sword as she gasps. I then rush forward, impaling myself upon the blade, making her let go of it, but I snatch her wrist. Hey, I say in a coy, joking manner as I point to the sword that I allowed to pierce me. You don't mind if I keep this now, do you? To which she promptly turns green and turns to the side to puke as I laugh with a punctured lung. After she calms down and I pull the sword from my chest, letting the messengers take it to storage. She asks in a trembling voice, how are you, all right? Have you not heard the news? I start to make my obscured form bigger and bring back the reverb from before. Quirkless children given quirks all their own, giving praise and thanks to the moon. For I am the one of the moon who has been blessing all these children. I say, grandly, giving a dramatic flourish as I spin around the clouds, clearing to shine down upon us. But how is that possible? She asks as her whole worldview is shattered before her very eyes. My blood is able to do it, they essentially are made blood to me, or in other more plain words, they become surrogate children of mine. However, I groan as I put my face into my hand. I did not tell them to start worshipping me or making merch or a cult around the moon. Hindsight is 20/20 though, I sigh and then turn my attention back to the now slightly enlightened young woman. Back to what we were talking about before, I say cheerily as I offer the USB to her. Here, this is yours now. She lunges out towards me and grabs it out of my hand, tumbling down to the ground as I look at her in some amusement. I then watch as she brings it up, intent on smashing it right away, as I give a sigh and grab her wrist before she can complete the follow-through. Understandably, she thrashes about trying to free her hand. Now, before you do something you might regret later, I advise you hold on to this, because down the road, who knows how long, you might find someone who wants to be with you, and if you come to love and trust them, you can heal much better with them by your side and them having a full understanding of your pain. I say, trying to get her to think this through, but she seems to snap and start yelling at me. How could anyone love me? Especially after seeing what is on this. How that piece of sheet would get me alone and take pictures of me naked through all the years of my life. She screams at me, her voice cracking from how harshly she is yelling. I put a hand on hers and look into her eyes as she is still very worked up. I think it will help. At least that is my opinion, but if you want this gone, then smash it. I just want you to think, you are a brilliant young woman, and you deserve to be loved. I move her hand so they are only holding the USB instead of trying to strangle it. It is not your fault any of this had happened to you. I believe you have people you can truly rely on, and those that can and will love you. Past and all, I say calmly as I close her hands gently around the USB. She starts crying and I pat her head, gently giving her a hug as she brings her hands to her chest, letting out decades of pain and repressed frustration for the next hour. Eventually she gets herself back under control and straightens herself out. What do I do about the nightmares though? She asks in such a broken voice. I can muffle those if you want? Make it so you only have to face this when you find someone you can trust wholly. Granted, you might now react blindly to something, like a camera click making you cry but not understanding the cause. Do you think you can live with that until you find a partner? I ask her, voice serious as the grave. Yes. 1,000 times yes. She cries as she sinks to her knees again, holding her sides in a self-hug. Very well then, I say and place my hand upon her head, willing a portion of her mind to be bound to the void of the dream, cutting off the memories of all the horrible things her uncle had her do. When I am done she is knocked out and I give a slightly exasperated sigh. Guess I am adding unlawful entering of a house onto the mile-long list of crimes I have started to commit after getting this life. I think to myself in slight amusement as I take the thug's phone, and dial the detective, and I leave the phone on the little girl. I then pick up Momo and step through mist to find my way to her place best I can, only to roll my eyes when I see the giant mansion come into view. As I step through once more and arrive in her room, I can't help looking around. Metric ton of books and bookshelves, massive bed, lavish decor, but it all seems to be reined in somewhat. I think to myself as I set her on her bed and then look around the bed again, seeing the stuffed penguin, and I smile a bit as I shake my head. I pick it up and place it in her arms and then cover her with a blanket as she shifts into a more comfortable spot on the bed. I then leave through the mist and visit some of the other children I have blessed for the rest of the night. Tuesday. The next morning I awoke to my mother teaching the doll more things to cook, as well as tittering when she looks at me, which immediately set off alarm bells loudly ringing in my head as the doll looks to me and gives a playful smirk as well. Why is the doll giving me that look? I think with a mix of dread and slight excitement. As we go through breakfast with the doll and mother trading looks and giggling whenever I ask about it, I can't help but feel like I am forgetting something. When we are done and starting to head for school, the doll once again takes my arm in hers and is actually skipping every few steps. When we arrive at school, I am wondering if the doll is going to once more kiss my cheek, to which she does and skips away humming to herself. However, it's when I turn around holding my cheek, no doubt goofy smile on my face, that I freeze in terror worse than the first time I went up against the orphan of Kos. They're just a few feet away were the troublemaking duo, both with their phones out, and holding them as if they were taking video. I see their smirking faces, their smiles so wide it would make any Cheshire cat jealous, and I have only one thought in my head: capture at all costs. With that I lunge and get Toru's phone away from her and start to chase after Mina while deleting what was captured, ignoring the blue-haired girl's cries of protest as she runs after us. After finishing deleting the surprising amount of pictures she was able to take of the doll and I, then I let quickening and one for all flow through me to appear next to Mina. Before she can stuff her phone between her breasticles to hide it from me, I snatch it and quicken away again into the dream. Taking my time in the dream, I ensure there is no evidence left and check their messages between them. Seeing Toru had sent Mina a few of the pictures, I then deleted those as well. I then open a door to the classroom and leave their phones at their desks, while receiving odd looks from others in the class. I just look at them with an even look and say, "Gossiping is wrong." To which I get sagely nodding from Jairu, which I reward with a fist bump. I sit down, hearing the rapid footsteps approaching, and then the door is thrown open by a heaving Mina with Toru right behind her. I answer their glares with a savage smile and a mature raspberry blown in their direction. Shortly after, school starts up and we go through the usual motions, all the way until lunch. I then purposefully stride past the two troublemakers, as they are together and conspiring again it seems, so I just give them a salute as I go to the cafeteria for a victory meal. I indulge myself in bowl after bowl of katsudon, garnering looks of astonishment at how much I am able to put away while still having a trim build. That day most of the class decided to do solo training for the festival tomorrow, which while disappointing is understandable. So I decided to do a run through Yarnum, visit the graves, visit the survivors, the vestiges as well, and finally wrapping up by making my way to the queen, giving her a rundown of what is to happen tomorrow. She then bade me to win and gave me a handkerchief to wear as her token to her champion, to which I bowed and vowed to win, bringing her name honor once more. When that was all done with, I made my way to the conference room where the others were gathered already and were waiting on me. "Good to see you again, young Midoria. I hope your training is going well. I am not sure if you have been made aware or not, but being the top score at the entrance exam has awarded you the prestigious honor to give the opening speech." Nezu cheerily tells me as he takes a sip from his teacup. "No, I was not made aware of that," I deadpan, looking between him and Eraserhead, as both like to play games. "Anyway, I guess for this session I should pick up where we were last." I give a sigh, sitting beside my mother, and holding her trembling hand. After being killed by that thing over and over, I eventually learned how to fight through much trial and error, to which I eventually won and was able to defeat the weakened beast. I tell them with my voice even. "What do you mean by weakened?" Hound Dog asks as he looks up from his notepad. "That beast was weakened and injured, probably a weakened person at the clinic that had fallen to the beast plague," I say as I see the others perk up at this. "What do you mean by that, young Midoriya?" Nezu asks as something new and interesting has been brought to light. It is a very long story, but to simplify, I say pulling a blood vial through from the storage coffin. This is a blood vial, they are used for healing. You can practically heal from anything if you drank this, even sickness that otherwise has no cure still, but it comes at a cost of the beast plague that was placed upon it by the sins of the Thumerians, when they murdered their queen who was carrying a child of a great one. I say, watching the avalanche of information I gave them overwhelm them all. As much as I want to go into this now, it's just best to know that those that consume this turn into what you all witnessed last time. Why would people keep using it if it caused the transformations? Eraserhead asks with a slight scowl at the vial of blood. That would be the church's fault. They found one of the labyrinths the Thumerians had built and found a lesser great one. They eventually found out about the healing properties whenever they consumed the blood of a great one. I mean, what church wouldn't want to protect their ability to heal any and all that came for it? They eventually had so much power they created us hunters to go out in the night and slaughter any who were transforming. To try to keep up the charade that the blood and their word is absolute no matter what. Mountains of corpses and oceans of unfortunate fools' blood has been spilt all in the name of the church that constantly coveted power they didn't fully understand. I say, my free hand digging into the table and gouging a fair amount into the solid wood. Anyway, long story short, a church got power by using them, then used that power to suppress anything that would jeopardize their power until eventually it all came to a head and too many were turning for the hunters to cull, not to mention the hunters themselves losing their sanity to the blood they drank as well. Back to me killing the beast. I wept over its body after killing it, I don't know how long for. All I know is when I finished my morning I made my way up the stairs again and was able to put my weight into opening the stiff doors. When I got them open I got my first full breath of the air outside and it was only slightly better than what was on the inside. I found myself in a sort of courtyard, with graves strewn about as if they were in a rush to bury the bodies, but couldn't plot proper lines of graves. I reminisce on my first view of Yharnam. As I looked around I found little stashes of bullets and blood vials to use. I start back up only to be interrupted by Mother yanking my arm hard enough to almost dislocate it. "Didn't you just say that those things turn you into a monster?" She shrieks into my ear, leaving it ringing. "Yes, Mother, but I think I forgot to tell you about the blessing I got from Flora, a different great one that is able to cross dimensions to pull people into the dream and fight for her." I say in slight exasperation as I rub my ringing ear against my shoulder, continuing with that blessing came an immunity from the beast plague so her hunters could freely use the blood vials. After a while she seems to calm down, but it seems Yagi is the curious one now. "Where is this Flora you speak of now?" he asks as Eraser and Nezu both nod, no doubt having the same question. "I killed her to earn my freedom back to this waking world. Her body is buried in the hunter's dream where it will remain to rest." I slightly lie to the lot of them as the truth that not only is she alive but the other two main great ones as well, might freak them out on a whole other level. Anyway, back on track with the story. I made my way through the area and found another gate that led to a back area, but I couldn't get the gate to budge even a little from my side. Even looking through the bars I couldn't see any real lock on the gate, but no matter what I did it wouldn't open. So I went to the bigger gate opposite the smaller one, and spent the next half hour working them open bit by bit. When I got it open enough I wouldn't be caught in the bars, on the other side I just couldn't wrap my head around what I was looking at. The closest comparison I could give you is if a bunch of architects used MC Escher as their baseline for constructing Yharnam and could essentially build straight up. I recount still getting a headache trying to figure out how Yharnam hadn't collapsed ages ago. Everyone looks very confused, but I just roll my eyes and say, I will take Nezu sometime, as I can protect him easiest while going through Yharnam. However, that will have to wait for another time, as while I was looking around I saw movement around a carriage nearby. When I rounded it, I found a person with a torch, so I tried calling out to him, but he just turned around, took one look at me, screamed and slammed his hunter axe into my neck. I say as I pull my own hunter axe out and lay it on the table for everyone to see. This getting a gasp from Mother and the others to look at the axe and then me with pale faces. So yeah, that went about 3 times as much as the werewolf encounter. I tried to reason with him, tried to avoid him, but there were 2 others at the end of the road just waiting for anything to get near them, and I couldn't convince Iosefka either. I say, voice trembling slightly. Why wouldn't they listen to you or hear you out, young Midoria? All Might Ask's voice a mix of confusion and anger. To put it simply and skipping a lot of backstory, the church made a champion hunter to serve them directly and publicly. He had the bright idea to conscript the people of Yharnam and teach them on how to hunt for beasts. This resulting in heavy xenophobic behavior and massive paranoia to where everyone who wasn't there first is an instant enemy. I say, my hand wave sending the axe back to the dream, as I pull a box of crackers from my bag. I then start to distribute the crackers to the messengers that pop up and cheer excitedly at getting a cracker from me. Do they not eat anything besides what you give them? Nezu asks, watching the little ones dance away into the fog with their treat held high over their head. Technically, I am not sure they can actually eat. They are related to the Thumerians, but their current forms are still a mystery even with all the knowledge and books I have read within the dream and nightmares. I say, giving a chuckle at an enthusiastic messenger hugging my hand before departing. Who? Mother asks beside me, so I take a breath and lend my sight to those without in the room. She gasps and scoots away from the table in shock at first but calms down after watching me give a few crackers to them and act like children on Christmas. She even giggled when a group of them danced in a circle with the crackers bobbing up and down along with them. They are adorable and infinitely helpful, but I give them the crackers as I hope they can enjoy them. I am unsure if any other hunter has treated them as I have. I say, and as I am about to continue, the doll pipes up with, "No, they all have just been used as I was used in the past. You are the first to be consistent in your gratitude to their and my aid during your hunt." She drones out, her hands clasped in her lap as she sits beside me. After a pause and blinking at her, "Well, there you have it. Anyway, so after being killed by that group of men 3 times more than the lycanthrope, I broke. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I lured the one walking back to the graves and was able to kill him. He had some more quicksilver bullets, which while helpful, are ultimately weak against everything there." I say, letting a bullet roll out of the mist across the table for a moment before it falls back into the coffin where it joins its 900 other brothers and sisters. When I made my way back and tried to pull the lever that was in the middle of the street, the two looked over to me struggling, and started to get up. Before I can even get the lever halfway pulled, one of them is on me while the other is picking his way through the stuff he hid behind. I was able to fight the one pretty decently, but when the second joined, it was inevitable that I lost. I say, sadly looking to my lap, as my other hand is taken up by the doll, who gives it a slight squeeze. When I next went back, I had a rather interesting surprise. The first one I killed was back and ready to kill me again. That threw me off for about 10 or so deaths, just beating him and then him being fine. I even tried getting rid of his body by burning it with his own torch or throwing it over the edge into the void. However, even when I did get his body over the fence and saw it disappear into the darkness, I would take a few steps away and then he would fall down in front of me. So I stopped doing that, for fear of them crashing down upon me, or something else that I didn't want to test. Eventually I got lucky one time and was able to defeat all 3 of them and retrieve the Molotov cocktails that the hidden one of the 3 was beside. I say, bringing 1/4 for them to see what they look like. After I send it back, do I continue, so I got to work getting that lever pulled once again, having to put my whole body into it until it jerks backward, sending me stumbling back into the fence. I was about to scream at the unfairness of that when a ladder from above lowers down rather loudly. I mean, the whole world in there needs someone like All Might just going through with a 100-gallon barrel of WD-40 for how much rust is caked on everything. My little joke gets the others to laugh a bit as the little amount of levity lessens the heavy atmosphere that has been building up. Anyway, when I made it up the ladder, I found another of the lanterns the little ones create and guard as pathways to and from the hunter's dream. As I approach them, I hear loud coughing nearby, and slow my approach to the lantern. When I get there, not taking my eyes off where the coughing is coming from, I light the lantern and head to the dream for a free healing. I show them a drawing I made of the lanterns with the messengers around it. When I headed back to the new lantern, I slowly approached the window where the coughing was coming from, right next to another closed gate. I inspect the gate and try to open it as silently as I can, but to no avail. However, I was such a clumsy, ignorant fool back then, as I had tripped over an uneven brick in the path and slammed into the eave of the window. This got the coughing man's attention as he then calls out to me. I recount, making my voice soft like Gilbert's was. "Oh, you must be a hunter, quite a young one at that, and not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yharnam has a special way of treating guests. I don't think I can stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help, if there's anything that can be done." I cough as he had. When he finished, I asked what I could about the town, but his only response to my questions about the town and people was, I then dramatically wheeze a bit. "This town is cursed. Whatever your reason might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good." I then sit up after trying to convey his weakened state. I tried to tell him I didn't exactly come there willingly, that I was quirkless and had tried to take my life to get away from my life at the time. I hear Mother cry a bit and I give her hand a squeeze. Gilbert's next words to me were, "Quirkless, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration, and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yharnam lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. Deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral. The birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yharnamites don't share much with outsiders. Normally, they wouldn't let you near this place, but the hunt is tonight. This might be your only chance." He then broke down into a coughing fit and wheeled away from the window, taking the red lantern he had with him away. Seeing as I couldn't go through the gate, I made my way down the path to the right a little before deciding to go back to that ladder and look down to see if the 3 were back. They Indeed were and seemed to feel my gaze, or perhaps I made some other noise, as they all looked up at me and started yelling. The one with the torch running for the ladder and climbing it quick, so I went to the lantern and tried to make my way back to the hunter's dream. The one with the hunter axe crested over the edge and ran up to me, axe held high, but thankfully I faded into the hunter's dream, watching as the axe went through my fading body without harm. When I fully entered the hunter's dream, something had changed. The doors to the small house were open. So I made my way up the stairs and past the doll, slowly coming around the doorway and seeing an old man in a wheelchair smiling at me. I held my cane at the ready and walked up to him as he sits up a bit more in his chair, looking me over in slight confusion as he starts to speak to me. "Aha, you must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home, for now. I am Gehrman, friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts, it's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunter do, you'll get used to it." He tells me as I ask as much as I can about why all this is happening, what is going on, whether I can go home. However, he just chuckles and answers with, "This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find." He then gave me a really creepy smile and leaned closer to me to whisper, "Even the doll, should it please you." I tried to ask more questions and get elaborations on what was in the book, but he just repeated himself, just phrased slightly different, until he snapped at me. "I have no time for a waste of skin hunter who has a slightly higher arcane than normal. Get out there and continue the hunt." And with that he swung the cane he had at me, driving me off and away from the building. I could hear him grumbling to himself about me being more difficult than the other hunters that had come before, and wondering why Flora brought a waste of skin like me. I recount sadly to the others, until Mr. Aizawa asks, "You say it like it has meaning?" He gives me a look of compassion tinged with curiosity. Those that are either brought or come to serve in the hunt are graded and classified into generalized groups. The milquetoast, ordinary, happy upbringing. All attributes average. Lone survivor of a lost hamlet. High life essence and vigor. Troubled childhood, suffered misfortune in youth. Highly resilient as a result. I trail my eyes over Eraserhead as I take a breath. Violent past, terribly violent past. Rash, but stronger for it. Professional, born specialist, fit for sleuthing or academia. Honestly, probably would have been this if I had done more than taken notes all my life in the pursuit of being a hero. I say as a few tears fall from my face, but I take a breath and push on. Military veteran, experienced in war. A soldier with strength and skill. Taking a breath again, I lock my eyes on the icy blues of Yagi, but push on. Noble scion to a respectable line with faith in your pedigree. Cruel fate, faced terrible hardships, but now confident in your purpose. As I take a breath and look into the beady eyes of the stoat, taking notes as I talk, giving a slight smile at his flinch. Finally, we have waste of skin, you are nothing. Talentless. You shouldn't have been born. I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Mother then throws her arms around me, crying and apologizing over and over. I comfort her while Hound Dog straightens his papers and clears his throat to get our attention. However, he growled as well, and before I knew it the throwing knife has left my hand, embedding itself in the wall beside his head. After giving an audible gulp, he then says in an even tone, "I think that will be enough for today. Thank you, Mr. Midoria, for your time today. We will pick this up next week, as after the sports festival you students get the rest of the week off to recover." He finishes, looking at the hairs that were sheared off as the knife flew dangerously close to his head. After breathing for a while and being calmed down further by the doll, I regain enough wherewithal to say, "Right, thank you, sorry about that." Growling just triggers my hunter side from having to deal with so many beasts and rabid dogs. Also, Nezu, I have an experiment I want to try tomorrow. If possible, can I have a part of a box seat to utilize? I ask as my hands slightly tremble at the more terrible deaths by beast or dog is still keeping my blood pumping hard. "Of course, young Midoriya. I also will do that other thing you told me about before," he says with glee until the end. Then it turns savage as his gaze turns on Yagi, who pales at being in the principal's sights right now. "Thank you, all of you," I say as I bow and leave with my family. The doll taking up my arm and petting it as we make our way back, and Mother takes up my other hand, patting the back of it to comfort me as well. When we all get back, Mother and the doll go about making dinner together, but I just go through the motions of finishing homework or helping with some cleaning. Eventually we wind down for the day, and I choose to rest that night for the tournament that is tomorrow. When I next awoke, it was much earlier than I needed to be. I left a note for Mother telling her I went to school early to try my experiment, along with a text to Nezu that I was on my way. When I arrived at the school gate, I was met with the excited Nezu and as always scowling Eraserhead. "What is this experiment of yours, problem child? Eraserhead grumbles out as he lets out a yawn into his capture scarf. Yes, I am quite curious as well, Nezu claps hopping up and down like a giddy child on Christmas morning. Giving a tired smile I chuckle slightly, well I want to alter one of the box seats at the stadium so some people within the dream can visit for the day. Well that is the plan at least, I say holding back the worry of letting anything get out. We eventually arrive where the teachers will set up to watch the events. I get to work going around the room with a basic chisel and hammer and mark the four corners of the room, incanting the Great One's tongue as I carve it into the room. What are these markings? Nezu says as he studies them in curiosity and slight awe as they glow softly after I finish carving a word. Technically in the dream they would be equated to Carol runes that hunters use, but the runesmith of Bergenworth only passed on what was useful to hunters for the hunt. The language of the Great Ones, able to alter much about a person or in this case the world. These markings I have made around the room and soon the floor as well as the ceiling. By the way, I need a ladder. Will keep the dream from leaking out of this room. I say, but internally I cringe and think to myself, hopefully anyway. I see, will you be going over these Carol runes during your sessions? Nezu asks, tone alluding to his hopes to try and glean more information about them as he types away at his phone. Also a ladder should be here soon enough. Thank you, and eventually. I don't encounter the runes for quite some time in the flow of events I have told thus far. I say giving a sigh as I remember equipping communion and the splitting headache it caused me. When Power Loader arrived with the ladder I set up and finishes etching more runes all along the borders of the room creating a perfect cage. Alright, and now for the catalyst that should allow for this to even happen. Could you all step out for a few moments? I am not entirely sure you won't be affected if you are in here while I do this. I say with a smile as I pull the crown of illusions from my storage. When they leave and I make sure the door is solidly shut, do I stand in the center of the room and concentrate. I pull from the dream, feeling the crown resonate and vibrate in my hands until I feel a solid pathway between this room to the sanctuary where the survivors are. When I finish ensuring the path is solid, do I feel the crown float off my hands, and when I next open my eyes it is floating softly near the ceiling, spinning as well as casting a faint light to the area. I turn to the door of fog that is against one of the walls and walk through it, testing the path myself first. When I arrive at the refurbished area the survivors have made, I call them all out to the front yard to tell them the gift I have brought. When they all arrive they look to my smiling face and then the door of mist in confusion with slight apprehension. Worry not everyone, I have tested the connection of this path and you all should be able to come to my waking world to watch the festival for the day there. Are you sure about that? Eileen says, skepticism dripping from her voice as she taps her blade of mercy against her hip, looking at the door of mist. Yeah, this sounds like an idea that a drunken powder keg hunter would come up with. Jura jokingly says as he eyes the door of mist in amusement. I don't trust it, the old woman hisses, backing away from it to hide behind her husband. I might go or I might not go, it's my choice to make. The husband crows as he takes his wife's hand as she is behind him. Oh, let's go, Adela. I bet this will be so much fun, Ariana purrs as she wraps her arms around Adela's waist, holding her close. I guess it'll be something new at the very least, Adela sputters out, blushing at Ariana's antics. I then look to the vestiges. I am not completely sure you will be able to go through, but I am 85% confident you should, as I was able to summon some of you with my bell. I tell them, but then focus on Nana. Also, I believe Yagi will be in the seating area you are in, so just be aware of that, I gently warn her. She gets a contemplatively sad look on her face, but she gives me a nod and walks away with the others as they talk amongst themselves. I turn back to the survivors of the hunt and give an easy smile. If you want to come, then I welcome you to join us over there. However, be wary that time is going to move very differently while you are on the other side. Years will have passed in here, while only a day has been spent over there. I give my final warning and then head to the nearby lamp to jump into the hunter's dream. When I arrive I go into the house and grab the large mirror that used to stand between the side two entrances. I then hold it under my arm, and take it through to the box seats in the stadium to see excited Ariana dragging her wife around the area, pointing out all the new things. I take the mirror up to the window area and position it so it will have a good view of the arena and one of the large screens. While I am etching more runes along the frame, do I hear more footsteps, and when I glance back I see Eileen along with Jura coming through, weapons at the ready. I give a slight snort of amusement and finish up the engravings as they look about the room for any danger. After I am done and give a nod of satisfaction, do I turn to then look at the door of mist in question, waiting for any others to come through. A little time after Nana walks through, followed by Banjo and Yoichi, but no others come through. Well, looks like this is about it then. Now this is one of the box seats the teachers use. So you will have some company. They are friendly but no doubt curious about you or your histories. Especially you, Yoichi, I say, looking at the sickly man in question who looks at me in confusion. You were around during the dawn of quirks, no doubt you could shed better light on how things were back then. If you all don't want to talk to them about things, just tell them and be firm about it. I say, addressing them all at the end. Oh, new people. Ariana cheers, jumping up and down in excitement beside her increasingly nervous wife. Are they good people? Sister Adela asks, playing with her sleeves as she looks down, only to blush when her wife wraps her arms around her waist, with a kiss to the cheek. They won't attack or berate any of you, at most they would just be very curious about your lives and the world in which you all reside. I say, gently explaining to the nervous nun and her very affectionate wife. So how much are we not supposed to tell them then? Eileen pipes up, sheathing her blade of mercy and crossing her arms. Tell them whatever you are comfortable telling them. I am already going through my hunt with some of them. However, I would appreciate you not telling them about my reborn form yet. Some are aware of it, but I would like to get to that when I am ready. I say, giving an easy smile to Eileen as Jura sets his stake driver down against one of the walls. Well, that is good to know. Any chance of getting a beer while we watch? Jura asks, only to laugh when Eileen elbows him in the stomach with a chuckle herself. Well, I am pretty sure they won't serve alcohol during a high school sport festival, but I am sure you could negotiate other such foodstuffs and drinks from a few I will be bringing in shortly. You all should set up where you want to sit, I say, gesturing to the seats currently present as I make my way back into the dream and head to Canehurst to snag one of the oval mirrors. As I make my way through the castle and carve similar symbols to the larger mirror in the semi-waking world, I find myself once more in the throne room. I give an overly dramatic bow to the Queen and present the mirror in a pompous posh manner. Your Majesty, I brought a mirror that should let you view my trials on this day. I see, thank you my knight, the Queen says in a kind tone, her lips giving a slight quirk in amusement at my antics. I then set the mirror up in a chair near her so she can have a good view of it. I give a final bow along with a farewell to the Queen, hearing her call for one of the silver ladies to bring her food and wine as I fade away back to the hunter's dream. I then make my way to the box seats. When I arrive, I find Ariana snuggling into the side of her wife, practically spilling out of their chairs in their affections. While Eileen and Jura are on the other side of the room in chairs of their own, pointing at things they are looking at, giving their best guess to their purpose. Alright everyone, I am going to let in some of the staff of this school and the principal as well. You are free to move about this room, but you will be kicked back to the dream rather violently if you leave any other way than the fog door here. I say, gesturing to the still-formed door back to the sanctuary, as I make my way to the normal door. When I walk through and look back into the room, fog blocks the view into the room, which makes a level of sense, I guess. Looks like it is done, Nezu says in excitement, getting close to the door and gently touching the mist a few times, then letting his hand pass through in wonder. Yes, and you may need to get more chairs, but otherwise a few of the ones I had rescued during my hunt have decided to come watch on this side. As well, it looks like you can look out from within the room, but no one outside the room can look in. I guess that can be a good thing. I say with a relieved smile. Also, they may want quite a few snacks and drinks among themselves. I hope that won't be too much of an issue. I say, addressing the ecstatic principal. Of course not, however I am going to be rather curious and ask them all sorts of questions. Oh, also you are permitted the use of only one of your listed firearms during the entirety of the sports festival. The principal says with an evil glint in his eyes. I don't mind, but one of them is terrified of meeting new people due to bad experiences on the last hunt, so if she isn't comfortable talking with anyone, please let her be. Also, thank you for permitting my use of the firearm. I believe I will only need it for one specific match, really. I request with a slight bow of my head. Of course Midoria, we won't pressure any of them, Eraserhead says while glaring down at the somewhat dejected Stoat. Thank you Eraserhead, I am going to go to the changing room and take a nap before the festival begins. I say, giving a tired wave as I make my way down to said room, doing a quick change into the PE uniform and bringing a rocking chair from the dream to nap in. After a while I quickly awake, catching Mina's hand as she is reaching out to poke my nose, to which I give her a smile. Nice try Mina, I say, letting her go and sticking my tongue out at her in a teasing way. I then get up and give a big stretch, and most everyone cringes at the sound of every joint in my body cracking loudly. I then take my queen's favor and fold it up so I am able to thread the Canehurst badge with it, then I tie it around my neck, showing the emblem of Canehurst proudly. As I am about to tell everyone we should get ready to head out, Midnight knocks and pops her head into the room. Midoriya, Hagakure, can you come with me for a few moments? The support department has finished a part of your hero costume, Hagakure, but... She then gives me a rather inappropriate face a teacher should have to a student. We need to test to see if it works. She purrs out and I hear a majority of the boys in the locker room give an audible gulp. I stand and give a slight shrug as Toru shuffles after me and Midnight, until we arrive at another door. After we all get inside, there is a hero suitcase for Hagakure sitting on a bench and Midnight pipes up again. Alright, now I am going to cover Midoriya's eyes so you can put on the underwear the support department was able to finish for you. There should be a good quality sport bra for you to try out, but the support department didn't have time to make anything cute. This getting me to groan aloud and Toru to blush into a stuttering mess. After she calms down and asks us both to look away even with my eyes still being covered and Midnight deciding to have some fun rocking my head from side to side, giggling occasionally as we ignore the sound of moving fabric. Oh okay, I am done now, Hagakure stutters out and we look back to her back in her tracksuit. Hagakure, we need to test to make sure if you try going invisible, the underwear will still preserve your modesty from Midoriya or any others. Midnight slightly admonishes the girl whose face is burning in embarrassment. Don't worry Toru, I promise to look away if it doesn't work. I try to reassure the poor young woman who is basically being told to flash myself and her teacher. She fidgets with the hem of her shirt for a few moments before scrunching her eyes closed and lifting her shirt. Thankfully the gray sports bra is covering her for myself, so I turn to Midnight. Can you see her bra? I ask our horny on main teacher. She struts around the poor girl looking from every which way possible before giving a nod. No, not even a vague outline. Alright, that should be enough. Toru quickly shoves her shirt down, still blushing like mad. Were you able to see her bra, Midoriya? Midnight teases out, throwing sultry eyes and swaying her hips in my direction. I was able to see the gray sports bra covering her chest, I say, giving a sigh of exasperation at my teacher's antics. Which only gets her to give a giggle, then a slight clap in Hagakure's direction. Well, congratulations Hagakure, unfortunately your hero costume is still being worked on, but at least you can keep your modesty and still be stealthy for any future hero exercises. Midnight says cheerily to the young girl. Thank you, Miss Midnight, Toru says, bowing her head to our teacher and making a hasty retreat from the room. Which I follow moments after when a teasing smile works its way onto Midnight's face and she sets her sights on me. When I step back into the locker room with everyone else, to get them to start making our way to the field, Shoto steps in front of me. Midoriya, objectively speaking you might be more powerful and skilled, but I am not going to lose to you. He drones in a dead tone, which gets everyone's attention and they look among themselves with awkward strained smiles. Hey man, there's no need for this, we all are already on edge, so there is no need to be picking fights with each other right before it begins. Kirishima tries to defuse the situation, only to have his hand smacked away by Shoto. We aren't here to make friends, he bites out, then starts to storm out of the room. I might not know what your problem is Todoroki, but if you think I am your only threat in this competition, you are severely underestimating the amazing people that are in our class, but I will answer your call to battle with my own. You want that win? Come and get it then, hold nothing back, because I won't take anything less. I say, walking up into his face and making him take a step or two back, the area around us warming briefly as he looks down in anger. I walk past him and open the door as the signal beeps in our room. Alright everyone, let's go show the world the coming dawn of us heroes. I say, getting a cheer from the room and everyone getting up to then march out onto the field. As we all march to the field to the cheering of the crowd that had gathered, I hear some of them talk about how nervous they are as we make it to the exit onto the field. Hey! Make some noise, you rabid sports fans. Get those cameras prepped, media horde. This year we are bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I only have one question before we start the show. Are you ready? Present mic dramatically declares over the PA system. Let me hear you scream as our student make their way to the main stage. Fanfare starts to blare as we get closer and closer to the main field. As we step onto the field, the crowd cheers louder than they were before and I hear Kyuka hiss to herself at the level of noise. Present mic then starts up again as we form up. This is where up-and-coming heroes leave everything on the field as they fight for the chance to achieve worldwide fame and become a celebrity known to all. This first group is no stranger to the spotlight. You know them for withstanding a villain attack, the dazzling students lighting up your TVs and this field with solid gold skill. The hero course students of Class 1A. He finishes off in his showman way. I get putting on a show, but it seems you are favoring us over all the other courses. Just please give them all the same amount of effort. We all make our way to the center of the field in a loose formation and I can hear the others whispering about their nerves even more. They haven't been getting nearly enough screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome Hero Course 1B. To which I give a weary sigh of exasperation at how little he talked about the other hero course. Next up are General Studies C, D, and E. I groan audibly, garnering some looks from some classmates. Support classes F, G, and H. I bury my face into my hands as I walk, wincing at the flagrant favoritism on display. And finally business classes I, J, and K. I have to physically force myself to keep walking and to not curl up into a ball of embarrassed shame at present Mike not being impartial in his announcing. Give it up for UA's first-year contestants. He finishes off getting a loud cheer from the crowd, and I can hear the other courses complaining about the favoritism for our class. Now the introductory speech, Midnight declares, raising her red leather flog into the air. I can practically feel the dripping lust from all the males in attendance, but then a shiver runs down my spine and I look to the teacher's box. There, with her hands gripping the railing with trembling arms, I see Ariana with a look of utter joy and excitement. Mistakes were made, I think to myself in terror, and give a prayer to the great ones that they don't have a chance to meet today. I can hear some of the closer male audience talking rather loudly about Midnight, and she gives a smile and tosses her hair playfully. I hear my fellow classmates saying she should be more aware of public decency until she calls out, "Silence everyone!" cracking her small whip to drive her point home. And for the student pledge, we have Izuku Midoria. I can hear Bakugo grinding his teeth to dust in anger as I walk forward to the stage. I hear others ask why I am the representative, and a general studies student is snarky to my classmates about my entrance exam scores. When I am up on stage, Midnight gives me an easy smile and gestures to the mic, to which I stand before and look upon all the students. Salutations to not only those in attendance here in the stadium, but to all others who are going to be watching us. As well, I would like to say, this is a horrible idea and the sports festival should have been cancelled. This getting everyone to be in stunned silence, to which I give a sigh into the mic. I understand that they want to show that a villain attack doesn't bother them, that they can keep us students and those in attendance safe. But still, having us come here, show all we are capable of, it only lets villains who are smart enough to prepare for an encounter with us. I say in slight frustration and exasperation, then I give a feral smile. Well, to that I say, I look into one of the cameras that is pointing at me. Watch closely, because not only will I be giving my all, but everyone here will as well. To all the students of my year, show everyone, not just potential heroes to intern with, but the public we are to defend, that a new dawn of heroes is coming. It doesn't matter what course you are in, anyone can achieve greatness, but it is those that have the drive and the dedication to truly be a hero. It doesn't matter what your quirk is, only how you use it, be it for the betterment of others or not. I challenge you all to show the villains the coming storm that we represent, and that their days are numbered upon our achievement of our hero licenses. I take a breath seeing everyone fired up and give a smile to all those I am to compete with. I hope to see you in the final rounds. I finish off with a teasing tone as I walk back off stage, getting everyone to glare and yell various things at me, to which I just chuckle to myself as I make my way back down. A loud noise is sounded as the big screens around the stadium show "First game," Midnight then says. Without further ado, it's time to get started. I can hear my fellow classmates talking amongst themselves as Midnight keeps announcing. This is what you would call a qualifier, this is where you begin to feel the pain. She dramatically announces, putting emphases on various words. The first fateful game of the festival. She waves her flog around as a giant holoscreen appears behind her, spinning rapidly with fanfare music. What could it be? She playfully asks, and I have to hold back a laugh at the answer I am given. "Tada!" she announces when it lands on obstacle course, those around me commenting about the planned game. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers outside the stadium. She then raises her flog high into the air, announcing playfully, "I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game." She then licks the side of her mouth with a hungry giggle. "As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart's desire," she says, giving a wave to the large entryway that leads to outside. "Now then, take your places, contestants." As the crowd cheers loudly, we all make our way over to the start line and the lights above come to life. I see people all jostling for a good spot at the front and much shoving to have a good starting position. I hang back and give a wave up to the teacher's box, seeing Nana doting on Yagi, but she gives me a wave as she floats above him. The others from the dream give me waves of their own, and I can barely see the queen give me a nod. I turn back when I hear the countdown and get into a sprinter stance, letting 87% of one for all course through my body. When the final beep and a declaration from Midnight, "Begin," everyone immediately plugs up the way to get to the course. I go into the zone and use quickening to launch myself through the whole crowd and onto the course. I ignore everything else other than getting through the race as I pull the cane from the dream. When I round the first corner, I see the robots from the entrance exam, which only gets a feral smile from me. I change the cane to its whip function and launch it at one of the 2 pointers' bodies. I then stop and pull the robot around once to get enough momentum to launch up into the air with it still caught with my whip. I aim at one of the 0 pointers and catch the neck with my whip, and the 2 pointer acting as an anchor point so I can then bring the 0 pointer down. As I pass by the 0 pointer's neck and hook onto it with my improvised weapon, I give a mighty yank, causing the Goliath robot to be lifted up, flip around fully, before slamming back into the ground. leaving it embedded into the ground and blocking the path into the robot area with its Goliath-sized body. I ignore it, slamming its only unburied hand about at the students who were front of the pack that just got there. I then weaved my way through all the other robots, not bothering to engage any others, and made it to the next area that looked like it was a tightrope walk over a giant chasm. Still having one for all coursing through me, I make a mighty leap over the chasm and quicken myself halfway across. When I land, it causes the central platform to destabilize and start to crumble. I then take a few more bounding steps on the makeshift island of land, it becoming more and more unstable with each step until I make another leap across the rest of the obstacle, shattering the central platform, taking most of the easy or quick ways across as well. When I made it around the next bend, I saw a giant sign that said, "Mines," with comical skull and bones. When I make it to where the dirt is discolored, I throw my hand forward, walking on the mist just over the mines enough not to set them off. After the field of mines, it was a straight shot back, so I put everything I could into the last stretch. When I make it back, I hear Present Mike declare, "First place goes to Izuku Midoria. He cleared that course in less than 5 minutes. The ones behind him is Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo have only just now got to the second obstacle." To which is met with thunderous applause and deafening cheering. I watch one of the screens barely winded from the run, as the two of them are fighting for second place. As they and others are making their way through the race, I make my way over to Midnight. When I get near her, I ask, "Midnight, in the next event am I to be restricted in any way?" This was a bad question to ask her, as she gives a smirk to me and I can feel the air from the teacher seats vibrating from the field. "Oh? Are you wanting to have some bonding fun for finishing the race so skillfully and quick?" She licks her lips and suggestively leans towards me, but relents with a laugh when I give an exasperated sigh. She then taps an earpiece and has a discussion with Nezu probably. After a few moments she gets a serious expression and looks me in the eyes. Nezu says, "In the next event you can't hide yourself and your team in the fog the whole event. You have to remain out in the open for at least half the time so the other students have a chance." I nod in agreement and decide to do some stretching, as the majority of the racers have now reached the minefield. Finally, both Todoroki and Bakugo make their way through the finish line, with Todoroki getting second. The other front runners are rapidly making their way through one after another now. Let's prepare an applause for them as we prepare the results. Present Mix showboating, getting more cheers for those now making their way in. I watch as Bakugo is having an aneurysm about not only losing to me, but Todoroki as well. I wave to my friends who are arriving, them breathing heavily with the exception of Tenya, who probably didn't have a hard time with the straightaways. However, he does seem dejected with his placement in the race, if the aura of shame emanating off him is anything to go by. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what a game it was. Midnight presents, taking her glasses off playfully. "Now let's take a quick look at the standings, shall we?" She points to one of the bigger screens as it shows our placements in the race with our pictures. "Only the top 42 will advance to the next round, but don't be too let down if you didn't make the cut. We prepared other opportunities for you to shine," she says, then licks her lips as her eyes run over us all. I am thankful that Ariana is restrained to the teacher's box, but I get the feeling she won't stop hounding me until she makes friends with Midnight now. Now the real fun is about to begin, the chance to fully move yourself into the limelight. "Give it your best," she cheerfully presents, whipping her flog into the air, and the hollow screen pops up, spinning again. "Let's see what we have in store for you next. Will your wildest fantasies come to life? What could it be? The waiting is torture," she purrs out as she then dons her glasses once more. "Prepare yourselves for this." As she finishes with a flourish, the screen stops at Cavalry Battle as the second event. I can hear some of the people in the group excited to team up, while others whining about not working well with others. Allow me to explain. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. In theory it's the same as a playground game, but there is one difference. Each player has been assigned a point value based on their placement in the first event. Midnight explains to us, and those around me start debating among themselves about the rules presented thus far, and I can see Midnight getting aggravated about them taking the fun out of it for her. She then cracks her flog, turning around with a glare. "Maybe you should shut up and allow me to explain things." Now then, point increments go up by 5, starting at 42nd with 5 points, 41st with 10, and so on and so forth. The point value given to the first place contestant is... Midnight drags out, getting everyone on edge and holding their breath. 10 million. Which just gets a chuckle out of me as everyone around me all set their sights on me. Just like Yarnum, I think with amused fondness. That's right, it's survival of the fittest. With those at the bottom with the chance to overthrow those at the top. Show us what plus ultra means. Izuku Midoriya has already been a shining example of our school's motto already. First years, these are the rules you shall abide by. The game itself will last 15 minutes, individual values will be added together to get your team total. Everyone will know how much you are worth thanks to the headband. Swipe as many headbands to raise your team score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. The more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them. Another thing, if your headband is stolen, or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. When she says that, those around me worry amongst themselves about how the game will go. This is going to be rough. You may use your quirks as much as you like, but there are exceptions. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card, you'll be disqualified. Also, Izuku Midoria is to be handicapped during the first half of the match. He will be restricted from hiding within his quirk with his points, so you all can do your best to capture his points. She presents to the cheering crowd, now you have 15 minutes to build your teams. I recommend you get started. As I watch, everyone goes to who they think would be a good team to be on, but everyone avoids me like a Yarnamite does a stranger. I watch a lot of people go to either Bakugo or Todoroki, but I have some people I would like to see in the next round, so I try to approach some of my friends. Whenever I get close though, most give me a strained smile and wander away, which gets me to smile and shake my head. I see Ochako and Tenya talking, so I make my way to them. Hey guys, want to team up? Should be pretty easy to get through this thing if I am being honest. I ask with a gentle smile, that I then have to fight to keep up. I see Ochako smile and start to agree, but Ida speaks before her. I'm sorry, but I need to stand out for myself. I view you as my rival in this, and I must do my brother proud on my own, he says in his overly serious manner. Seems you still need those lessons in humility. This is a team exercise. It is to show your ability to judge who you can team up with for the best results. However, I can see you are going to be as stubborn as always about this, so best of luck to you. I hope to see you in the next round, I say dismissively as I look to Ochako, who is fidgeting, and I give a sigh. Good luck to you as well, Uraraka, I say coldly as I walk away from them both. I give a frustrated sigh to myself. It makes sense, everyone will be gunning for me from the start. They should have more faith in my ability though. That handicap should be proof enough of how strong I am. All of a sudden I hear some fans whirling and giggling getting closer to me. When I turn to the approaching noise, I see a girl with pink dreadlocks hovering to me. Oh perfect, you're still alone, and you are the star. Team up with me, person in first place. She requests, getting right in my face with zero regard about personal space. And who might you be? I say, quirking an eyebrow at her. She gives a chuckle and says, I am a student in the support course, name's May Hatsum. She declares, lifting her goggles off her eyes, which reveal them to be yellow crosshairs. We haven't met, but I'd like to use your current fame to my advantage. She says no shame whatsoever, which gets a smile and a laugh from me. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. She starts to ramble in a manic manner, getting closer and closer to me in her excitement. That means my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by the big company CEOs who are tuning in to the sports festival. Following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. She finishes off excitedly. I give a laugh out loud this time, almost like a powder keg hunter who has an idea about a new weapon or tool to make for the hunt. Wonder if Jura would try to recruit her into the powder kegs? I think to myself in amusement as May starts rambling again. Plus, you will definitely benefit with me being on your team. She sets down a case she was carrying. The support course specializes in creating equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. She presents, opening the case and lovingly presenting her gear with a manic giggle. I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like floating around my arsenal. I look over it all and it is very impressive, definitely going to have to introduce her to Jura at least. Well, I believe it will be just us two in this event, I say, looking around, and most everyone has either paired up or made a proper team except myself and this girl. So you'll be the rider and I will be the horse. Equip yourself however you need for long-range defense and offense. I am quite quick and agile, so please keep a solid hold onto me, as well if I tell you to duck, curl down as much as you can onto my head. I say, and she nods vigorously, going through her gear, getting everything she wants for the next round. For myself, I pull out the chickage and a few hunter tools in reserve for an easy switch. I then lower my head, grab the Canehurst medal hanging from my neck with the Queen's favor, and give a small prayer of luck to the Great Ones. A loud buzzer then blares around the arena. Oh goody, it's time to get this party started, Midnight announces, stretching to get ready. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and talk strategy, 13 cavalry teams are ready to go head to head. Present Mike announces to the roaring crowd. Come on, everyone, get your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-thumping UA battle royale. Let me hear you scream. I adjust May on my shoulders, ensuring her legs can easily hook under my arms, for the no-doubt rush that will happen at the start. The countdown begins and I can see everyone eyeing me in the center with Hatsum on my shoulders, to which I can only give a feral smile at their predictability. Soon as the match start, everyone begins their mad dash for my team for the grantee to the next round. Duck! I call out and May curls her body down, slightly smothers me with her breasticles. Right, forgot about those, I think to myself, blushing a little as I pull out a call from beyond and hold it over the both of us. When it is fully charged, I release the novas out in a ring around us, causing everyone to a stumbling stop and take a few steps back from the arcane explosions. While they are distracted, I dash through them holding May's legs, giving her a nudge to go on the offensive and getting distance from the horde. I ready the chickage, defending us from some of the tape and sticky ball that was sent our way. I then give a loud roar, letting my hunter's aura out when I see a tongue launched at May's head, making it flinch back and freeze, as well as others to flinch back in fear. I keep on the defensive, dodging around others' attempts to get at our points and discourage any from getting too close with the beast roar tool. Eventually a large wall of ice blocks off everyone else from myself and Todoroki's team. I see Ida talking with his team and getting ready to do some sort of super move. I grab May's legs firmly, giving them a squeeze, as she holds to me best she can. I hear the sounds of explosions breaking its way into the ice, but I ignore it for now as the other team blurs towards us. I smile as I watch them get close and say to Tenya, nice move, but still too slow. I then hop back and then up and over them, hearing a slight noise of complaint from May at the abrupt movement. The ice breaks behind where I land and Todoroki's team turns around, making another attempt at my team's points. The explosions behind me get louder and louder as Todoroki reaches out his hand to our headband. And that's the halfway mark. Present Mike announces, to which I immediately throw a wall of mist around May and myself, causing the teams that were about to crash into us to instead have to stumble on opposite sides of the mist. Taking a breath of relief, I give a chuckle as May practically vibrating in excitement on my shoulders. That was amazing. I have so many ideas for babies to make for you, as well as others to make improvements on for others. She cheers, bouncing on my shoulders like a giddy child. I give a chuckle but pat her leg. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but can you bring it down a notch or two? What do you mean? Your quirk is amazing, how do you do all you did? She asks in excitement, still bouncing. I get you are excited, and I am more than willing to have a nice long talk about my skills. However, I can feel how excited you are, by how sticky my neck is. I trail off, feeling the dampness on my neck trickles down my back slightly. Ha, that's new, she says, trailing off for a few moments, then she immediately goes back to her full throttle mannerism. But it doesn't matter. How much time is left? I need to write down these ideas I have. She whines, waving around her arms much like a petulant child. I chuckle and pull a new notebook from the dream as well as a pen. I hold them up to her as I pull a pocket watch from the dream. We have about 6 minutes left, here you can use these, just get me ones back in exchange. I say as she snatches the notebook and pen from my hand, immediately starting to scribble at a frantic pace using my head as a desk. I chuckle and watch the time count down, even waiting an extra minute before letting the mist fade away, to where they are announcing the winners. Myself and May are obviously in first, in second place is Todoroki's team, followed closely by Bakugo, and finally the purpled-haired guy from a few weeks ago. Seeing as we don't have enough people for the next event in the first 4 teams, we will allow 5th place to proceed as well, seeing as their team would give us 16 contestants for the one-on-one battles. Team Uraraka will proceed to the next round. Midnight declares, doing a little dance and twirl. Off to the side I see the two celebrating, Ochako jumping around and Fumikage praising his quirk for its pivotal role in their success. I watch as other teams all around talk among themselves, others talking to other teams and giving congratulations. After I let May down and she rushes off with her equipment, still scribbling at a frantic pace, do I feel a cool hand land on my shoulder. Midoria, we need to talk. Todoroki says in his usual dead tone. No, I don't think we do. I think you need to reflect on why you are here. Why do you want to be a hero when you only hold yourself back from being a great hero? I won't pretend to know why you don't use your fire, but this is something you yourself need to fix. Because if you don't, I guarantee many people will die, and it will be your fault for not actualizing your full potential. I say as I JRK my shoulder out of his grasp, leaving him to think on my words. I make my way to the cafeteria and make sure to get as much food as I can to satisfy my hunger as I sit with my friends. You were amazing out there, Izuku. I should have teamed up with you instead of letting Ida's words get the better of me. Ochako says in her cheerful manner but trails off at the end. Yeah, I wasn't sure you would be able to handle the rush after you at the start like you did. How did you do those explosions anyway? Kyuka asks, tilting her head slightly. I pull out the hunter tool I call Beyond and show it to them. It's one of the many hunter tools I picked up during the hunt. It summons a small nova star that shoots off multiple explosions. I can actually aim them at people directly or as an area attack like I had done to make everyone back off. I explain and Uraraka gets starry-eyed looking at the slug-like tool closely, which gets a small chuckle out of me as I stand up. As much as I would like to stay and chat, I have guests I brought from the other side I would like to check up on. I say, giving them a wave as I depart to the box seating that holds the survivors and predecessors. When I arrive, it is mild chaos in the booth. Nana keeps flying around all might and smothering him with affection in being able to see him again, regaling him of how proud she is of him. Poor Yagi having to escape multiple times of being crushed to death by his mentor's mothering. Eileen, Jura, and Yoichi are talking with Nezu about what I am unsure, but they all seem to be having a good time. Most worrying of all, though, I see Mother, the doll, Ariana, Adela, somehow Himiko, and finally Midnight, all whispering or giggling among each other. I look on in horror as the group of women all turn as one to look at me, and I nope the F out. Future Izuku, I am sorry, but that is on you, bro, I think to myself as I make my way through the corridors as fast as I am able to without hurting anyone. When I make it to the field, everyone is making their way back from the lunch break, and Present Mike begins his announcing once more, "Get those foam fingers in the air, it's almost time for the last round." But before that, good news for anyone who didn't make the finals. Since today's a sports festival, we've prepared some super fun side games everyone can participate in. We even brought in cheerleader from America to get your blood pumping. He declares to the cheering stadium as the cheerleaders go through their routine. I look around and am frozen in place as I see the girls from my class all bunched together in cheerleader outfits themselves, all with eyes dead as they realize something together. Looks like Class 1A is going full-on fan service. Present Mike draws out, which gets the girls to all angrily round on the troublesome duo. "What, you tricked us?" Momo yells at the pair of Mineta and Kaminari, who are smiling while giving each other thumbs up. "You're gonna regret this." She hisses out, shaking a pom-pom in anger at the pair of deviants. I walk over to the girls with an amused smile on my face, and when I get close enough to talk to them, Momo falls to the ground whining. Why is it that I always end up falling for that little pervert's stupid schemes? Ochako then squats beside the bemoaning girl as she continues her sorrows. As she is getting comforting pats on her back, she says, "I even used my quirk to make these outfits. Ugh, I hate those guys." Jairu says as she tosses the pom-poms down in anger and then crosses her arms around her middle. "Well, we do have a little time before the finals start, and I kind of like these uniforms, so." Hagakure trails off as she cheerfully waves her pom-poms around a little. She then waves them about and rocks her hips alongside them. "How about we just roll with it?" she cheerfully says, a happy smile on her face. "Are you crazy?" Kyuka says in anger, her ear jacks at the ready to attack and her face in stunned embarrassed shock. "Wow, Toru, you've got some skills." Tsu pipes up from behind poor Jairu. "And I think you all look rather lovely in those outfits as well," I say, getting most of them to all lock onto me with varying looks. "However, next time, Momo," I say, walking up to her and offering my hand out to her. "How about you text or call me next time to double check about these things?" I ask with an easy smile, and she looks from my face to my hand, but takes it after a few moments with a nod. "Oh, I bet you would love to see the doll in one of these outfits," Mina teases, coming up from behind me and bumping her hip into mine. To which gets me to slightly stumble away with a hot blush coloring my cheeks at the thought of the doll dressed like them. I then say, "No comment," and make my way to center field, all the while hearing Mina and Toru laughing with each other. "Have fun competing in these little side games, everyone." Present Mike announces as the screens around the stadium come to life with the roster of who is fighting who. After they're over, the 16 students from the top 5 teams will be duking it out one-on-one in a tournament-style fighting competition. I promise you're not gonna want to miss these epic matchups. Most talk among their groups or teams about being in the competition and their excitement to compete. "Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against," Midnight says, holding a large yellow box with lots on the face of it. "Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team." Midnight says, making her way to myself and May, who has a new notebook she is frantically scribbling in, when Ojiro holds up his hand. Excuse me. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing," he says, getting everyone around us to gasp in shock. "Are you sure, Ojiro?" I ask, and then Tenya pipes up with, "But this is a rare chance for you to get scouted," he says, arms slack at his sides. "It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it," he says, looking down in confusion, then starts up again, uncertainty staining his voice. "I think it was that guy's quirk," he says, looking over at the purple-haired general studies student, which in turn has him looking away from the attention that is being placed upon him. "I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me," Ojiro says, clenching a fist in frustration. I give him an even look and say plainly, "Think this through, you might not know about your victory or the methods that was needed for you to make it here. However, if you let something like pride shackle you from this opportunity, it will always keep you from progressing forward. It's not bad to want to take pride in your actions and achievements, but if you squander an opportunity in the name of pride, it will only be your fault you get left behind. I say, trying to get him to open his eyes and to stand on his own merit in the coming tournament battles. I have thought about it. Okay, he snaps at me and takes a breath. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. He says with conviction, to which I answer with a sigh and leave him to his choice. You're making way too much of this. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here. Hagakure says, a sad but determined expression on her face as she tries to get him to change his mind. Yeah, what she said. Mina pipes up, giving her gal pal support, then continuing with, I didn't do much in the battle, either. Ojiro is shaking and says through clenched teeth, that's not it. I'm talking about my pride here. I refuse to give that up, he says, conviction solidly flowing through his voice. Until he says, also, why are all the girls dressed like cheerleaders? Which gets said girls to flinch and look away in shame or cover themselves with their pom-poms. Nirenjiki Shota from Class 1B. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, this isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. The boy from 1B says while clenching a fist near his chest, and I just roll my eyes at the waist, all in the name of pride. I hear Kirishima getting worked up about their manly reasons as we all look up to midnight to make the final call. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. She then cracks her flog and poses, that turns me on. Shota. Ojiro. You're withdrawn. She says, a blush covering her face, and I have to resist face palming from hearing the squeal of excitement and cheering from the stands. Why, Ariana? Don't worry. I'll win it for you, our resident overly dramatic Frenchman says in his serious way. Now let's see, Midnight says in contemplation with a finger tapping next to her mouth. We'll have to move up 2 students from the 6th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants. We were frozen most of the time. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right? A redhead with a side ponytail asks one of her teammates and they agree with her. She then looks around to her other teammates with a question of our girls, getting nods from the rest of her team. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time. Team Tetsu. She says decisively. This getting a boy with silver hair and sharp features around his eyes to say in shock, Kendo. I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair, she says, giving a slight shrug. This seeming to get Tetsu worked up and emotionally says, seriously, you guys. Thank you. After a bit of debate, it seems Tetsu and the girl with long vines for hair will be replacing the others who had dropped out. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki have advanced to the final. Midnight declares, and we then move to take our lots. When it comes to my turn to pull out my lot, Midnight gives me a smirk and licks her lips, as she says in a whisper to me. I didn't know you knew such a fun group of ladies, Midoria. I will have to punish you for keeping them and your mother from me later on. She purrs out as I pull my lot from the box and hurry away, ignoring her hungry giggling at my hasty retreat. Regrets have been made, such deep regrets. Why couldn't they have all not met? I whine internally, looking at my paper to see I am fighting first. Midnight then cracks her flog and says, take a look at the bracket, my dears, these are your opponents. The screens all change, showing who is facing off against who. Tetsu versus Kirishima, Tokoyami versus Yayorozu, Ashido versus Aoyama, Shinszo versus Midoriya, Todoroki versus Siro, Kaminari versus Shiozaki, Ida versus Hatsum, Bakugo versus Uraraka. It'll be interesting to see how Mei handles her fight with Tenya. I hope Ochako makes it through the fight against Bakugo in one piece. I wonder what Shinszo's quirk is. I grimace as the answer flows through my head and I hear someone I haven't heard from in a long time ask from behind me. That is you, right? Izuku Midoriya? I turn and face him proper with an easy smile on my face, giving a nod in affirmation to the general studies student. A pleasure. So you excited? As I start to answer, a thick fleshy tail wraps around my mouth, to which I promptly grab the tail and toss Ojiro away from me in reflex. I give a sigh and then look over to the guy I just bodied for trying to help me, and make my way over to his prone groaning form. You okay there, Ojiro? Sorry about that, but if you catch me off guard I am going to react rather violently. Especially when your tail has the same texture and feel as the brainsuckers I had to deal with in the hunt. I give a sigh and help the poor guy up as he dusts himself off and stretches out the soreness of some of the bruises I had just given him. What were you trying to accomplish anyway? I ask him. I was just trying to stop you from saying anything to him. I think his quirk lets him brainwash anyone who answers him. He says, getting close. whispering in my ear. I nod and thank him, offering to help him to recovery girl, but he waves me off as he hobbles away. I look around seeing Mei walking up to Tenya and decide to walk by to listen in a little. When I hear her excitement, I have to restrain myself from barking out a laugh at what she is going to do to the poor boy. The screens around the stadium chirp and recreation is displayed on all of them as the side events start up. I stay on the field and watch as all my classmates either participate or not, giving praise or clapping at all their performances. I snicker at some mishaps that happen along the way, especially when I see the arrogant one from Class 1B being carried in the giant fists of that kendo girl. Eventually Cementos builds the arena with his quirk, the cement flowing like water until it takes the proper form. That's it. I'm pretty much done here, he says to himself, putting the finishing touches on the edge of the arena. Thank you, Cementos. Present Mike loudly shows appreciation to his fellow coworker. Hey, sports fans. Are you ready? The crowd gives a loud cheer in response to his hype. After all the action you've already witnessed, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Our competitors are on their own now. Sometimes, heroes have only themselves to rely on. Heart, skill, strength, wisdom, courage. They'll have to use all of these things to rise to the top. Present Mike showboats for the crowd and viewers around the world. Hey! All Mike calls out to me from behind, and I turn to face him with an easy smile. Sorry I haven't said hi, I've had my hands full dealing with my mentor. I didn't know you could bring the vestiges of one for all out into the real world. Yagi says with confusion and slight accusation. Honestly, I didn't think I could keep them out this long. That room was an experiment that went right is all. Otherwise they would just be summoned and restrained to the time limit the bells enforce upon them when they come through that way. We can go over this at a later time though. I hope you've been able to talk with her about all the things you wanted to though. She's missed you deeply, and her aim is spot on now, I say with a chuckle, cracking a joke to ease the tension of me having to go on soon. I have, and I noticed. You've been great so far, hardly even breaking a sweat it seems. Almost seems unfair to have you competing here instead of with the third years, or going up against the top 10 heroes themselves for there to be a chance at beating you. He says, holding his chin in contemplative thought. Yeah, that would be an interesting fight to say the least, I say, then give Yagi a devious smile. By the way, are you going to do that thing you agreed to a while ago for the medal awarding? I ask, and my smile turns feral as he gives an exasperated sigh that almost has his soul leaving his body. I can't believe you showed the principal that. He's making me do it now and I can't back out no matter what. He whines and I just start laughing, having to brace myself against the wall, else I would fall to the ground. I give a smile and a wave to my mentor as he sulks back to the teacher's booth. I then turn to face the entryway awaiting the signal to go. Alright audience. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. It's Izuku Midoriya from the hero course, who has been dominating all the events so far, versus Hitoshi Shinszo from general studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. Present Mike announces as we both make our way to the arena. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to cry uncle. He explains for the newer viewers or attendees as we both step into the middle of the rectangle. Bring on the injuries, cause we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby with her slew of nurse aides to handle any injury. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. He hypes up dramatically. But of course, no life-threatening crap, folks. It's not allowed. He adds on as Cementos builds up a chair on one side of the arena for him to sit in. Real heroes use their power to throw villains in jail, not kill them. Cementos raises a hand up and says, I'll stop anyone who tries to get too rough. So you can just give up, huh? Shino asks in a condescending way. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think. Ready? Present Mike drags out dramatically. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier. Shinszo starts. Begin. The bombastic announcer starts the first match. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. He finishes off looking at me intently. I shrug and give an easy smile. I agree that he is wasting an opportunity here, but some people need to learn the hard way, I guess. I then feel him within my mind grasping control over my human half, and my body locks up with my face going slack as he says, that's it. I win. Ha! Hey, what's the dealio? This is the first match. It should start out with a bang. The fight has barely begun and Izuku Midoriya is completely frozen. Present Mike asks when little action is happening. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Could this be a quirk at work? Hitoshi Shinszo seems to have Izuku Midoriya completely stunned. He didn't stand out in the first rounds at all, but is it possible Shinszo's crazy powerful? Who could have imagined this turn of events? That's the festival for ya. Present Mike dramatically announces, laughing at the end. So here we are. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Izuku Midoria. Shinszo whispers, malice and jealousy dripping from his voice. He lifts his head and commands, now turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. To which I take back control of my mind with a blink and start laughing. Oh man, I wasn't sure how long I could hold that pose without laughing. I declare, holding my sides in amusement at his shocked expression. You say I am blessed, but I wasn't born with this power I have. I say, standing up proper and walking towards him slowly. How are you free? I felt my quirk take control of your mind. Shinszo says, fear staining his features as he takes a few trembling steps back. Oh, you had control, but then I simply took it back from you. My mental fortitude against yours is far superior, not to mention my power affords me certain insights about others. I've gone through things your worst nightmares would seem like a spa day in comparison to, and yet I am still here. So your quirk won't be of use in this fight, so put up your fists, because your over-reliance on your quirk will be your downfall and lead to the loss of a civilian's life. I say, holding my fists up, getting ready to duke it out with the insomniac. How is this possible? Shinszo says in fear, but then gives a roar of defiance and throws a very sloppy punch my way. To which I give a sigh and snatch his wrist from the air. Okay, so first off, if you are going to throw a punch you need to have a solid stance. I then move his legs into a better position and he squirms in my grasp. Secondly, you need to ensure your knuckles are roughly level with your wrist or you will either sprain or break your wrist with one punch. Additionally, don't put your thumb under your fingers when you make a fist or you'll break that as well. I explain, holding my fist up so he has a visual comparison as he thrashes around in my grip trying to break free. You're just mocking me just because you have a better quirk than I do. Shinszo spits out full of hatred, which I give an exasperated sigh to. Am I mocking you? Yes, a little, because you over-rely on your quirk. However, I think you could be a wonderful underground hero, much like my homeroom teacher. You talked about having a strong spirit, but it means nothing if the flesh isn't willing. If I am being honest, I would rather a sourpuss like you than the perverted grape we currently have. I hope you think on this, and you better yourself. I say, letting him go and holding my hand up to his face. I then promptly flick him in the forehead, knocking him out as well as sending him out of the ring from roughly the center of the battle stage. After a few moments pause, the crowd goes wild, shocking Midnight out of her stunned stupor. She then declares a double knockout on Shinszo with me the winner, with present Mike commentating about the wild turn of events. I barely spare it all any attention, as I walk over to the poor guy who's been beaten down his whole life, all for having a villainous quirk. I heft him up easily and hold him in a princess carry as I make my way to the back area to Recovery Girl's clinic in the arena. All the while hearing heroes praising his quirk and its effectiveness for hero work. After dropping him off, and getting a whack to my shin courtesy of Recovery Girl, I head back to the stand for our class. When I get back to the congratulations and cheers of my classmates, I give them all a smile and a wave. I make my way and sit in the front with my friends, and send a wave to the teacher's box at the mirror watching over everything. Enough standing around. Now welcome to the ring, our next players. He's got skills. But at the expense of some really creepy looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Hantashiro. Versus, an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike introduces our two classmates to those viewing the match. And now, for the second match of the finals. Ready? Present Mike asks as Shiro stretches almost like he's got a K&K in his neck. Begin. Hanta shoots out tape from his elbows, wrapping it around Todoroki, binding his arms and legs, as Shiro then breaks one strand, grasping the remaining one to throw the bicolored boy out of the ring. That attack could throw his opponent out of bounds. Mike exclaims in excitement. A brilliant, surprise opening from the underdog. Way to start off strong, Shiro. I lean back, pulling the others that are leaning forward, tossing my hunter's coat over Tsu to her croaking surprise. I then see the ice make its way from Todoroki's foot and rapidly expand much like a frozen explosion. All of a sudden an iceberg is born in the arena, covering a large portion of the stadium in ice as everyone stares in shock. While those I pulled back are letting out silent gasping screams of shock at the massive slab of ice is right in front of our eyes, and Tsu is clutching my coat around herself tighter. Tell the truth, Shiro. Midnight says, half covered in ice herself and shivering in place. Can you move at all? He apparently gives an answer of defeat as Midnight then announces, Shiro has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. After a few moments pause, the crowd in the stadium starts to chant nice try to Hanta as Todoroki walks up to Shiro stiffly and thaws him out of the icy prison. I just give a sigh of exasperation watching the bicolored boy slowly free our other classmate from his creation. Well, guess it'll be a hard lesson to beat into him, I think to myself. Eventually Zero is freed and sent to Recovery Girl for hypothermia, while heroes or other staff work to break or melt the ice away. Welcome back to the finals, everyone. Sorry for that long wait. Present Mike announces once the ice is all gone. The insane amount of ice from the second match has finally been cleared though. So it's time to welcome new competitors. The flames in the corners of the arena flare up, even beautiful flowers have thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Ibra Shiozaki from the hero course, versus the boy with the electric personality. Another hero in the making, Denki Kaminari. The crowd then begins to cheer, raring for the fight to start. Keep those eyes peeled. I want to see a super flashy battle this time. Excuse me. Shiozaki calls out, interrupting Present Mike. Please pardon the interruption. I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. That wouldn't be in line with the values of a hero at all, sir. She says, yelling up to his booth. Right, I'm sorry. Mike stumbles over his apology to the young woman, clearly flustered at the turn of events. Gentlemen, I didn't enter UA for wicked or selfish reasons, but to deliver salvation to others. It is my humble quest to spread true good across this world. She says, clasping her hands in prayer, and I crack a tooth, clenching my teeth at her behavior, which falls in line with the church. This also unfortunately makes Tsu freeze up at my wrathful aura, and I have to do everything I can to not lose my composure. Listen, I said I was sorry. Present Mike desperately tries to push on. That was my bad, okay? I thank you for your kind understanding. She finishes with a bow to the announcer's booth and then makes her way back to the middle of the ring. So, anyway, begin. Mike awkwardly starts the match. I see Denki talking with the girl and then has his electricity arcing off of him as he gets ready to attack. He calls out his attack and sends it towards Shiozaki, to which she turns around, letting her vines burrow into the ground, shielding her from the wall of electricity. She then sends her vines under and through the arena floor at Kaminari, binding him, then lifting him high up. He's immobilized. That's all, folks. It was over in an instant. The winner is Shiozaki. She advances on. Midnight declares, cracking her small whip, pointing to the pious woman in the ring, and the crowd cheers wildly for her. She is standing in the ring, talking quietly to herself with her hands clasped near her chest. I hear Class 1B on the other side of the divider shouting their praise to their classmate until another voice says, louder. Guess he was right. That match really was over in just 2 seconds. I wonder if his real quirk is the ability to tell the future. Hey, wasn't Class 1A supposed to be so much better than us? Monoma heckles us from over the divider, to which I answer with a blind throw of one of the throwing daggers that digs into just under his fingers into the wall. This shocking him into letting go, giving a gasp of shock, only to be karate chopped into the wall from behind and biting the tip of his tongue off. Oh, sorry Monoma, a feminine voice says as a red head pops her head over the wall. Sorry about him, she bashfully apologizes to us. All the girls are just looking where he was with rather dead eyes. I get up to retrieve my knife. Next one won't be a warning throw, I say, pulling the blade from the wall and holding it up so the point gets across. I then walk back to my seat beside my friends, popping a blood vial to fix my tooth. I then help Achiko calm Tsu down gently, instead of my usual raspberry method. Let's keep pumping out these hits and move on. Time for the 4th match. Get ready to watch 2 new players duke it out. The crowd once again responds with cheers at Present Mike's antics. He's the kid with engines in his legs, Tenya Ida from the hero course. Versus a fully equipped gadget dynamo, the support courses may hatsum. Those among our classmates start debating on how the match will go, but I just give a smile and have to hold back my laughter as I see Ida it looking different. Hero course students can't use support gear unless they have to. And you didn't fill out any of the proper paperwork for that. Midnight scolds Tenya. I didn't know that was the rule. Aoyama got to wear his belt, so I thought it was fine. Ida tries to defend, pointing his arms in a small chop. He turned in the proper forms. Midnight says, rolling her eyes and rocking her crop side to side in boredom. Ida bows to Midnight and says, I apologize, ma'am. It's just that, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she's from the support course, she wanted this to be as even a match as possible since she made it this far. To have a fair fight. So, she offered to give me this equipment. Tenya passionately goes on, clenching his fist with such emotion. I respect her integrity. That's why, to honor her, I would like to wear this gear. He declares, giving a pose and holding a hand to his chest. Such youthful vigor. Midnight says, a blush covering her cheeks as she gives a straining smile, no doubt her holding back things she wants to say or do. only for her to crack and start to giggle while toying with her flog for a few moments. She then gets serious and points her flog to the match and declares seriously, "I'll allow it." "Really?" Present Mike asks in confusion that echoes around the arena. "May, don't tell me you're gonna." I trail off internally, struggling to keep my composure, as well as watch the match to come. Well, if everyone's on the same page, let's begin the fourth match. As the crowd cheers, Ida takes off running at a blushing Hatsum. She then starts to announce, the speakers in her pack broadcasting to the arena. "Bet you love how fast that gear makes you. Huh, Ida? Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be expected," she says, raising a finger up, then holding her hand out as a holographic projection of the invention she is talking about pops up beside her. "I designed those leg parts specifically to increase the wearer's speed and mobility." But, of course, just when Tenya was about to get her, her pack shoots out a pole that launches her away from him as well as tripping him up. "I can easily evade you with my hydraulic attachments." Ida manages to save himself from face-planting and turns around, coming at her from behind as she still hasn't moved from where her pack set her down. Only for when he gets close, the pack then deploys another rod to get her away and trips him up again. Since I've got sensors in every direction, it's impossible for an opponent to sneak up on me. As Ida fights to stay up, his pack comes to life, jerking around and blowing jets of air to get him back up quickly, to make another pass at her. Look at how adeptly Ida just changed his course. It's all thanks to the ingenious auto-balancer I created. At this point I can't help it and just break down laughing, sliding down my seat to be a hysterical mess on the floor, gripping my sides in pain as my friends look to me in concern. There's absolutely no lag time. The auto-balancer is equipped with a custom 32-axis gyro sensor. She cheerfully explains, being launched away again with her pack. As you can see, it can keep the user from falling unless they actually want to. She presents, holding a hand out in Tenya's direction. He then charges at her again as she goes into a new stance, her boots powering up along with her pack starting to shake. She then launches over him, cackling in utter joy. "That's right, I'm practically flying through the air." She points to her jet pack attachment on her pack. "This jet pack lets me launch into the air for extended amounts of time. These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet to help landing from a height of 10 stories with no injuries. They're perfect for evasive maneuvers or just keeping things light." Ida charges forward, activating his quirk to catch her when she lands, only for her to pull out a gun right after landing and shooting towards the charging speedster. He is then restrained in some kind of net as he struggles on the ground to break free, a capture gun to use against villains. The nets are loaded into small cartridges. You can fire up to 5 before having to reload. She holds up a hand, all 5 fingers extended, and all of these items were developed by yours truly, May Hatsum, support course prodigy. So, to any support companies out there looking for strong new recruits, the choice is clear. You want me. Again, I'm May Hatsum, that's Hatsume. And now, let me introduce you to a few more of my babies. I'm gasping for breath as I loose my mind over the shameless method May is using to promote her inventions. When she is finished with her presentation of her current portfolio of equipment 10 minutes later, she walks out of the ring easily. Hatsum stepped out of bounds, so Ida advances to the next round. Midnight, at first caught off guard, then declares Tenya the winner. "I can't believe I let you trick me." He howls in her direction as she just brushes his hurt pride aside and goes back to scribbling away in another notebook. I should introduce her to Jura. Maybe she could be the first powder keg that isn't a hunter. Ochako gets up and leaves without a word as I take a breath, letting her do her own thing. If she wanted my help she would have asked. All of a sudden I do the weirdest hiccup of either of my lives as I croak very loudly like a frog and blush, looking down, wanting desperately to sink into the floor now. I hear Jairu snickering beside me, but in my other peripheral I see Tsugo scarlet and stare at me wide-eyed. Deciding to pointedly ignore not only the laughing around me, but also the otherworldly snickering I hear from the other great ones. We're gonna charge right on along to the 5th match. Let's hope that gaudy belt serves some kind of purpose. It's Yuga Aoyama from the hero course. Versus, is there some kind of purpose for those things sticking out of her head? They get in the way when she washes her hair, I think in answer to his question as I snort to myself in amusement. From the same class, Mina Ashido. Everyone gets fired up shouting their support, until my Netta is his normal crass self. To which I respond with throwing a rock back at him, getting him to let out a yelp of pain and to hide behind the seats. Now let's get started. Mike begins the match with Yuga moving his hips forward, launching his laser attack at Mina, who impressively dodged out of the way a second from being hit. She then slides on her acid to close the distance between herself and the Frenchman, dodging the laser strikes skillfully. Ducking, jumping, twirling around every laser that is sent her way, Mina keeps showing her ability for quick movement and fast reflexes. Aoyama launches a big laser at her to try and clip her, only for her to duck under it and make her way to him quickly. She then launches a handful of her acid at the boy who is stunned by his own backlash. The acid eating away at his belt ruins it beyond use. To add insult to injury, his pants fall as well. As he struggles to get his pants up, Mina rushes in and delivers an uppercut with all her built-up momentum behind it, causing the overly dramatic boy to faint with his pants halfway on. Aoyama has fainted. The winner of this match is Ishido. Midnight declares, pointing her flog at said girl who is giving peace signs all around and a big smile to all as she gives a happy skip at the end. Dang, Aoyama went down hard. That's an indisputable victory if I've ever seen one, sports fans. Mike says to all those watching at home. I hear Mineta complaining about seeing panties, but not the ones he wanted to see. I then watch as the medbots carry Yuga away as Mina cutely looks on in concern as he passes by her, finger on her chin and an apologetic smile. Now, let's not let this hot streak cool. Time to move on to the 6th match. Offense and defense in one. The Dark Samurai and his darker shadow. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokoyami. Versus the Great Creator. She was admitted because of recommendations and I think we can all see why. What the F, Mike? I think to myself as Jairu and I whip our heads to the announcer's box, both sending glares its way. As Momo holds one of her arms and has a scowl on her face as she looks down, a blush staining her face. Also from Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. 6th match, begin. Momo quickly rolls up one of her sleeves at the start of the match, as Dark Shadow is sent out to attack her. She creates a small shield she uses to defend from the onslaught that Dark Shadow brings. She tries to create something else, but the Wraith is quickly attacking her again, driving her back slowly. Another pass from the Shadow Quirk makes her first shield fall from her arm. She then has to create another, slightly bigger one this time, and use both arms to save herself from the next attack, that then drives her skidding along the ground out of the ring. She pauses in confusion, not knowing she has lost, then creates a pole to use for attacking when Midnight calls out, Yaoyorozu, you're out. As she says that, she points her flog at the young woman, who looks down in shock at her feet. This match goes to Tokoyami. Midnight's announcement is awarded with cheers from the crowd and the bird duo become one, giving a slight bow to his opponent. Yikes. Another fast, overwhelming victory. Is it possible that Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is the greatest quirk ever? I think so. Present Mike says, finishing his commentating for the fast match, but I watch Momo closely and I see her on the verge of breaking as she walks away. I then get up and hoist Kyuka up with me, getting her to be blushing and stuttering in shock. Come on, let's go comfort your girlfriend. This getting her to blush harder and start to throw out denials, becoming a hot mess, as I look to some messengers that popped up answering my call. Please find the one with long black hair that left the field, to which the little ones give a salute, and burst down the side of the arena wall down to the field, startling others as they chase after the rich girl. Shortly after, a door of mist opens and I pick Jairu up, easily covering her mouth so she doesn't give us away. When I step through with my rocker captive, we are met with an empty hallway, but I hear subdued sniffling from around a near corner. I walk, still carrying a struggling punk chick that is stabbing her ear. Jacks into my arm to let her go, only to stop when we turn the corner. There, with her head buried in her arms, body shaking in sorrow, is Momo Yaoyorozu sitting against a wall. I set Kyuka down and point to one side of Momo as I move to the opposite side of the crying girl silently. She flinches and looks to either side of her when we sit down next to her, me holding her in place as she tries to run, and Jairu giving her a side hug to help comfort her. So there we sit, the next match going on, but we all are there for the poor girl as her world crumbles around her. Do I even deserve to be here? She asks in a broken whisper, this getting a gasp from Kyuka as she tries to come up with all the reasons that is a stupid question. Do you want to be a hero? I ask, getting Jairu to send a glare my way as Momo looks to me in confused sadness. Yes, but I then cut her off. Was too slow. Yes, and while that is bad, especially in a real fight instead of a sanctioned competition with rules in place, lets you see where you need to improve. This getting Kyuka to mouth at me to stop, but I push on as I get up. I will give you the facts as I know them from my hunt. If you stay in your head planning for anything that will happen in a fight, you'll be dead before you can do anything. This getting both of them to gulp, no doubt remembering the field of graves. My suggestion to you, have presets for fights, a creation made for a general situations that will buy you time to strategize on the fly. For example, take the fight that is going on right now. If I were to face either of them, I would use a blunt weapon to transfer the force through their defense, making them either fly out of the ring or internally break something while they just stood there taking it. I take a knee and set a hand on her shoulder, giving her a kind smile as I look into her eyes. It's alright that you lost this time. Now you know where you need to improve. now you know where to focus your attention for your training and whom you shall be interning with. I stand before her and hold out a hand with smiling more warmly toward her, so chin up. You definitely deserve to be here. I believe you will one day be an amazing heroine and inspire countless people to do good. As she takes my hands, I give a little chuckle and she looks at me confused. If I am being honest, you are one of the few people I dreaded fighting in this competition. The rules tie my hands so much I probably would be at a stalemate with how you could counter on the fly. As she is brought to her feet, she holds her hands over her mouth and her eyes get all teary with barely restrained emotions. Well, I will leave you two to talk some more. I wanted to wish Ochako good luck against Bakugo before her match. I give a polite nod to the both of them and am about to make my way through a door of mist as a messenger had found Ochako and Tenya in a prep room. However, I hear Momo call out to me and I stop before going through the door. Wait. This weekend? Can I have both of you visit my house? I have something important I want to discuss, but at this she just trails off and hugs herself, a few tears leaking from her eyes. I'll be there, Jairu immediately says, getting up and laying a hand on Momo's shoulder in support. My Momo, I didn't think you were so bold. I dramatically say, pulling a hand fan I got from one of the silver ladies from Castle Canehurst, from my storage and fanning myself in mock embarrassment, which gets a laugh out of Momo, while Jairu lets out a squawk of shocked embarrassment. Yes, I will be there. I give a nod to the two and a wave farewell with my fan as I step through the door of mist. As I step through, I knock on Ochiko's room door and enter slowly. Hey guys, just wanted to wish you luck against Bakugo, Ochiko. Give him hell and take no quarter, because he sure as anything won't give you any. Surely Bakugo wouldn't do that against a girl, Tenya tries to reason and reassure the trembling girl. No, he doesn't see things like that. You are either an extra to his story, or an opponent he will crush with everything he has. I then walk over to Ochako and lay a hand on her shoulder, giving her a smile when she looks to me. He will underestimate you, use that to your advantage. Anyway, I think Tenya and I should be going now so you can think through how you want to approach this fight. Best of luck. I say, dragging a sputtering and arm-waving Ida away, back to our seating for the class. I sit beside Jairu with Tsu on the other side as Kirishima and Tetsu knock each other out, resulting in a draw that will be resolved later. While we wait for Tetsu and Kirishima to recover, we'll move on to the next battle. Mike presents as the two hard-head heroes are wheeled off the arena to be taken to the clinic. Ribbit. This might be the most disturbing matchup. Tsu croaks out in concern, seemingly back to normal now but still staring at me. I know. I almost don't want to watch it. Kyuka says while rubbing her arms to soothe her goosebumps and anxious heart. The eighth and final battle of the first round of matches. He was kind of a hotshot in middle school, and just look at that determined face. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Versus, the one I'm personally rooting for, also from Class 1A, Ochiko Uraraka. Which gets the whole crowd cheering in excitement for the match. Midoriya, Ida inquires, lifting his arms while looking at me. Do you really think Bakugo will not hold anything back against Uraraka? This garnering looks from our fellow students, so I give a slight sigh. Out of all the students here, I am the only one with more combat experience than him. He's not suited for rescue work, but put him in a fight against nearly anyone and he will win. He's able to strategize on the fly and take new information to change tactics in a split second. If you think you can outlast him, it's actually a bad idea because he will sweat more, thus making his quirk stronger. Ochiko only has 1 or 2 chances of beating him at her current level of experience. If she can't get either one, then she will lose. I say sadly at the end as all the class looks to the arena more worried for Ochiko than before. Let the 8th match begin. Soon as present Mike starts the match, Uraraka sprints low to the ground with her arms wide at Bakugo. The class starts to cheer for her among themselves, talking about the ways she might win, while others are bringing up Bakugo's combative experience being a nearly impossible hurdle. When she gets close, the blonde pulls his arm back and creates an explosion close to the ground so she couldn't dodge under the blast. Everyone gasps in shock at seeing how merciless he truly is, saying words of concern for the gravity-defying girl's well-being and condemning the Bomberanian's morality. When the smoke starts to clear, we see a shift in movement to the side of Bakugo and he immediately blasts that area, screaming all the while, "There's no way you can beat me." When the smoke clears again, it shows Uraraka used her blazer as a decoy. She then jumps from the remaining smoke from behind him, getting ready to touch him. Whoa! She flew her jacket over as a decoy. What incredibly quick thinking. Present Mike praises over the arena as she gets closer and closer to touching his back. Only to be met with a rapid turn and explosion from the Pomeranian, driving her back, crying out in pain. My fellow classmates praise his reaction time, and the inability to get around his reflexes is a disadvantage for the girl. Bakugo manually clears the smoke to avoid being blindsided like that again, while Achiko is making another attempt. Only to be met with yet another low to the floor explosion full on, but moments later she comes at him from the side yelling. "Don't yell if you want to get the drop on someone," I gently chide in my head as she is met with another large explosion point blank. "Is she okay?" Two questions in concern as Jiru covers her face with a sob. "I can't watch this," she says, sorrow bleeding through her every word. Like I always suspected, Bakugo's a total SDST, the purple pervert's penetrating observation resounds aloud. Explosion after explosion, attempt after attempt, no matter how many times or ways she tries, Achiko just can't touch Bakugo. Looks like she's not resting between attacks despite being exploded. The poor girl, present Mike laments over the loudspeakers as she makes another attempt, only to be once again met with an explosion. "Hey, shouldn't one of the teachers step in?" A random person in the crowd asks those on the ground. "Yeah, this is too rough," another chimes in to agree with the first. Achiko makes yet another attempt, being sent back with yet another explosion. "This is shameful. Listen kid, you really want to be a hero?" Some hero, wearing a yellow cape in the audience, yells down to the arena. "Then stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, just send her out of bounds." The hero is ignored as Achiko's next attempt is met with another loud and flashy explosion. "Stop toying with the girl and end this match." The hero yells, holding both thumbs down in dissatisfaction of the behavior he is witnessing. "Yeah, you heard the guy." Another apparent heroine agrees, standing near the first as the whole audience begins to boo the blonde turd. The crowd is now booing Bakugo. And honestly, I kinda agree with what they're saying. Present Mike begins to publicly condemn the petulant child with a god complex, only to be cut off and Eraserhead to take over the mic. "Where's the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro?" he questions as the whole arena goes quiet. "Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career." This being met with questioning among our classmates and those near us. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top. Aizawa defends his student from the crowd as the smoke all clears, showing Uraraka panting and very roughed up. She starts talking to him as she stands and brings her hands up, and I smile as I look up, seeing her ace in the whole plan. She yells and touches her fingers together, deactivating her quirk on all the debris and parts of the arena that have been floated above the match from the start. The rocks start their return to Earth, creating a meteor shower as they all zip down to the ground rapidly. She then takes off running at Bakugo while the first of the debris rains on the arena floor, distracting Bakugo to look up and shift his stance. She presses her hands together a final time as Bakugo raises an arm up, bracing it with his other one as she is a mere foot away from touching him. Only for Bakugo to let loose a cataclysmic explosion from his hand up at the raining debris, launching his opponent away, driving a shockwave to everyone in the stands, and clearing the area above him from all the improvised meteors. I watch as Achiko struggles to get up and Bakugo is shaking slightly after his last explosion, little bits of debris raining here and there still as they talk with each other. Bakugo bangs out a huge demonstration of power. He blasted apart Uraraka's finishing move and remains untouched. Present Mike commentates to the shocked silent audience, as Uraraka hangs her head at her failed attack. She gets up shakily, her feet barely able to support her, as Bakugo gets back into a fighting stance, ready to go on the offensive as he charges her. She turns to match his charge only for her first step to falter under her and bring her to the ground, halting Bakugo. Uraraka is down. Mike cries out as I see her body shaking all over, her desire to keep fighting apparent. She starts to crawl along the ground, trying to stand in every move forward she does, as Bakugo once more gets ready. However, it seems she can't go on as her body slumps down and Midnight approaches to check on her, holding up a hand to the blonde bully. Uraraka is KO'd. Bakugo advances to the second round. Midnight announces in a subdued manner as the crowd then begins to cheer at the fight being over. I stand up and misstep down to the arena floor. I then walk up to both ladies from the side slowly. "May I take her to Recovery Girl?" I ask Midnight softly. She looks at me and then sends a glare to Bakugo. "That might be best," she says as she stands away from the fallen heroine. I gently kneel beside her and gently roll her into my arms in a princess carry. After I stand and turn my back to the explosive blonde, does he call out to me, "That plan you gave her failed, just like you to come up with something that annoying and give people ideas that wouldn't ever work against someone like me." He yells at me, to which I stop and turn to face him with dead eyes. "I didn't give her that plan, all of this," I point with a sweep of my foot to the whole arena. "Was all her plan, her strategy, hers alone. If this fight was harder than you anticipated, I hope you take it to heart, and realize that our classmates have great potential to be heroes." But you'll only become a beast if you stay on this path, I say dismissively to the moron and create a door to the clinic. I then set the passed-out gravity defier in one of the beds and brush the hair off her face with a slight smile as some clear tears fall from my eyes. I am so proud of you, Achiko, you did a wonderful job out there, lean down and whisper in her ear. I can't wait to bear witness to the amazing hero you will be. I stand up and see Recovery Girl smirking at me, to which I roll my eyes and pull the choir bell from my inventory. This should help heal her without costing her stamina, may I use it on her? I request of the elderly heroine, to which she holds up a hand and quickly does an examination of Uraraka. After she finishes her notation on all the observable injuries does she give me the go-ahead and I hold it over my fallen friend. As it rings out and shines its light upon all of us, lights come up from the floor swirling around me then converging on my friend seeping into her body. After the light fades her injuries start to rapidly close up and color returns to her cheeks. A few moments later her eyes flutter open, shining slightly for a few moments and then fading away as she falls back asleep. She should be fine now, just needs a small nap and maybe a candy bar to help replenish herself. I say to the quickly scribbling nurse as she checks the previous injuries. Can anyone use that bell? She asks, no doubt wanting a tool that could aid her in healing. I hold it out to her and, when she takes it I then pull a throwing knife from storage stabbing my hand without flinching. Go on, ring it, I say to the nurse who looks on in horror at me for a few stunned moments. She then rings the bell but nothing happens, at least at first. She cries out as her hand that is holding the bell flashes brightly and is set ablaze. To which she drops the bell and falls upon her hand to smother the flames, as I pick the bell up. Well, guess that answers that question, I say, ringing the bell once more and it doing as before. Lighting up then bringing forth the small lights that first circle me, a few going to my hand and healing it. Then the rest going to Recovery Girl seeping into her body and her charred hand quickly going back to its old self. However, that didn't seem to be everything as some of her wrinkles on her hand and face fade away as well. She looks at her hand, then takes her other glove off to see it with far less wrinkles than before as well. When she got up, she moved with more ease than before as well, she then goes through various movements and poses. I think that bell might have fixed some of my arthritis and other things that happen when we get older. She states picking up her clipboard and making more notations. Could your doll use the bell? She asks hesitantly. I am unsure, we should see another time. I believe it will be my match next soon, I say giving a slight smile and wave to the elderly nurse. When I got to my waiting room I then turned to the screen in the room showing Kirishima and Tetsu arm wrestling. Wahoo! We're finally about to learn who the true winner is from the 7th match. Kirishima or Tetsu? The box bombastically asks as it pans back showing Cementos and Midnight standing near the two boys and the cement pillar they are using as a table. Both struggling against the other, cracks already forming in the pillar from where they are holding with their hands, and where their elbows rest while they struggle against one another. Whoever prevails in this arm wrestling match will advance to the 2nd round. Let's go. I see Slight Flex break off the metal one after a few moments and Kirishima lets out a cry of victory slamming his opponent's hand into the pillar riddling it with even more cracks. Kirishima is the winner. Add him to the bracket. Midnight announces holding up a hand in his direction as he stands cheering with a fist raised. Kirishima earns a spot in the 2nd round. Present Mike announces the cheering coming through the TV as Kirishima approaches his fallen foe who is clutching at his arm in slight pain. He offers his hand to the down boy saying something the cameras can't pick up, which the other one then takes shortly after a slight laugh. In the background Midnight cups her face with her hands, stands with one leg slightly bent, as she shimmies her body around which gets a good laugh out of me. Now we got a full roster for the next round of the tournament. Let's get the party started after a few brief messages from our sponsors. Present Mike announces as the screen shifts. I stand up and give a stretch as I walk through the door popping my hands and warming up my body for the next match. As I make my way down the hallway a flaming boot walks around one of the other ways, a tall man ablaze with a permanent scowl on his face comes fully around the corner. Endeavor? I say questioningly as the large man turns his focus on me. Ah. I was looking for you, he says turning fully to me as alarm bells ring in my head. Ah shucks, I already got a fan and it is the number 2 hero, gosh am I blushing? I snicker to myself as I see him look like he is getting more angry, so I sigh and say evenly, how can I help you then? I keep my voice even and calm to not try and start anything with this flaming pile of garbage. I watched your fight against the brainwashing guy. Your power is pretty impressive. To create so much force with just a flick of your fingers to knock out your opponent, as well as being able to resist his control upon you. It reminds me of another Quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might. He points a finger at me accusingly to which I smile and give a shrug of my shoulders with a dramatic exasperated sigh. Guess the cat's out of the bag now, I am his secret love child and he doesn't want the media to know to protect me. I say, watching as he staggers in satisfaction for a moment. I then give a friendly wave and say, I should be going now, my next match will be starting soon. All the while as I walk away, I have to fight holding back the laughter as I remind myself to text Yagi when I can to keep the joke going. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero. I stop walking away, my joy draining out of me, and his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. He encourages me in his own twisted way. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you, to which I give a deep sigh. You know, Endeavor, I am not All Might. I say evenly to him. What? What are you talking about? He questions. The same goes for Todoroki. He may be your son, but he isn't you. Just because he reaches that height doesn't mean you will as well. I will leave you with some things to think on and ask yourself. I say, turning to him and walking towards him as he tries to stand his ground but backs up at my immense presence. What is a hero? What makes a good hero? What is a father? What makes a good father? As his back hits a wall, I pull a gun and point it at his nose, shocking him. Am I a good hero? Am I a good father? Think on these things, because I find you very lacking for the hero society I hope my generation will bring. I say, looking into his eyes deeply, then turning and walking to the arena without another word or glance back. Once I round a corner, I shoot a text to All Might that the next time he sees Endeavor he should act like I am his secret love child, as well as trying to hide that fact for fun. I put my phone back in the mist and make my way to the arena floor across Shoto. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. And that's because the second round's first match is gonna be epic. Present Mike declares dramatically. It's the guy who won his last fight by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. The hero courses Shoto Todoroki. And this kid taught his opponent how to throw a punch before flicking him off the stage. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoria. I am announced in as I stand across from the bicolored boy. So here we are, he says, voice dripping in anger. And only one of us can win. Will you half but your loss? I shoot back, getting him to glare at me harder. Both the heroes in training have been front-runners in the sports festival. But which one of these rivals will advance to the next round? Prepare for Midoriya versus Todoroki. Mike announces as Todoroki gets into a stance. Begin. Mike starts the match and a massive wall of ice is sent my way, to which I just give a sigh and backhand it once it gets close enough. Even with my base strength, the glacier pulverizes into icy mist, which is then blown back and away by the remaining force of my swing, causing him to take a few steps back as well as bracing himself with a wall of ice behind him. This is how little I think of you, only using half your power here. The attack didn't even connect and I just backhanded it without really focusing my strength. I mock as I casually walk towards him. Wow! Midoriya managed to break Todoroki's insane opening move. Present Mike's shout causes the audience to get more riled up in their cheering. Shoto then sends another barrage of ice my way and I swing my hand the other direction, easily breaking the ice just as before and sending him bouncing off his ice support. He countered again. He's not lost, just misguided by his anger towards his father for all the things he had done. Not only directly to Shoto, but to the rest of his family. I just hope I can get through that cold hatred that has shackled him. I think to myself as I get closer and closer. He sends yet another attack my way as I let my foot that is walking forward casually kick out, launching the ice back harder, thus making him hit the pillar of ice behind him, cracking it slightly. I'm not even bringing out the firearm I had asked for, just for this fight. Your ice attack is so pathetic, I don't even need it for this round like I thought I would. I thought you were smarter than this. I yell at him, demeaning him to cause him to self-reflect a little. You want an endurance match? But I'll end this quickly. He grits out as he crouches down and sends another blast of ice my way. To which I respond by letting it freeze over me, and then I keep walking, the ice shattering off me. As I am just walking through the spikes of ice that are along the floor, them shattering under my casual footfalls. Midoriya withstood Todoroki's power without even a counter-attack. Todoroki is now rushing his classmate. Mike announces as I watch the ice user create a ramp of ice up into the air, running along the top of it. I then flick my finger at the pillar of ice that is a few feet above me, shattering it and sending the half-butted student back down at me. To which he tries to slam a fist into me as he lands, but I take an easy step back, avoiding the ice that spreads around the fist on the arena floor. He then launches the ice from that at me point blank, and I just give a tired sigh of exasperation as I bring my hands together in a mighty clap, shattering the ice that is about to engulf me as well as sending Todoroki violently to the other edge of the ring. He was luckily able to brace himself against the force, using his ice as a shield and an anchor. That was more powerful than any of your previous attacks. He says, moving a piece of ice off himself as he stands up. You're trying to keep me away. Smart. After he stands he lets out a long breath of air, his breath misting the whole time. I thought you said you weren't taking this seriously. He tries to bait me, but I see the ice covering him, as well as his shivering. I'm sorry about this, but thanks for drawing it out. His every word is accompanied by more ice mist as the air in his lungs is far colder than the outside air. Look at him. He's furious I'm not using his power. To which when he looks away do I rush across the whole ring, grab his arm, pull him up and over myself, slamming him bodily into the center arena floor. He's dazed as I mount his torso, pinning his arms under my legs. Never take your eyes off an enemy while you are fighting them. They will capitalize on your distracted state, I admonish him as I then pull out a small knife and I see him panic, trying to ice me but I just keep moving breaking the ice as I lean down towards him. I then give a shallow cut across his arm ensuring there is blood on the knife as I hold it up to his eyes. Whose blood is this? I ask, some of it dropping onto his terrified face as I see Midnight and Cementos tensing getting ready to jump in. Mine? He says, unsure what answer I am looking for. That's right, and even though half of your blood came from both your parents, it is still your blood, they can't take it back. Same with your quirk, it doesn't matter where it came from, only how you use it. It is yours, no one else's, and I am tired of watching you waste your full potential because of a bad home life. Why are you even here if you don't want to be a hero like everyone else? I then bury the knife next to his head, to which he looks to it in fear. Then to me, last chance. Stop being controlled by others' decisions or choices, and start making your own. What do you want to be? I threaten, bringing my hand back to throw a punch and end this. As I am about to bring my fist down, the boy under me erupts in flames and the force of it drives me off and away from him. As I flip, doing a double twisting interrupted by forward flying 2.5 with a combo tuck and pike, landing perfectly on my feet. I watch as the boy is crying but making his way to his feet, half his shirt burning off him as he looks to me with a wobbly smile. Is that? Present Mike stutters out, bearing witness to the pillar of fire. I want to be a hero. He says with conviction, the ice melting off him as I give a satisfied smile. Why are you smiling? You just helped your enemy. You fool. Even though you want to win this battle. Now which one of us is screwing around? He says, the ice that had built up upon him melting away. I want it. To win and become my own hero. He says, smiling more as I clap in front of myself, then raise my clapping hands in amusement. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor screams from the stands, making his way down the walkway to the ringside. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Very good. He growls out in satisfaction, this is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You will live up to the reason I created you. He finishes as he makes it to ringside and I see some tears leaking down Shoto's eyes. Don't listen to that moronic flaming pile of human waste, the only thing that matters is here on this arena. I comfort my opponent with a smile. Endeavor suddenly shouts words of encouragement? What a doting father. Present Mike says, unsure how to handle the situation. You must be crazy to think you can take me on like this. Shoto says in slight confusion but doesn't relent, his fire burning at his side. Don't blame me for what happens next, he says, stomping his foot, and an absolute monster of an iceberg is born, barreling straight down on me. That's at midnight. One of them could be killed, I hear Cementos say, and hear the sounds of moving cement making its way to us. His body won't hold against that amount of force. I hear Midnight say as she rips her suit. I then launch myself over the ice mountain, clearing it and shooting down at Todoroki. He then flares his left side, creating a white-hot heat that is mixing violently with the already cold air. I see now, Midoria, he says, and I barely hear as I come hurtling down with the lock shield as my own meteor of force. Thank you, are the last things I hear from him as I smash the shield against the pillars of cement that just popped up from the wall of fire. The force of it all coming together to make one bright light and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that destroys all of the arena, sends Midnight and Cementos away. Debris is launched everywhere in a ring from the point of impact, and creates a shockwave that everyone feels, leaving the front row disoriented by amount of force they were subjected to. Having a great power doesn't mean you'll be a good hero. But these two are amazing. I hear Cementos off to the side say to himself as he is no doubt picking himself off the ground. What happened just now? What the heck is up with your students? Mike questions with a confused and pained voice. The air around the ring had been thoroughly cooled down, and then rapidly expanded when heated up. Aizawa drones, explaining to his stunned coworker. Wait, that's what caused the explosion? How hot did that fire get? Geez, I can't see a thing. Is the match still going on, or what, huh? He asks in exasperation after recovering. I hear Midnight grunting, no doubt getting up after being thrown back by the epic shockwave of force. The smoke starts to clear and everyone is shocked to see a knocked out Shoto Todoroki glued to a wall with his ice. He had tried to anchor himself to the floor of the arena, but when it shattered and sent him along with his ice to the arena wall, it was too late. There, Todoroki is out of bounds and knocked out. Midnight announces as my form starts to be reveled from the dissipating dust cloud. In the moments I was being pushed away with the force of the explosion right after impact, had pulled the auger of Ebrietas and fired it at the ground to be an anchor, so I remained in the ring. My hunter tool piercing deep enough where the shattered ground didn't impact my staying in the ring. She then cracks her whip and points it at me. Midoria wins. He advances to the third round, which promptly gets the crowd to go wild with excitement as I dislodge myself from the arena floor. As I walk past, I see Midnight squinting and waving her arms around the floor, looking for her glasses, and the messengers tap them against my leg. I bend down and thank them as I take the glasses and give them to a surprised but grateful Midnight. I then make my way to the wall Shoto is stuck to and I break the ice keeping him stuck. I then princess carry him to the clinic, receiving a bonk to the head via a syringe cane. As I make my way out, Endeavor is walking down the way and looks like he is about to yell, so I just roll my eyes and fall into the mist. When I drop into my previous seat, shocking those in our class's seating. Whoa, way to go Midobro. Kirishima cheers as he leans over the seats, clapping me on the shoulder. Thank you, I say, taking a breath and letting it out slow. Was touch and go for a few moments there, but I think I got through to him. I say, looking to the sky in aloof happiness of saving someone from becoming lost. That match was one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life, Midoriya. What pro's gonna want a sidekick that threatens other heroes? Mineta asks, pointing a shaky finger at me, and I have to hold back a snort when the answer of Midnight passes through my head in answer. Tsu sticks her tongue to the side of his head and says with a finger near her mouth, now you're just rubbing salt in his wounds. Probably not a good time, she says, retracting her tongue. Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. He tries to defend himself only to get jabbed by Kyukazir Jack. Badass fight, man, she says, offering a fist to bump, to which I bump mine against hers with a smile. Thanks, looks like they are taking a break to fix all the damage that had happened to the arena. Everything good from before? I ask her, looking around and not seeing Momo. She just hugs herself and gives a nod. I nod my head in agreement as well, awaiting the next match. When everything is cleared away and the arena repaired, does Ida and Shiozaki make their way to the field. They give pleasantries, and when the match starts, Tenya uses his same super move he tried against me in the cavalry battle, but Shiozaki panicked by sending all her vines around in a circle. This ultimately being Ida's downfall, as at his speed he got tangled in them trying to get around her, and she capitalized on that error in judgment by wrapping him up. His burning engine started to burn through the vines, but Shiozaki just wrapped more and more vines around the area to smother the fire. The match ended in Shiozaki's favor as she brought the struggling speedster to the ring's edge and pressed him outside the ring. Midnight, slightly surprised at the suddenness of the match, points her whip at the two and says, Ida is out. Shiozaki wins the match. To which she bows to the boy she has tangled and moves to set him loose, while the crowd cheers. When the next match starts, Tokoyami sends out his dark shadow with a yell, as the shadow dodges around Mina's acid she lobbed its way. It then impacted her hard enough where she was sent skidding out the ring, falling onto her posterior. Ashido is out of bounds. Midnight announces, pointing her whip at the downed girl. She then cracks it in the bird's direction. Tokoyami will advance. The crowd goes wild, cheering for his victory. Whoa! He won that battle super fast. Mineta says in shock and awe. Tokoyami's dark shadow is so amazing. Tsu observes, finger near her mouth in contemplation. Ribbit. She gives an adorable croak at the end, almost like an afterthought. The match between Kirishima and Bakugo is definitely a close quarter endurance match. Bakugo laying explosions into the hardened hero hopeful, and having to dodge a punch directly after from the smoke. I see blood on Bakugo's face, so it was probably a close call. Kirishima goes straight for his chin. What sounds like Tetsu on one BS side calls out to our hardening hero. What, you're rooting for him now, man? One of his fellow classmates asks. Kirishima goes on the offensive, throwing strike after strike, trying to land a direct hit on the slippery nitroglycerin sweater. Bakugo's having a heck of a time dodging Kirishima's fierce attacks. Present Mike commentates like he is on the edge of his seat. Makes sense to avoid getting hit by something hard. Hemwick Charnel Lane is a testament to that with all those ladies and their hammers. I think as Bakugo keeps dodging and moving about the arena, keeping track of where the edge of the ring is. Izuku, Ida calls out from behind me as he makes his way to sit near me. It seems I lost. I hope you shall avenge me when you face off against Shiozaki. He says, waving his arms around dramatically, or as dramatically as his robotic movements allow. I give an easy laugh and say, sure. Is Ingenium and your family proud of how far you made it in the festival? I ask, tilting my head to the side in curiosity. I'm not sure. I called my brother after my loss, but he was working. I figured I would wait till after the festival to speak with my family about how I did when I next see them all. He says sadly at the start but then goes back to his normal way of speaking, arm waving and everything. Oh. Sorry to hear that, hopefully he will finish up soon and call you later. I say in encouragement, turning back to the match as another explosion sounds. Bakugo is countering again. Present Mike says in astonishment, but what's this? He questions as Kirishima is in pain from the last attack, it seems to be working this time. Mike says to the cheering crowd. Bakugo then lets off a massive explosion right in Kirishima's face, making him have to cross his arms and guard. This unfortunately locks him in place as Bakugo just starts letting off explosions left and right, wearing the already tired hardy hero down with each blast. Eventually Bakugo gives a final explosion strike against the redhead and he is thrown back onto the arena floor with an exclamation of "Die." Kirishima has been knocked out. Bakugo is the winner. Midnight declares, pointing her whip at him as the crowd cheers. What are you doing, idiot? I thought you had more guts than that, Kirishima. Tetsu throws a tantrum on his side of the divider, getting a small amused laugh out of me. They will make such great friends together, I think, in amusement as I get up to go to my match. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo advances to the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, our final four. Mike announces as the screens show our pictures side by side. I get well-wishing and a bit of good luck as I give a wave of thanks, then make my way to the arena for my next match. When we are standing on either side of the arena, present Mike starts up again, the first match of the semi-finals. Both have fought hard to get here, and we shall see who shall come out on top. From the hero course, Izuku Midoria. Versus from the other hero course, Ibara Shiozaki. As he is giving a dramatic pause, I see my opponent clasp her hands in prayer, so I decide to ask a question. Tell me, girl of faith, would you follow any order the church gives you, so long as they said your God wanted it done? She looks to me in confusion at first but answers with, well, yes. If the Lord should wish it, then I will follow out his will. She says, closing her eyes to pray once more as if she had given a righteous answer, only to flinch when I growl. Then I have no guilt with bringing an end to another blind follower of the church, who would order the death and defilement of an innocent fishing village. As well as killing a pregnant mother just for her blood and the blood of her unborn child. I gnash my teeth and my fists tremble in rage at the poison that I hoped was only in Yarnum, but still had seeped here as well, it seems. Start. Present Mike called out, and I pulled one of my firearms from storage, shoving some bone marrow ash into it as a wall of vines is sent my way. I yell out. I was only allowed one firearm in this whole festival. I thought I would need it for the last fight, but it seems I will be using it for this one instead. I hold the can up in front of me as the vines are about to reach me, say hello to the flames prayer. I then unleash a massive sea of fire that flares through many colors, my anger triggering my arcane to bolster the firearm further as it quickly eats through the vines and scaring the girl as she screams in fear. As the cloud of fire is still advancing through her vines, I rush through it all and hold the firearm up to her face soon as it has eaten through her defense. Surrender, you dog of the church. I hiss out to the crying girl, some of the vines on her head smoldering as she trembles, and I can smell she has soiled herself as well. I surrender. She whispers out, not daring to move for fear I might turn her to ash. Shiozaki has given up. Midoriya advances. Midnight declares, and I hear her whip crack as she points it at me. I take a breath and lower the flames prayer, walking away, my other fist still clenched in fury. Midoriya moves on to the finals with an impressive demonstration of one of his firearms. Present Mike tells the cheering crowd as I make my way to a waiting room to try and calm down some. This isn't Yarnum, the people of that church and their followers aren't here. We are safe from that sort of corruption, at least for now. The more people I bring in on the truth of that world, the more risk of something making its way to this world. I think to myself in concern, getting into the room and setting the weapon on the table for the little ones to take, as I sit to watch the next match. And now, Bakugo versus Tokoyami. Bakugo's vicious rushes are unstoppable. Present Mike dictates as Bakugo dodges around another attack from Dark Shadow, screaming all the while. He then launches another attack at the Quirk and its companion It Was Born too. Tokoyami has advanced this far with an almost unbeatable Quirk. Mike says as Bakugo launches explosion after explosion, driving the two back, but this time, it looks like he's on the ropes. After that, Bakugo reduces the distance between the two as Tokoyami takes a pause to strategize, only for Bakugo to launch himself above the duo. Grab him, Dark Shadow, Tokoyami says, only for Bakugo to release an explosion right before getting grabbed by the sentient shade. Flipping over and behind the two, he holds his hands together and creates a new move, while yelling it out. Stun Grenade. After a few rapid explosions between his hands, a bright light whites out the camera for a few moments. shortly followed by an explosion that creates a lot of smoke obstructing the arena floor. How am I supposed to commentate when I can't see? What's happening? Mike questions as the camera focuses on a flashing within the smoke. When it clears, it shows Bakugo holding a hand over Tokoyami's beak while the other is continuously firing off rapid explosions, creating flashes of light. They seems to talk for a bit, until the avian lays his head onto the arena floor. Tokoyami gives up. Midnight announces, cracking her whip at the two boys with a dramatic open pose, Bakugo's the winner of this match. That means our final fight will be between Midoria and Bakugo. Mike announces as I see Bakugo looking around at our section of the arena, but I am not there for him to try glaring at. As I sit there waiting and resting, the extended break for Bakugo to recover, I reminisce on my time in the dream. The people I helped, the people I failed, the ones I was able to save, the ones I wish I could have saved most of all. That is until the blonde bomber kicks the door open. Hey, what the hell are you doing in here? This is my space too. He then trails off, realizing he has the wrong room, and I give a long sigh accepting my quiet is gone. Crap, this is waiting room number 2. I turn and give him a slight nod, hoping he just leaves, but that doesn't seem to be in the cards for me today as he stalks in. Alright, fine, so I may have walked into the wrong room. But don't think that means I'm not gonna be on top of my game, you got that? He raises his hand and promptly blows up the part of the table that is in front of me, yelling out, "You better bring all you got to this, fing Deku." Bakugo. I say, evenly looking straight ahead, getting him to stop and pull his hand back. Where did our friendship go wrong? What did I ever do to you that deserves all you had done to me? I question him, just above a whisper, as the answers I am given don't satisfy me at all. I look to him, sorrow in my eyes. I just wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be by your side, like we had imagined, like we had dreamed. But all that changed when I didn't get my quirk back. Then everyone turned on me. I sniff, clenching my hands in front of me and looking at them sadly, even the person I called brother in everything but blood. A few tears leaking out of my eyes as I throw the table against the wall and stand over him, getting into his face. Now all you are is a beast, and it is a hunter's job to hunt down the beasts to protect the world. I take a step and he stumbles back, fear evident in his eyes. I don't care that you think you are to be the next #1 hero. You can't get that title through strength alone. Look at Endeavor. He does more hero work than All Might, yet has been stuck at #2 for years, but it's pointless to try getting through that thick inflated skull of yours. I finish off by pushing him out of the room as he falls onto his butt. See you in the ring. I then slam the door, then turn back to the room. I then summon a rocking chair from the dream to finish my waiting to be called. Eventually we are called to the ring, and I stand apart from him as he trembles in barely restrained rage, waiting on the start signal. The flames light up and present Mike starts up again. Welcome to the final battle of the UA High School Sports Festival. In just a moment here, we'll see which first years come out on top. Yes, it all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya, which gets the crowd cheering loudly, versus his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Again another cheer from the audience. I then hold up a hand to the announcer booth and turn to Midnight. Could I make a change to one of the rules for this match, Midnight? I politely inquire as she steps forward. What rule are you wanting to change? Do you want to be able to use another firearm? She purrs out her hips, rocking far too much for a high school referee coming closer so I don't have to yell. I would like the ring out rule to be gone. So long as we stay within the arena field, the match continues. I wouldn't want my opponent to not have a good fight, and for that we will need that much space. I say, and I can see the tooth dust leaving Bakugo's mouth from how hard he is grinding his teeth. She nods, then taps her earpiece, talking with Nezu again. After a while she turns back to us. So long as Bakugo is alright with the rule change, it will be allowed. She looks over to him. Do you object to the ring out for victory rule to be expunged? She questions, to which he gives a savage smile. I don't give a DMN. Just means I can beat the nerd more violently. He snarls, his hand smoking in his barely restrained desire to kill me. For the final match it will be by knockout or SBMSN. Midnight announces to the crowd that cheers in excitement. When Midnight makes it back to her stand and gives a slight nod, does present Mike declare, match start. Bakugo wastes no time launching himself at me with all his might, and I just stand there as he gets closer, screaming at me. Just as he is about to bring his hands forward when he gets close to attack, do I equip the Fist of Grazia, step right up to him, and deliver an uppercut to his jaw that shatters all his teeth as well as the jawbone itself. He is sent flying back and away, crying out in pain as bloody tooth chunks mark his travel out of the ring due to his inability to focus to do a controlled landing within the borders. I pull the empty phantasm shell from the dream, coating the chunk of metal on my other hand in arcane fire. I then let it fall back to storage as I bring my hands together and pull the Fist of Grazia into its secondary form I made for it to turn them into gnarly iron knuckles that now glow eerily. As Bakugo is getting to his hands and knees, spitting the rest of the shattered teeth from his mouth, do I rush him? He then bolts to his feet hearing my approach. As he brings up his hands to blow me away, do I close the distance with mist step, driving my iron knuckles alight in arcane fire into his stomach, launching him into the air. I then fall through the mist, hitting him at the apex of his flight in his sternum back down to the ground below. As he impacts the ground, I bring my hands together to pound him into the ground. He panics and lets off explosions from his hands, launching across the ground and away from my attack. He manages to get up as the fire on my knuckles begins to die down slightly, and I misstep once again, hitting him directly in one of his legs, earning me a loud crack as I have no doubt cracked his femur, as he fires off an explosion point blank at my face in retaliation, screaming in pain and fury. I calmly walk out of the smoke, patting myself of the dust that was kicked up as the elemental fire on my weapon extinguishes. Bakugo is howling at me much like the beasts on my hunt, as he then leaps into the air and spins around, using his explosions to go faster. As he builds up his momentum and circular rotation, I give a sigh of exasperation. I then stand at the ready, not moving an inch. As he is about to make contact with his ultimate move, I pull the lock shield and use it to cover my lower half. As the explosion of heat and light overtakes me, I stand resolute, unmoving as my shirt is burned away. Hu-ho-ho-hoa! Bakugo combined speed and rotation with a huge blast like he used against Uraraka. He turned himself into a human missile. So what has become of our two top competitors? Present Mike inquires, driving everyone to the edges of their seats. As the smoke is starting to clear, I can hear Bakugo's pained laughter as he thinks he has won the match. To which I promptly avail him of that misconception as I give a clap with the shield resting against my waist. I didn't want to fight naked, so I brought the shield out to protect my pants and shoes. I say to the stunned boy as my bared chest, having the Canehurst medal hanging from the queen favor be the only thing on my torso. I promptly ignore the aura of hunger on the field and from the teacher's seats, as I then pull on the executioner's gloves, while I hold the tiny tinnitress in one hand, with Madras whistle in the other. Come on, Kachin, I thought you were better than this. I taunt loudly, doing a come-at-me gesture, making the immature hero hopeful shake in rage. This is crazy. Izuku Midoria just tanked that massive explosion head-on and only used his shield to protect his pants from burning off as well. Present Mike loses his composure as the crowd cheers loudly. I think he yells, "Don't call me that name," as he launches himself at me with two large explosions, but I tap the tiny tinnitress against him when he stops to attack me. This causing blue lightning to arc over his body, locking him in place as I blow the whistle and misstep away as the snake comes up and chomps Bakugo bodily. As the snake fades away, the beastly boy is revealed to be a beaten, bloody, punctured pincushion. Delirious from all the pain he is in, still he moves somewhat sluggishly forward to attack me. As he charges at me staggeringly, I launch the wrathful spirits his way with the gloves and swap out the whistle for the black sky eye tool. As he is trying to fight off the wrathful spirits that are largely unaffected by his attacks, to which he tries to dodge away from, do I walk around him and take pot shots with the black sky eye, causing him to be attacked even more by the spirits, when one of my arcane projectiles tags him in the leg or throws off his aim for an evasion. As the spirits fade away and he is left even more worse for wear, do I pull the last two tools I will use for the fight. The Beast Roar tool and a call beyond as I slowly make my way toward him. When I am close enough, he yells out, bringing his hands up, howling through his broken mouth. He lets off explosion after explosion, and yet I don't stop walking to him. He then tries firing off two huge blasts, like he did against Ochiko's meteor storm. However, after the attack is launched, do I reach through the smoke and thread my fingers through his. Enough of that now, I say evenly as I squeeze my hands, pulverizing all the bones in both his hands and wrists. I then let go and use Beast Roar to launch him back. I then walk up to him as he struggles to get up and stand right over him with the Beast Roar tool directed to his chest. Surrender, I command, and he spits at me, trying to lunge at me to bite me, to which I use the Beast Roar tool, driving him into the ground and cratering the ground around us. Surrender, I command again, and he struggles to try and kick me away. Once again I use the Beast Roar tool, driving him further into the earth and cratering the ground further, sending bits of earth to the arena walls. Surrender, I command for the last time, holding a call beyond aimed at his chest, letting it charge up. He's still struggling to get up, to move anything, to keep fighting, and I can only give a sigh as I put the tool away. I then start to cry again, looking down at the broken person before me, my tears falling onto his damaged body. Why is it that after everything you have done to me, all the abuse, all the torment, all the pain and suffering, do I still want to save you and help you be the hero I know you can be? How I have always thought you would be. I am such a hopeless mess. As I get out of the hole I had carved into the ground, I say to a rushing forward Midnight, he can't fight anymore, call the match. I keep walking and then hear movement from the hole and Midnight gasping as she tears her costume to knock the fool who doesn't know when to quit out. only for him to fall before even being exposed to her sleeping gas from all his injuries, finally bringing him down. After a few stunned moments, Midnight raises her hand into the air. Bakugo is unconscious. That means Midoria is the winner. Which gets the whole crowd to go wild, cheering loudly. The stadium shakes from the noise. I feel kinda sorry for Kyuka at all this noise, but at least I won, I think to myself as I raise my gloved hands in victory, launching a burst from a call beyond to be like cosmic fireworks that explode above the stadium with my picture on all the screens saying, "Winner," above my face. And with that, the final match is officially over. The first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Mike announces dramatically to the cheering crowd. I then see Bakugo being set into a stretcher and I walk with it back to the clinic. I catch the cane that is swung at me and I promptly break it by squeezing it, this getting recovery girl to take a few steps back when I look at her. I am not in the mood for that type of play anymore, I say, taking a few steps her way as she trembles at my approach. Don't use your quirk to heal this foolish boy, I demand of the woman as I point at the beastly young man. She sputters for a few moments then glares up at me. I swore an oath to do no harm and to help all those under my care, she says indignantly, and I get into her face. I am not saying to not treat him, I am saying to not use your quirk on him. He needs a hard lesson taught to him in life, and being stuck in a wheelchair for the next 2 weeks should force some humility through that inflated thick skull of his. Wire his mouth shut 3 times so he can think in silence and cast to fix whatever else is no doubt broken in his body. If you use your quirk, I promise you here and now, I will re-break everything over and over until you can't or run the risk of killing him. I stare her down until she gives a snort and walks around me getting her supplies out for surgery, and I walk out the room. I eventually meet up with all my friends getting congratulations and some fear about how brutal I was, but that it was somewhat understandable seeing as it was against Bakugo. As the delay that was announced for the recovery of Bakugo comes to an end, the winners are called to an underground part of the arena while the rest of the first years are to gather up top. As we stand upon the podiums that will be raised, I see Bakugo barely coherent in a wheelchair, bandaged nearly all over his body, and 4 of something hanging above his chair. My classmate Tokoyami staying within the light cast down form above, with Shiozaki trying to keep Tokoyami between her and myself. I should eventually apologize to her about going too far. Perhaps she isn't lost like all those who blindly followed and believed the church in Yarnum. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Midnight announces from above us, now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. After she says that, fanfare starts playing, the crowd cheers louder, fireworks go off, a smoke bomb goes off, and we start to rise from below into the obscuring fog. As the fog clears and confetti rains down around us, I look out onto my classmates and friends, giving them all an easy smile, but I notice Tenya is missing. Some wave at me, others give me smiles, but a lot look at me warily, or in the case of Class 1B, a lot of glares. I see behind a little fenced area a lot of the media, taking plenty of pictures, and focusing their cameras on us winners, but a lot seems especially focused on me. Price I pay for such a public and extreme display, I guess, I sigh to myself, still maintaining my calm easy smile. Midnight strikes a pose and announces, now, let's break out the hardware. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Midnight does a little twirl holding her hand above her head as All Might's signature laugh sounds over the stadium, much to the cheering of the crowd. All Might the #1 hero? After she announces that, All Might yells out in his boisterous way, "You are wrong, Midnight, for I am." He then launches over the stadium and lands, making everyone who sees him immediately go silent. The magical girl of mighty muscles, he declares, doing a spin and then a cute girl pose with one leg up. In one hand he holds a pink frilly wand. His costume was changed to be a mostly pink with blue accents dress, lots of ribbons and frills everywhere, and I can't see anymore. I break down laughing long and hard, falling to my knees as my fellow winners and everyone else is just trying to understand why. I keep laughing as All Might fidgets under the attention and tries to rouse Midnight from her stunned stupor. She jolts to attention and retrieves the medals, holding them on a tray as she walks up next to the massive magical man. She bites her lip and gets out shakily, doing everything to remain professional herself, but can't help letting giggles out here and there. "So, now that you're here, magical girl of mighty muscles," she snorts after saying that, but continues, "Why don't you start the presentation?" He gives a strained laugh and approaches my avian classmate, whose eyes are blown wide open in shock at the approaching man, young Tokoyami. "Congratulations," he says, putting the third-place medal over the stunned boy's head, all the while I am wheezing on the floor of my podium from laughing too hard. "You showed great strength out there," he praises, shocking the poor boy from his stupor. "Your words humble me, sir." He manages to get out, all the while trying to keep his composure, only to break it and look like he is panicking when All Might hugs the guy, burrowing his beak into the frills and ribbon of the shoulder strap of the dress. However, you've more training to do if you're going to be able to fight against different kinds of villains. You're not going to be able to rely on your quirk in every battle you face. He says, patting the boy's back, then stepping back from him to get the other medal. Yes, sir. Tokoyami says, looking down at his bronze medal. When he steps up to Ibra, she seems to school her features, awaiting for the awarding to be finished with how he did it to Tokoyami first. Young Shiozaki. Congratulations. He says, hanging the medal over the pious girl's singed head much like before. You've done your class proud by making it to this podium. He praises the pious girl as she looks to the medal, then sends a glance my way as I stand back up. Yes, I hope that next year more of us can make it further in the tournament, she says in a clipped manner, and I give a sigh. As All Might opens his arms to hug the girl, she flinches back from the titan of a man, so he settles on patting her shoulder instead. Much like young Tokoyami, you too will need more training to fight against all types of villains. There are even those that will use your faith against you to get the upper hand in an encounter. All Might advises gently as the girl lets her medal rest on her chest, giving the man a nod. As All Might descends down and makes his way over to Bakugo, I look to Shiozaki and call out to her slightly. Hey, this getting a flinch and panicked look from her, to which I just close my eyes, taking a calming breath. Sorry for being so extreme in our battle. I've had a litany of bad experiences with a corrupt church that had done unspeakable things in the name of their god. But it was all for selfish reasons that led to the death of so many innocent lives, I say, bowing slightly to her in remorse and feeling a pang of sorrow pass through me at all the memories of those that were lost. She looks shocked but nods at me slightly and goes back to looking down at the platform she is standing on. I just give a sigh as All Might finishes getting up onto the second place podium, holding up the second place medal. Congratulations, young Bakugo. You made it quite far and had little trouble making it to the end of the festival. All Might praises the beaten bully, however might isn't everything in being a hero. You must be able to be compassionate and ease the fear of the people as heroes protect from those that would cause chaos. He lightly admonishes and advises the boy, who is trembling weakly in rage, as much as he is able. All Might just gives a hearty laugh and as gently but quickly as he can, places the medal around the boy's neck, shackling him to his loss for the world to see. As the fabulous titan steps down and away from the boy, I can see the bandages around his mouth, starting to be stained red slowly. Recovery girl is going to need to redo his stitching and wiring around his jaw, maybe add more wiring. I think to myself as I watch him tremble as much as he is able to in his injured state, and no doubt drugged up state, bound to his chair burning in embarrassment. I shake my head, giving a sigh of exasperation as I watch All Might climb up my pedestal with a smile that gets wider with each of his steps. I compose myself as my idol climbed the steps, decked out in his frills along with two blue frilly bows on his hair antennas. I just give the giant of a man a smile as he steps up to me. A slight bell chime rings out from the choker on his neck when he stops before me. Young Midoriya, congratulations on winning the sports festival. He jovially says, posturing around dramatically. You showed great restraint throughout all the events as well as demonstrated great skill in all the matches. As he is putting the medal around my head, he whispers so the mic can't pick him up. I can't believe Nezu really went through with your ridiculous idea, young Midoriya. This is so embarrassing, and one of the garters snapped when I landed. He said, giving a pained wince while giving a light subtle stretch from side to side as he leans over and gives me a hug, patting my back. You should talk to Midnight about that. I bet she would just love to give you pointers on how to wear your current ensemble in combat. I crack up and barely get out. I so wish I could see you go through your heroing like this. Just the utter bafflement of the villains and civilians alike would be priceless. I let out snickering as the Titan just gives an exasperated sigh, but having a more genuine smile. As I am about to continue, I notice a small golf cart the principal is riding in towards the podiums, an easy calm smile on his face. When he reaches us, he gets out and retrieves a small mic, then climbs up onto the first place podium that had a cement staircase follow him up. As he reaches All Might and myself, he taps his mic, getting everyone's attention. Hello everyone, and congratulations to our winners once more on your placement in the sports festival. He says jovially, I bet that most all of you are wondering about All Might's altered appearance here at the end of the festival. The explanation to that is that young Midoriya here had beaten me at a second game of chess, and I had allowed him to make a request for the sports festival. As you all can see, he has a rather unique sense of humor, Nezu presents, grandly gesturing to the massive man. This is a one-time thing, or at least until young Midoriya or another student is able to beat me at chess and makes a similar request. As the principal is laughing, I see my mentor tremble in fear of the eldritch god of chaos he is now bound to as his boss. However, he bounces back easy enough when the principal wraps up his announcement with, I will gladly field any questions any reporters would have at a later time about that, but I have another announcement to make. Starting next week UA will be changing to a dorm system and I will be sending pamphlets home to the parents of all our students this week so they can look them over. If any parents have any concerns about this change or the accommodations for their children, I will gladly schedule time during their children's intern weeks to go over any and all details with said parents. As he finishes that announcement, the group of reporters starts to get rowdy and pushes against the barrier they are behind, trying to get close enough to ask their questions. Anyway, I wish to congratulate all the students who had participated in this sports festival, even if you didn't make it up to these podiums, or even past the first event. I still am proud of all the students of this year for participating and giving it their all. At this he motions to All Might and he steps forward holding his wand up and giving a cheer that everyone in the crowd joins him in saying, plus ultra, as fanfare starts to play once more. I can't wait to see what happens next, I think fondly to myself, waving to the booth with my friends from the other side. Earlier that day in the box seat, I watch as the young hunter I met on the rooftop in Yarnum leaves through the other door and I turn to Jura. Be sure to remain on guard, I gently warn as I rest my hand on my blade of mercy. Getting a nod from my fellow hunter and him discreetly palming one of his explosives in his coat. We watch and wait until finally a person comes through the door slowly, with a small rodent upon his shoulder. He looks around at us all and seems to note both myself and Jura's ready state as he seems to settle into his own combat stance, his eyes flaring to red with his hair raising up slightly. All of us are just staring and waiting for someone to make the first move, until the small rodent claps its paws together and surprisingly starts talking. Am I a dog, a mouse, a bear? It doesn't matter because I am the principal. It cheers from the haggard man's shoulder. I understand you all might have some misgivings about trusting strangers, but I would ask that you do trust us not to harm any of you. He finishes off by bowing to us slightly and the man relaxes slightly, his hair falling down with his eyes going back to normal. Jura and I relax as well, but we keep an eye out for any sudden changes. You never could be too careful during any hunt. The small talking rodent clapped with a slight laugh as he launches from the man's shoulder to stand before us. Thank you, young Midoria said some of you would like refreshments? He asks, looking around at all of us with a curious glowing square in one of his paws. Can I get a beer? Jura asks and I audibly groan, palming my face as the rodent laughs joyously. Oh, can we get some cakes? Ariana asks with an excited squeal, with her wife trying to shush her while hiding behind said wife in terror of the small rodent and his companion. He just gives what probably equates to a smile as he taps away at the glowing square, nodding to the two wives. He then turns to Jura and says, unfortunately we don't serve alcohol here. No matter how much some of my employees may want otherwise, the rat says, side-eyeing the haggard man who gives a beleaguered sigh. I can have a cart of sweets, snacks, and drinks delivered shortly. Is there anything else I can do? He asks, looking around the room, taking note of all the things that seem different from what he remembers. That sounds like plenty enough, thank you kindly, I say, tipping my head in thanks to the creature, and everyone settles in the room. After a while and more chairs are brought along with a loaded cart of food and drinks, the likes of which none of us have ever seen. Some others will be joining us shortly that I have invited as special guests. You probably will recognize one of them as she is from the dream you all are from. I believe so, at least, the principal says kindly to the group of us after we had settled from getting snacks and some of the curiously popping drinks. After a short while the door opens and I can't help but flinch to ready my weapon for what might come. However, I relax when I see a slightly pudgy woman walking through the door shakily, shortly followed by an excitable blonde girl with a strange hairstyle, and finally followed by the doll free of the dream. Jura and I flinched slightly seeing her free, but we settle after nodding our heads to her in greeting, getting one back in return. After introductions were given, Ariana latched onto these newcomers and did her best to include her wife into socializing. While we waited for the events to start, the stadium started to fill up. Apparently the doll is learning to be a healer with the blonde girl, and the pudgy woman is Izuku's mother. Eventually fanfare plays and a man announces the start of the events as the children start marching out. I can't help but notice the announcer show preference for the hero classes. I watch as the young hunter takes the stage beside what appears to be the next best friend of Ariana, if her excited gasp and desperate gripping of the rail are anything to go by. Jura and the principal breaks out laughing when Izuku starts trashing those that made the competition continue on at the risk of the students. I snicker behind a hand while the others are just stunned for a few moments, then discuss about the points he made. Until I hear the door open again and another gasp, but from one of the new people Izuku brought into the dream. All of a sudden she rises into the air and tackles the poor sickly living skeleton to the ground, smothering the poor soul with her affectionate mothering. When Izuku taunts the rest of the students at the end of his speech, I chuckle aloud next to my fellow hunters' uproarious laughter. When I see the course that they all are going to run, I can't help but feel sorry for those running against the one who ended the eternal hunt. I listened to the principal talking with the other withered man that was brought into the dream, curious about the time he had lived but still keeping a vigilant watch upon the young hunter. Might need to warn the youngster to be wary of the rodent. When the race starts, predictably the young hunter just bypasses the mob that plugs the entrance to the race. I definitely thought his use of making that Goliath tin can plug up the next area of the race was plenty impressive. TSH, what a show-off, Jura says, jealousy dripping from his voice. What's wrong? The fact that you wouldn't be able to do that with your method of shoot it or blow it up. I tease to my fellow hunter, to which I earn a shove out of my seat, as he crosses his arms to turn away and pout. I chuckle as I get back into my seat, watching as the green-haired hunter decimates most of the pathways of the second area. Oh dear, the diminutive rodent laments aloud as he sips at his tea. Man, look at the little guy go. Jura cheers, spilling some of his food and drink. True enough, but he was always a quick learner. Even if no one really taught him, I say, offhandedly popping some of the buttery fluffy snacks into my mouth from the bucket I was given. I see out of the corner of my eye the rodent perk up at that tidbit of info, but seems to hold himself back to ask the young hunter later. When Izuku got to the next section of the track, he used the messengers to create a path over whatever the obstacle is. When he crosses over into the stadium again to the cheering of the crowd, only slightly winded from the easy run. I watch as he approaches the lewd woman who seems to be a secondary announcer on the field, after talking with her for a few moments. She then taps her ear and the rodent perks up, tapping his own ear, having a muted discussion about a restriction for the young hunter. Makes sense to give the others a chance, but they should realize how impossible an opponent he would be against any of them. Such is the way all of us hunters are made. Castle Canehurst throne room. Yeah, that's my champion. I cheer enthusiastically, sloshing some of the wine that was brought up for me, as a nearby silver lady wrinkles her nose looking at the mirror across from me. Oh, don't you start, Elizabeth, he's more than proved himself to be worthy of being my last knight. I say haughtily, giving a sniff as I take a sip as I hear her sigh, crossing the room to refill my glass. After it is refilled, she goes back to her spot, trying to be graceful once again, but after a while she subtly glares at the mirror once more. I sigh and once more look into the looking glass, watching all the new things, the sounds of the crowd, it's all so new and fun. Random bar. Be sure to take plenty of notes, young Tamura, these may be your future enemies. Or if you are clever enough, you may be able to pull some to be your future allies. However, be sure to not overwork yourself as you recover, my young pupil. A voice from a beat-up TV on a dingy shelf says to the angry young man sitting on a stool. The young man grits his teeth, crumbling the pain pills in his hand as he slams the powder back with a swig of water, breaking the glass as he slams it upon the bar top, earning a sigh of frustration from the smoky barkeep that is polishing another glass. Yes, master, the blue-haired cripple hissed out, glaring murderously at the TV showing the festival, recording it to review for later planning. Wincing as another twinge of growth happens from his missing arm, growing once more, from the borrowed quirk his master lent him. Box seat of the arena. I laugh as I try another of the snacks that the small mouse brought us. Interesting as the mouse might be, I am more concerned with trying as many snacks as I can while I am on this side. Eileen is just snacking on some puffy things called popcorn, according to our host, but I prefer the more meaty snacks myself. Watching the young pipsqueak who had stumbled his way through Old Yarnum all that time ago, it's nice to see how far he has come. It seems, however, that after the race, he is having a hard time making a team after being tagged with such a high point count. I see him approach a few students, but it seems to go poorly as he storms away from them shortly. However, interestingly enough, a pink-haired girl glides over to him and I can't help but wonder if it's one of those quirks we were told about. The little guy seems amused as he talks with the enthusiastic girl as she seems passionate about what's in her case. They seems to come to an agreement and I watch as the girl works at a frantic pace going through her case, while the young hunter equips himself for the trial ahead. When I see her get on his shoulders, I can't help but sputter out my drink, stand, and give a wolf whistle while clapping at the lad. I can hear the snickering of Ariana and the exasperated sigh of Eileen, but come on. Not every day a woman would willingly mount a man. Guess I am going to have to start calling him Little Man from now on. When the event starts and everyone rushes the little man, I watch as he is slightly smothered by the girl's BRSTS. I wolf whistle again and am promptly yanked back into my chair by a slightly glaring huntress, to which I respond by giving a cheeky grin. Guess I can't keep calling him Pipsqueak anymore, I drawl out, and she just hides her chuckling behind a hand. We keep watching as the young hunter goes about avoiding everyone's attempts upon his group's headband, with the assistance of his partner upon his shoulders. Eventually a giant amount of ice spawns up, caging the pair with only one other group, and I see the larger group readying themselves. All of a sudden they blur forward and I let out an impressed whistle, which is promptly agreed with by Eileen, giving an agreeing grunt. However, it seems to not be an issue as Izuku jumps back and over the charging group, smiling all the way. When he lands, the other team is going around for another pass, when all of a sudden the ice behind Izuku blasts apart, and another person launches his way towards the trapped pair. Just as Izuku is about to be captured, the loud announcer declares the halfway mark and Izuku hides in the mist. I let out a relieved breath, which seems to be mimicked by everyone else in the booth area. Man, does he cut things close, I say, relieved at the little hunter's success, popping the curiously tasty ball in my mouth. Savoring the rich flavor that is packed into such tiny spaces, and washing it down with a fizzy drink. Agreed, Eileen says from beside me, munching on her snack as we watch the rest of the teams duke it out. A lot of these children have rather amazing abilities, but I can't help but think that very few of them would stand a chance against a basic Yarnamite. As the match comes to a close, with a desperate rush at the very end by all the teams, in the end the remaining teams at least are interesting in their composition. When the young hunter leaves the fog, his teammate is very excited and scribbling away in a notebook she didn't have going into the fog. Castle Canehurst. TCH, Elizabeth clicks her tongue at my knight's success at another of the trials he faced, and I let out another sigh. I understand she and all the other silver ladies hate him for being a hunter, but he is the one that freed me to the best of his abilities. I may never leave the throne room, but at least I may move about the room more freely, and may see freely once more. I and my line may never prosper, but I will be able to experience the world instead of being trapped in an iron helm for eternity or being a smear of flesh. I shiver and wrap my arms around my stomach at the memory of being reduced to that state, but smile at the kindness my knight had shown in reviving, as well as freeing me from most of the things binding me in this room. I sip my wine as I watch my knight and his teammate emerge from the fog, her passionate scribbling and his calm demeanor. I smile as he continues to win with my favor around his neck, but give a scandalized giggle at the woman on the field who is barely clothed. Such a lascivious outfit, I think to myself watching as the woman twirls around. Booth of the arena. Can you get the pretty lady brought up here? I ask the cute little mouse person, my hands begging in front of me. Desperate to make a friend with someone who has the same taste as me, I am vibrating in barely restrained excitement. The cute mouse laughs but taps one of his ears. Midnight, can you come up to the booth while we are on break? It seems you have a new fan that really wants to meet you, he says in a jovial squeaky voice. I do a little dance in victory and go back to my wife. We get to make a new friend, Addie, I cheer, snuggling into her and giving her a peck on the neck as she goes scarlet and squirms cutely in my grip. I turn to the mother of the cutest hunter I ever met, so tell me more about Izu. I ask cheerfully as I thread my fingers through my beloveds, looking excitedly at the older woman's eyes, bouncing slightly in my seat. Well? He's always been a kind, sweet boy, who has always looked up to heroes. Even dressing up as his favorite All Might, she says, trailing off, pulling out a glowing mirror. She taps at it a few times and then shows us one of the most adorable image of a tiny Izu. Ah. I want 20. I squeal, cupping my face, unable to deal with the cuteness overload I am seeing. TTW 20? My wife squawks. Ah, he's so cute. Even not being cut up, the blonde girl gushes, cupping her cheeks as well. Indeed, he was adorable as I child, the porcelain woman says as she holds one hand up to her cheek, giving a longing sigh. Why yes, Izuku has always been an adorable child, the green-haired woman says with bashful pride. We keep cooing over the various pictures the mother has of her child, the blonde one getting a bunch sent to her own glowing mirror. Shortly after, the door slams open and the fun woman flounces into the room. Here I am. She cheerfully says, posing dramatically, swaying her hips side to side. I hear my wife audibly swallow and stare unblinking at her. I smile, snaking an arm around her waist, giving her a side hug. She JRKS her head to me, mouth open to no doubt apologize, but I give her a smile, biting my lip and looking to the scantily clad woman walking our way. As she walks to us all, a confident smile on her face as she licks her lips slowly, her hips rocking the whole way to us. Hi there, I say, slowly locking eyes with her lovely blue eyes smiling back at her and running my eyes up and down her body. I see her smile get wider as she eyes me and my wife, who is no doubt very flustered at our implicated questioning looks. She then starts to squirm at all the attention, so I look to my new friend. I am Ariana, and this. I lean over and leave a lingering kiss on my beloved scarlet cheek, my lovely wife Adela. It is such a pleasure to meet you, I drawl out, giving a stuck leer at her hungry grin, while my wife whimpers lightly. My, what a delectable pair, she purrs out, adding even more sway into every step closer to us. Ahem, Midnight, behave or I will take away your new friends. The mouse scolds the RDC woman, who is just barely out of reach. She pouts and crosses her arms under her bust, sending a slight glare to the diminutive person. Oh fine, but you can't take away all my fun. She says, crossly, walking to drag a chair over to our group sitting next to Addie and myself, giving a beatific smile to her as well. Good to see you again, doll, she says cordially, giving her a slight nod to the porcelain woman. So what were you all talking about? She asks, her gaze gliding over us all. Oh, just drooling over baby pics of Zuzu, the blonde says, offhandedly swiping back and forth on her glowing mirror. Oh? She drawls in a questioning manner, leaning over Addie and partially smothering her in her ample bosom. I laugh and pull Addie's arm between my bosom, nuzzling into her neck lovingly, giving a slight sigh into her beet red ear. All of a sudden we hear the door open once more, and when we turn to look who it is, we all see Aizu. A look of shock that turns to terror when we all look at him. He then promptly turns and runs away. Midnight, myself, and the blonde all darkly giggling, while his mother had her hand up, no doubt about to greet him. After a few more minutes, Midnight had to return to the field, so I threaded my fingers through hers as her blush is still present. We'll talk about it later, love, I whisper in her ear as she gives a shaky nod. When the loud announcer starts up the next match, I pop over to the snack cart they brought us, getting some chocolates to share with my wife. When I get back, it seems all the attention is on the girls of Aizu's class and their unique outfits. I turn to the small smart mouse. Why did they change their clothes? He answers me with maniacal laughter that unsettles both myself and Addie as we shift away from him slightly. I would imagine that it is the two young men that tricked the girls into changing into those outfits. He says, peering over the ledge at the girls all yelling at a small boy with purple ball for hair and blonde hair with a blob of black on the side of his head. I watch as Aizu walks up to a very blessed girl who is pouting, collapsed on the ground. He seems to comfort the girl as he brings her to her feet, offering words of comfort or encouragement to the group. Another girl with pink skin walks up to Aizu and bumps her hip against his. After watching him stumble away with a slight blush, I can't help but giggle at how cute he is when he gets flustered. We watch as all the students gather and the loud announcer talks about side games for those that had not won the previous events. We watch as Midnight calls those that will be fighting to draw lots for their fights, going up to Aizu's team first with a yellow box. However, it seems that a boy with a tail wants to withdraw due to being used like a puppet. Aizu tries to talk with him, but the monkey's pride seems to keep him from rethinking his choice. He's followed by another student from the other hero class, and I can't help but squeal, get up, and cheer loudly at Midnight allowing their dropping out in the way she did. I watch as the children all debate among themselves on who will be moved up to replace those dropping out, as well as comforting those who had left the fights. It seems that a boy with metal around his eyes and a girl with vines for hair. When it comes time for them to draw lots again, Midnight seems to say something to Aizu as she licks her lips, causing him to make a hasty retreat, getting me to giggle and blush like Midnight at his fleeing. When the brackets are set, a student with purple hair starts to talk with Aizu, but the monkey boy wraps his tail around his mouth. I hear the joint hiss from Jura and Eileen, as Aizu promptly launches monkey boy away violently. I watch Aizu go apologize to the boy he just bodied, when I hear a dreamy sigh off to the side. That's so hot how quick he can bloody someone up. The blonde girl draws out her hands, cupping her blushing face. Oh my, Aizu's mother gasps, holding her hands up to her mouth with wide eyes staring at the flustered girl. The doll just gives an exasperated sigh, looking down at her lap, shaking her head while the mouse just laughs in the background. Shortly after, the children go about various games, showing off their skill, ingenuity, and quirks they possess or are capable of. After a few hours and another short intermission for bathroom breaks or to get more snacks, a large blocky person starts building a stage in the field. The sickly blonde man leaves halfway through its creation, much to the displeasure of Nana as she floats near the door, pouting with her arms crossed. As the announcer man starts getting the crowd cheering for the next match, I watch as Aizu and another boy with purple hair walk onto the stone arena. The boy seems to be very talkative as the match is about to start, and when it does, Aizu responds to him with his body locking up right after. Tricky, the male hunter says, getting a grunt of agreement from his partner as they study the match. Purple hair talks some more to the frozen Aizu, but then Aizu just bursts out laughing, shortly after he flicks the boy out of the ring. As we watch him carry the boy away for medical treatment, with myself, the blonde girl, and the porcelain woman giving longing sighs. Canehurst throne room. Yeah, that is my champion. I say, sloshing my drink as I point at the mirror in celebration for his first victory in his first fight. Elizabeth crinkles her nose at the puddle of wine I spilled, and I give an apologetic smile towards her. She just sighs, and rings for a servant to come clean the mess as I have some blood pudding watching the next match in boredom. That is until an iceberg spawns in the arena, covering part of the grounds and trapping the one with weird arms. Even Elizabeth is shocked seeing such a display of power. We just watch on as the servant comes in, cleans the floor and swaps out the empty bottles of wine with full ones. Be safe, my champion. Arena booth seats. Sitting there, new people around, and staring at the iceberg that was instantly birthed from nothing had me understandably panicking. Times like now make me regret ever leaving the basement of the prison in Hypogean jail. My body shaking violently, my arms tingling, feeling faint as my body goes cold. My wife no longer in her teasing, flirty mood, just sitting by my side, holding my hand, and speaking so kindly to help me. My breathing coming and going in short bursts as my vision darkens, my wife gently wrapping her arms around me, humming softly. I am unsure how long we are like that, but I eventually come out of it, evening my breathing out, burying my face into my wife's neck to have her lovely scent calm me further, and affirming to myself in the last few panicked moments that I am safe. When I get full clarity, taking stock of the people around me, I flush in shame and am about to apologize for my outburst. When another hand opposite of the side my wife is on wraps gently around my wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze. When I look I see it is the mother of Izuku, looking into my eyes with such kindness and understanding. I couldn't help but tear up as she says, "I get like that sometimes, especially whenever my poor baby is hurt. I like to think it gets better with time, but sometimes there are really bad episodes." She says, rubbing my forearm in a soothing back and forth movement, looking down at her lap with a sigh. Thank you," I stutter out, giving a wobbly smile but earning one from her as well, while those that had come forward to help relaxed back into their seats. I look back to the field and they are just finishing breaking the last of the ice to be taken away somewhere. When the loud announcer man speaks to everyone again, the crowd gets worked up into a slight frenzy of impatience. Until the girl that was announced paused the match to address the man for how he introduced her, slightly scolding him. She then goes on to proclaim that she wanted to deliver salvation to others, and I can't help but stiffen while muttering softly, "Oh no." My wife just hums in agreement with me, but Izuku's mother turns to us in confusion. "Did she say something wrong?" she asks the two of us, her head tilting slightly. Where we reside, the church had done many terrible things and Izuku found all the records of their dirty deeds. After that he abhors anything referring to a church-type power. He spent every moment after that tearing the church down and burning everything related to it beyond ash. Ariana says, watching the quick match as the girl with vines for hair uses said vines to take the opponent out of the match. "Oh, he's told us a little about the church," his mother says, trailing off at the end as we watch the next competitors come to the arena. We lapse into silence as we wait, my wife threading our fingers together and I give a grateful smile back at her. Others around us are discussing the fights that have been going on so far, and it seems the hunters are very interested in quirks. Wondering if someone had made a deal with a great one, but it seems it just happened naturally, or as naturally as they had been able to figure. A lot of what they say goes over my head, so I just give a sigh, leaning into my wife a bit as I see the next two competitors reach the arena. It seems there is some issue with the male as the shameless woman reprimands him for wearing all that gear without permission. I can feel my face heat up as I just keep staring at her as she starts to smile. I gulp when she begins to giggle, but I snap out of it when she points her flog up, allowing the equipment. For the next match it seems the girl had tricked the boy and showed off the things she had made, having the boy be a model for the equipment. I see off to the side the male hunter lean forward, laughing and pointing things out to the female hunter enthusiastically from time to time. When the match ends, most of us are laughing at the poor boy's misfortune in some form or another. When the next match happens, all of us from Yarnum look on in slight confusion at the very pink girl. Is there something wrong with her skin and eyes? I ask the small creature that runs the school. Apparently. Nothing. At all. Some people have colorful skin, or unique appearances in this day and age. He replies jovially as he then sips his tea, and the match begins with the boy moving his hips, as a beam erupts from his stomach. The girl skillfully dances around all of the boy's attack, showing a very impressive range of flexibility. Ultimately she is able to lob her acid at the boy's belt, making his pants fall as she closes in and knocks the boy fumbling with his pants out with an uppercut. As she is being announced as the winner, she holds up two fingers, smiling brilliantly the whole time as the boy is put on a stretcher. After the two are gone from the field and the next two come onto the field, Ariana does a double take of the young woman. I saw the female hunter take an interest in the boy with crow features, but I notice that his opponent is uncomfortable with the commentator's remarks. "How old is that young woman?" I ask aloud, voice dripping in confusion on why an older woman is facing a kid. She is the same age as the rest of the students. Her quirk needs her to have ample fat stores, but she is smart about her diet and exercise plan. Hence why she seems more developed than the other female students of her grade, the small creature says, offhandedly tapping away at a glowing mirror of his own. The match goes quick as a shadow comes out the middle of the boy, with the girl summoning a shield trying to block its rapid assault. After a large attack from the shadow crow, her shield is knocked away and she brings a larger one out. As she braces herself with the shield, the wraith does another big attack, making her slide out of the ring. She looks around confused when he stops, and she makes a pole ready to go on the offensive, only to be declared the loser by the pretty woman with sapphire eyes. We watch the poor girl trudge off the field, the hunters discussing about how much potential she has, until we see fog racing across the field. "Ah, ever the compassionate hunter," the woman hunter says with a slight chuckle to her voice. "What?" the blonde girl says, looking around in confusion, then back to the field a few times seeking clarification. The young hunter sent out the little ones to no doubt find the girl who left the field and give her moral support. The porcelain woman says, smiling wistfully, watching where the fog went. I give a smile looking there as well, remembering all the kindness he had done for all us survivors. Canehurst Castle. "Ah, a proper brawl this time," I say, taking another swig of my wine and shift in my seat to get comfortable. I watch as the two young men trade blows with each other, each neither gaining an advantage over the other. Each being sturdy from the start, one having a metallic sheen, the other taking on rock-type characteristics. At first I was excited with the level of intensity they showed, but after a few minutes it lost its charm. I let out a sigh of disappointment as the fight devolved into a battle of attrition between the equally willed young men. I get another cake from the platter that was brought in with more of the wine as I watch them in slight boredom now. Eventually the fight comes to a conclusion as both young men trade a final blow to each other at the same time. Myself and Elizabeth give disappointing sighs when the match is called at a tie as we both look away from the mirror. How disappointing. It was interesting at the start, but they practically fought the same way. I say offhandedly as Elizabeth nods, while we watch the next fighters walk onto the field for their fight. Booth seating of the arena. I watch in boredom as a not cute blonde boy walks out onto the arena scowling at anything he could, but then my breath is stolen away as the cutest brunette walks out onto field and I can't help but squeal, mashing my cheeks at how cute she is. When the battle begins things only get better, as even though she is launched away she doesn't stop fighting. Always adapting, never surrendering, becoming more and more adorably bloody. Eventually it all culminates in her using the blown away ring to rain down on her opponent, getting me to jump out of my seat and stare from the railing. Unfortunately it seems her opponent was able to counter it and blast away the improvised meteor storm. She tries to keep fighting, but it seems it is too much for her as she falls to the ground struggling to continue the fight. However, in the end her opponent is declared the winner and I want nothing more than to go down there to continue fighting in her place. However, now Miss Toga, the small mousie who gave me my second chance at life at the behest of Izuku, admonished me from interfering. Everyone needs to know their limits to grow beyond them. You going down to fight now will only complicate that growth. For either of them, he says, watching critically as Izuku is on the field carrying the pretty one away while telling the JRK who didn't get hurt off. I flump down into my seat, crossing my arms and pouting as I watch the meatheads from before now arm wrestle to see who will move on. Eventually the red one wins and I can't help but be bored at the antics of the two, shaking hands after the match like that. However, I perk up when I see the blonde skeleton look at his phone and start to chuckle, as he turns to Izuku's cute mommy slightly while whispering to the one that floats around him. As curious as I am to their shared amusement, my attention is brought back to the field when I hear that Izuku is gonna be fighting again. I watch as they walk onto the field and stand apart from each other, saying something to each other. Finally it begins and Izuku isn't at all hindered from the massive amounts of ice the other boy launches at him. Casually batting it away the ice left and right as he taunts the boy, as he fruitlessly tries to freeze Izuku any way he can. I watch as the boy tries to close the distance only to be sent away with a clap from Izuku. The bicolored boy manages to anchor himself with his ice. He seems to talk to Izuku for a few moments, but when he looks away Izuku rushes him to pin quickly. Izuku takes a knife out, cutting the boy and holding the knife up to him. I couldn't help the excited gasp or the vibrating in my seat in anticipation. When Izuku buries the knife next to the other boy's head, getting ready to knock him out, when the other boy brought out the other half of his quirk. As Izuku flips away rather impressively, earning impressed clapping from those in the booth. As he lands he has a crazy smile that makes butterflies go rampant in my tummy. I watch as they both get ready to go all out, all of us at the edges of our seats as the two refs on the field try to stop the unstoppable. The cataclysmic explosion gets a cheer out of me as we are thrown back into our seats from the force of the shockwave. When the smoke clears we see Izuku still in the wrecked arena, while the one he faced is glued to one of the walls with ice. I watch as Izuku, singed and still smoking, walks over to the stuck boy and frees him from the wall, carrying him off like a princess. I'm giggling like mad as the others around me talk about the match, some worried for the student's safety, others impressed at the power shown. I can't help but fidget in my seat, watching Izuku facing such great unbeatable odds like it was nothing. However, I am brought back from my fantasies by my coworker the doll pinching my side with a slight glare that I match. I give up harumph, blowing a raspberry her way in retaliation to the pinch, while Izuku's mom laughs nervously looking between us. After a while they repair the ring and the next match begins. The girl looks cute but she seems far too serious. Her opponent is much the same, but he seems to catch her off guard as she sends her hair everywhere, only managing to capture her opponent with a fluke. The next match has a fun-looking girl versus the duo birds, and we watch as she tries lobbing acid at the shadow or where it originates from. However, she eventually is hit by the shadow bird and her slick quirk resulted in her sliding out of the ring. I give a sigh of disappointment at another pretty girl not making it further, but such is the game, I guess. The last match before the semi-finals was another battle of attrition that resulted in Nasty Blasty winning. His blood probably tastes so bad it would make me puke. Throne room. The fights are progressing rather nicely now, a lot more action and intensity the more they progress. I swirl the wine I am drinking in the Canehurst chalice, as I watch the next match of my night. When the vine-haired woman starts to pray I cringe slightly, as I see him snarl I give a sigh of exasperation. I watch as the match ends in moments when my knight uses the flames prayer to burn the wall of vines the young woman sent his way. I look on as he points it at the poor girl's face and she soils herself at the rage my hunter has for any church or its followers. I hope he apologizes later to the poor dear, I think to myself, downing the rest of my wine as Elizabeth sneers at the mirror. I watch as the second to last fight happens, the one who can make explosions versus the one with crow features and the shadow wraith he can control. It seems to be rather even for the most part, each fighter not gaining or losing ground. That is until the blonde one jumps over the crow and launches a bright light against the pair. It would seem that the crow and his wraith power are weak to bright light, guess it was a bad matchup in the end. A random office building. I watch in anticipation, my foot bouncing in excitement as the desk shakes from the force of it bouncing on the floor. As I watch the two walk onto the field, one trembling in barely restrained rage, the other with a passive face. When Present Mike is about to start the match, the green-haired one held up his hand and had a short talk with Midnight. She then has a talk with Nezu, no doubt, until she announces the rule change, and I can't help but think, this guy is the perfect type of crazy. Show me how far you are willing to go for victory. I lean closer to the screen on my desk as if that could bring me even closer to the match. I watch as the blonde one launches himself across the arena instantly, crossing the distance practically instantly, screaming all the way to green. Only for green to pull something from nowhere, delivering the most brutal uppercut I have ever seen. As the screaming blonde is sent out of the ring, blood marking his flight, I watch his opponent take something out of fog again, coating his weird slab of metal on his left hand in some weird fire. I watch as he pulls them apart into hunks of metal knuckles that are still ablaze, then rushes his opponent. Blonde stuff recovers, gets ready to attack, but green vanishes into mist, instantly attacking the other boy, launching him in the air. My hair stands on end watching the carnage. Every bloody blow, every attack weathered and overcome, even withstanding that ultimate blast. Watching him only protect his pants to keep his decency, pulling on some gloves as well as some other weird trinkets. Midoria steps up against the other boy, tapping one of the trinkets on his chest, seemingly locking him in place with electricity. He then blows some kind of whistle and a giant snake appears from fog, swallowing the other boy, piercing him with its many teeth. It fades away after a few moments and Izuku sends some things that chase after the other boy. Midoriya then circles around the boy being chased, firing something from his palm, making the other stumble into the things chasing him. When the things flying around disappear, the blonde, he's very much roughed up. I watch as Izuku pulls out some more trinkets, but this seems to be the final stretch of the fight. My foot is bouncing all the more, causing some cracks in the stone floor of my temporary office. The other boy screams in defiance, letting off explosions at Izuku, but he keeps walking through them as if they weren't there. Soon as Izuku gets close, the other one lets off massive explosions, yet Izuku still perseveres, even breaking the other boy's hands. Good battle sense, best to take away the other's ability to fight. Izuku then uses one of the trinkets to launch his opponent away with some massive sound wave, pointing the trinket at his downed opponent. Defiantly, his opponent tries to attack by biting, only for Izuku to drive him into the ground with the claw thing again. Stubbornly, his opponent is still struggling, kicking weakly, only for another sound to crater the ground with his opponent. He then points his other trinket at the downed boy, with it starting to glow eerily, but then I see something interesting. Izuku is crying over his opponent, such heartfelt compassion, yet he has no problem going the distance in a fight. He then lowers his hand, getting out of the hole he carved with his trinket, saying something to Midnight after getting out of the hole. His opponent doesn't seem to know when to quit as he gets out of the hole he was driven into, making it a few steps until he blacks out. However, my eyes are locked onto Izuku and I am amped up. So I close the video feed and scramble around my office, until I eventually find the form I always tossed in the trash. Uncrumpling it, I fill out the info for me to be able to have him be able to intern with me, the first and probably only intern I will ever take on. I smile as I pack it up to be sent in, taking a bite of a celebratory carrot as I brush some of my snow-white hair over my shoulder.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.